And we are live. And if it's 8:58 a.m. in the morning on a Monday, you should already know that it's your boy Dabrand knows. Facts. And we here to get you up to date with your current events and out the door, knowing more than the next man. That puts you ahead of the game. Let's go, let's pop. I be getting that money up, don't I? That's facts. Since I was a little lad. It was a long weekend. Mom Duke had her birthday party. Once again, happy 70th birthday, mommy. I love you. Now, with that being said, let me get y'all a little preview of what happened with that. Take it out. With y'all. It's my mama.
Did you know it's my birthday? Tell me something. Did you know it's my birthday? Did you know it's my birthday? Tell me something. Did you know it's my birthday? Today's my birthday, and I'm a ball out and floss in the worst way. Have a drink for Thursday. Shit tastes like Hershey. We done talked to Duff and that bottle's up and it's going the worst way. I'ma rep my city, I'm feeling myself. And I'm out doing myself. And I ain't nobody help to count this money or count this wealth. I'ma put it on the shelf, I'ma let that weed go. Nigga, that's what me and her. I'ma hit her with a free throw, catch her on the rebound, hit her in the pee-hole. Did you know it's my birthday? Tell me something, did you know it's my birthday? Did you know it's my birthday? Tell me something, did you know it's my birthday? Today's my birthday, and I'ma ball out and floss in the worst way. Have a drink for Thursday, shit tastes like Hershey. We done talked to Duff and that bottle's up and it's going the worst way. It's thirsty Bonner. I mean, Miss Yavana. Shorty done came through and caught a case of that cross the line. Hit me up with all of these fees, all of these penalty T's, all of those EBTs, those FTCs, they be popping them E's. Did you know it's my birthday? Tell me something, did you know it's my birthday? Did you know it's my birthday? Tell me something, did you know it's my birthday? Today's my birthday and I'ma ball out and floss in the worst way. Have a drink for Thursday, shit tastes like Hershey. We done talked to Duff and that bottle's up and it's going the worst way. Pop those bottles, put it in the air. Your boy done made it of your year. Let me make this perfectly clear. When I'm making this chair, I'm being sincere. Bottle in the air, made it of your year. Glad to see each day one of you here. Out there on your grind, getting that money up, making that studio time. Did you know it's my birthday? Tell me something, did you know it's my birthday? Did you know it's my birthday? Tell me something, did you know it's my birthday? Today's my birthday, and I'ma ball out and floss in the worst way. Have a drink for Thursday, shit tastes like Hershey. We done talked to Duff and that bottle's up and it's going the worst way.
Facts. Happy birthday, Mom. My dog. Love you. Alright, that is business. It's on the agenda for today. What's on the agenda for today? What's on the agenda for today is what's on the screen. So now that you know that the HGM Brando knows, I'm gonna go ahead and start my show.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster lean and and we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile. See on my head that crown. I'm on top of the world, top of the town, baby. I moved up the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait too late, 'cause in a minute I'm escape. If there is no debate, no, it's not an option. You gotta keep the cop watch. Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning and we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile. See on my
Facts. Yo, Cam, tell them where we from, baby.
I'm from 140th and Lenox. I'm from NFL. Up the block is 40 Wolves. Lou Simpson's on 142nd Cross Square. D. Ferg on number 8th Avenue. I don't see you around none of this. Not from none of that.
Yo, Jane. Jane, just talk.
If you didn't have strong dudes around him, you'd had cats like the Lynch Mob. You'd have had cats like Preacher. You would have had cats like the 40 Wolves. You would have cats like Niggas for Life. Dudes who was really in the streets like that.
The storm, and if you aren't paying attention, what's about to take place in the entire crypto market will have you shocked and in disbelief. And maybe the current prices might seem high, but here in the very near future, they're going to get a lot higher, and you're going to be shooting yourself in the foot if you don't pay attention. So if you hold Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Solana, or Dogecoin, you're going to want to watch this video. This is going to be a very technical analysis heavy video, which means if that's not your style and you're more so focused on the news, I'm not going to be covering any news in this video. What I'm focused on is the charts, the price, and in my opinion, the price is king. The price tells you what's going to happen before even the news does, because insiders are the people that are getting access to this news, and then what they do is trade on that inside information, which usually tends to pump the price or dump the price if it's negative news. You start to see it on the chart first, and then it follows through a day or two or even a week later where we actually have the reason as to why a pump or a dump occurs. So that said, right now, Bitcoin is already sitting at $118,000. And again, at the end of the year, I think that's going to look really cheap relative to the prices that we see at the end of the year. And yes, I'm going to give you some price targets and predictions on most of these cryptos, while we're also looking at a $3,600 Ethereum. What's really interesting is that this thing was struggling at that 2,000 to 2,200 range for quite some time, and then just rallied like crazy. XRP not too far behind it at a 23% gain for a new all-time high. I get it. So many people talk about the Coinbase all-time high of 384. Their data is whack. That's based on the Korean won, on the kimchi premium. But even David Schwartz himself came out and straight up said you couldn't actually sell on any US exchange for 384 back in 2018. So no, that's not the real price. The real actual all-time high price was $3.66 just a few days ago. Solana sitting at $177 and is actually really kind of lagging the market, which is shocking to me because it tends to lead. And then we have Dogecoin back to 25 cents. I think this is one of the easiest plays of the decade. Actually, all of these cryptos I'm mentioning because I believe they're going to do really well here in the near future. And right now might just be the perfect opportunity to either buy these at a dip or a range right before a pivot point where they break out. So not only will I be covering these cryptos and the charts, but I'll also be covering the liquidation maps, which can give us key insights into futures traders and what they're actually doing with their portfolio over the upcoming short period of time, as well as diving onto an actual chart, again, on Coin Blast, talking about open interest, how to track and measure this stuff, whether or not we're in a healthy trend, and then also to look at the liquidations that have recently occurred across Bitcoin, XRP, and many others. So stay tuned, because this one video could very well set you up to have a portfolio that will change your life in the future. And I really mean that. Most people are going to fumble their bag this bull market cycle. They're going to sell way too early, or they're going to hold on way too long and round trip that bag right back down to where they started. I've seen so many people make these mistakes over and over and over again. And my goal in this video is to help you to not only mitigate those risks, but to extract as much money as possible. And we're going to do that by showing you what I'm seeing on the charts. And again, everything take with a grain of salt. Ultimately, you're in charge of making your own financial decisions. None of this is financial advice. I'm just here to share my expertise and opinions with you. So that said, be sure to stick around until the end. And also, as an urgent announcement, today, right now, is your very last chance to register to join us on our 3-day live call, or webinar series, I should say, where we teach you how to put your crypto to work for you to earn passive yield and income on it, no matter what the market conditions are. And you can find that link right down in the description or the pinned comment below. This is going to be your daily cash flow machine, whether or not the bull market continues to rally through the end of the year and into 2026. Again, nobody knows where the market's going, but we're going to do our best job to cover it live with you, so you have the best shot possible at succeeding this bull market cycle. However, even if that wasn't the case, you can still take advantage of the strategies that we're going to share with you on this live event starting July 20th, today at 7 p.m. Eastern time, which is 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And you just click that link and register right here. And really quickly, here is a short video of our very own Nick Anderson sharing with you what this event is going to be like.
Hey, what's up, my friend? Nick here. Quick heads up for all you smart investors watching this. If you love to see your crypto actually working for you, earning passive income every single day on your coins, we're putting together something really cool. On July 20th, we're running our first ever free online event challenge. It's called the Crypto Passive Cash Flow Challenge. And it's basically 3 days where you'll learn our DeFi strategies we use to safely earn passive yield on our coins 24/7, even while we sleep. And some people are doing crazy numbers with this strategy alone. And if you had some coins that you're just holding on to, you should join us and discover how to put them to work. We've never done anything like this publicly before, and we probably won't ever do it again. So it's completely free, but we might have to limit spots to keep the quality high and give everyone proper attention with the size of our YouTube channel, over 360,000 subscribers now. So if you want in, just click the link below this video, grab your spot while you can. And now back to the video.
So be sure to click that link directly in the description below to see this page and register right now before the live event this evening. So let's get this video started. And as always, if you're feeling blessed and bullish, comment 777. And if you're going to be the wealthiest person in your family tree, smash the subscribe button. Hello and welcome back to the channel, my friend. If you're new here, my name is Paul, and you can find me on Twitter or X at PauliDeFi, PAULIEDEFI. Before we begin this video and dive into the charts, I want to focus on this one bull market peak indicators page from CoinGlass. They have a lot of really cool tools, but what's really nice about this tool in particular is the fact that it shows all sorts of different indicators and models that typically tend to point to whether or not we are actually at a top on Bitcoin. And again, all models are right until they are wrong. In other words, take everything with a grain of salt. But when you have a lot of models that are pretty consistently on point or accurate, maybe it's helpful to take it in consideration, you know, maybe 80% of these are starting to peak off or say that we're close to a top. Then it would be time to start taking profits off the table. As of right now, you can see that virtually all of them, whether it's the Pi Cycle Top Indicator, something that I covered in my last video, Pure Multiple, the Bitcoin Rainbow Chart, which I don't really love, the MVRVC score, which is quite an interesting tool. Across the board, virtually all of these are somewhere in the mid-range, and a few of them, for example, like Bitcoin Dominance, is in the upper range. But generally speaking, when all of them start to come into this 80 to 100% plus, this tool right here is going to start to tell you we're getting closer and closer to a Bitcoin cycle top. And whenever Bitcoin tops off, we might experience a bit of an altcoin rally. Right now, everything in the market's kind of cooled off and is actually sold off a little bit. For example, Bitcoin pumped to like 123,000, currently sitting at about 118,000. XRP pumped to like 266, currently sitting at about 239 to 242 in that range. And I think we might continue to see a slight amount of selling before we rally for some new local highs. But generally speaking, we have to take this into consideration that the market can continue to rally, because virtually none of these indicators are screaming cycle top. And again, if we see a cycle top on Bitcoin, we would have probably about a month, maybe 2 months, where money will rotate into altcoins, and then we'll experience a full-blown altcoin season. However, I thoroughly expect Bitcoin to maintain its dominance this bull market cycle. I can't see a situation in where Bitcoin won't go back below maybe 50% market dominance, which means if we have $1 trillion in the market, 500 billion would be in Bitcoin, and then 500 billion would be split across all of the major altcoins and even all of the crap coins. So that said, let's dive into the charts. As you can see here, I'm going to look at Bitcoin first, and then I'm going to do analysis on XRP, Ethereum, Solana, and Dogecoin, the tokens that we're talking about in this situation. And again, like I said, this is seems to be the calm before the storm, and something that you might want to take advantage of, because if you do not, or you make some mistakes or take profits too soon just because of one last little dump over here, you're going to be kicking yourself, wishing you had accumulated or added to that position into a full-blown bull market top cycle. That said, on a daily time frame, I tend to use the 10 and 20 EMA. These seem to be really good supports and resistances, something that I've consistently shared and trained in Altcoin Pro University. But notice right here, this blue line is the 10 EMA. Bitcoin not only broke down for a local low right here back in June 22nd to about $98,000. But what you'll notice is really interesting is that we were in a descending wedge or triangle, right? We had a series of lower highs and lower lows. Then what happened is Bitcoin turned over. And as you can see here, not only did it break above this descending wedge, but it actually put in a new higher low for the very first time at about $105,000. Now, in this situation and on this breakout, you still have to be a bit weary, because it's possible we could have experienced a bear trap, or excuse me, a bull trap, and seeing the market continue to dump a little lower. But that's not what happened, right? We actually saw quite a bit of support right here at that 10 and 20 EMA as we crossed back over sometime on June 26th and 27th. So this would have been your first indicator. Maybe this thing is ready to rally. Now, you don't have 100% confidence right here, but what made me far more confident is the fact that we maintained the 10 crossover the 20 EMA, which is the orange line, and we were supported both above this horizontal, or excuse me, not horizontal, I keep saying that, this trend line, and at the 10 and 20 EMA. So when we saw this date right here, this one single July 9th of 2025, this was a good indicator that this market was ready to move for some new highs. And you'll notice it came right back into the prior all-time high. But this one candle was a strong indicator, enter the market, and the rest of the market really rallied and followed. Now, when you combine that with volume, if I were to use the replay tool right here, you can see that volume was even below average, and I'll go ahead and increase the size. That you see the volume bars pretty below average, this blue and white line down here, very small amounts of money moving in the market. But into that break to the prior all-time high, we saw an increase in buy volume for these big green bars, which led me to believe that this trend was likely going to continue, much less the fact that we had a major green candlestick in a single day, pumped from about $110,000 or $11,000 all the way up to 116. So when you see increased volume like this on a break for a new high, that is total confirmation that this thing is ready to fly. And that would have been a good indicator that if Bitcoin is doing that, again, the rest of the market's likely going to follow. In the same period of time, Bitcoin dominance was still pretty high, although it's been losing dominance to a lot of altcoins, which leads me to believe that this is truly the calm before the storm. This is going to be a period of time where you can actually use it to accumulate these cryptos at cheaper prices than they were a few days ago before the next leg up. And you might have a week, you might have a few days, you might have a month, I don't know how long we'll chill in this range. I'm just very confident that we're likely going to continue to see new all-time highs on many of these cryptos, and arguably even just see a prior range high. So let's say Solana's prior range high was 290, currently sitting at 177. It's very much possible that Solana could rally right back up to 290 and sell off again because it's got so much room between those ranges. Whereas an XRP already hit a new all-time high and is in price discovery mode, which leads me to believe that XRP is not only outperforming the market and is the dark horse in the race, but something that I'd like to buy more of, and I'd actually buy less of Solana. That is not me picking and choosing one or the other or telling you, hey, this is what you should do, but that's just my personal opinion. I like to bet on the dark horse in the race, the one that's already winning, the one that's showing relative strength while Bitcoin is doing well. Is it outperforming Bitcoin? Same with Ethereum, currently sitting at about $300, $3,600 recently, and about only $400 off its prior range high, while its all-time high came in 2021 at $4,800. So notice right here, growth in volume and expansion. And then we saw some follow through all the way up to a new high price of $123,000. Now, what you'll notice is really interesting is the market did sell off a bit. We got a large red volume sell bar, but notice where it dumped. It did not dump all the way back down to the prior range high over here, or all-time high, I should say, of $111,000, $112,000. It only dumped to the 10 EMA. And since that point in time, we've actually just been ranging. We're seeing no real breaks for some new highs. We're seeing a tightening in volume. This is textbook, okay, accumulation zone. We could see Bitcoin dump right back down to that $114,000 range on a daily time frame. And if that were to occur, I'd be buying anywhere between 114 down to 112. These ranges right here are going to be super premium buys before the next leg up. Again, notice how the volume is really starting to tighten up in this range. So a break above 119 should take us for some new all-time highs above 123. And again, if we see this happen on Bitcoin, we're likely going to see a lot of follow through and rally on the altcoin market. And then I'll do an analysis comparison or a comparative analysis at the end of the video on all of these cryptos. Now let's dive over to XRP. The reason I'm doing XRP right now versus, let's say, an Ethereum as my second pick is because it has been outperforming Ethereum this entire bull market cycle. And I don't know if it will continue to, because I don't know what's going to happen. No one does. And if they tell you that, they're completely lying. But you'll notice that XRP really rallied quite strong on extreme expansion of volume and is actually seeing bigger green volume bars than red volume bars, which is a good indicator that yes, this move is not only strong, but a confirmed move. So when we came right back up, and what's crazy is typically Bitcoin took a little while to break above its previous all-time high, you'll notice XRP pumped straight through it in a single day and is now cooling off a bit, with its high being 366, currently sitting at 341. And so I expect XRP in this range to dump maybe back down to 330, potentially even back to that 10 EMA. But you'll notice not one single time in this entire rally did it dump back down or touch or range at the 10 EMA, which is this blue line. However, it's still very much a possibility. And so if XRP were to come back down to, let's say, 310 up to 320, then that would be a good range to accumulate, because that's our prior range high. Especially when you zoom out on a weekly time frame, you'll notice that on a weekly time frame, and again on the Coinbase chart, it doesn't actually show it, but on the Bitstamp chart, it does. And you can see right here, our prior all-time high coming back into 2018 was in this range. So not only did we see a bit of sell pressure and a bit of a horizontal support right here at $1.90 to $2, but when you have a long, strong range like this, typically it leads to a very strong breakout. This being our very first week we broke above for a new all-time high leads me to believe on expansion of volume that this thing is going to continue to rally, and we could easily see a $5 target here in the very near future. If you don't remember, the last time we broke above a range resistance, which was a horizontal at 64 cents back here, and we crossed over the 10 and 20 EMA, we rallied so freaking hard that people were shooting themselves because they did not enter this trade. And by the way, I don't actually mean shooting themselves, just really annoyed with themselves that they didn't take this trade, because maybe maybe they were like, I don't want to FOMO, I don't want to get wrecked, I don't buy tops. But look at this, a 302% move in a single month. And so right now we are on week 2 into a breakout, and XRP, when it rallies hard. So we could easily see a $5 target here in the very near future. And I think we could see higher targets through the rest of the year. However, my accumulation zone would be somewhere between the 325 range down to the 312 range. Anywhere in there is going to be great to buy. And by the way, I also want to note that some people might get annoyed if they miss that because it continues to rally harder than I expect. Where I would be accumulating either way is back down to the 335 range. And upon a breakout, this is really what we're focused on. If you come over to the daily time frame, we would like to see a break above 348. If we break above 348 before we come back down, then that's going to be an indicator that this thing is ready to continue flying high. And so I would be buying at 348 just as much as I'd be buying down to 330, 325, and potentially even 312. Now, looking over at Ethereum, man, this rally has been really freaking strong in a very short period of time from that local low. We're talking not even 30 days. We've seen XRP rally off the bottom, not XRP, Ethereum rally off the bottom about 63%, which is massive. Imagine earning 63% in any one given year, much less a single month. And the reason I knew this thing was ready to fly was because we saw a pretty strong range of resistance right here at that about $2,700 range down to the $2,400 range. And so you'll notice we were in this nice little box. And by the way, I'll make it easier to see. All I got to do is take that border thickness down and then turn that down just slightly. And voila, we have a good little box range. And when we broke right here for the very first time, you'll notice we saw a bit of volatility below the range and above the range. This is classic textbook bull trap, bear trap scenario. But the moment we entered this range and came right back here, you'll notice right back up to the local high of $2,700, you'll see that we had some expansion in volume into this breakout. And so a break above 2730 up to 2800 led me to believe that this thing was ready to continue flying. And so many of our students over at altcoinpro.com, which is Altcoin Pro University, took advantage of this trade. And this was a great asymmetric trade. As you can see, there's been virtually no selling and only buying. And that's because most of the sellers who were going to sell Ethereum have already done so. Everyone has capitulated on Ethereum. It's been one of the most boring major markets of all time. And so now, because everyone's out, the only people left to do are buy. And so that's exactly what's occurring. And we're already back up to $3,600. And what's interesting is it's holding up better right now, even in this dip on Bitcoin and XRP, than both of them, even though XRP and Bitcoin look stronger. And the reason for that is because if you zoom out to that weekly time frame, you can see that the prior all-time high came in at $4,800. Our new local highs are sitting here at $4,000. So if we pump back up to that $4,000 range and break for one last time, this leads me to believe that this thing's going to fly at least to $6,000. But my personal target by the end of this bull market cycle would be bare bones minimum $10,000. So where do you accumulate something like this? Let's keep things simple. Right? It's very much possible and potential we break back down to somewhere here at the $2,700 range. And so if we do, notice on the weekly time frame, that's kind of where that 10 EMA is. And we just saw a crossover. But if I come down to the daily time frame, even if we come back down to $3,300, down to $3,000, that's where I will be accumulating. Okay. If this thing continues to rally up to $4,000 really hard and breaks above here on momentum and volume, which I don't think that's going to happen without a bit of cooling off first, then I'm also a buyer. But I'm a buyer down here at $3,300 to $3,000. And I'm also a major buyer at $4,000. A break above $4,000 is going to be extremely bullish. So I'm just hoping this thing comes back down into these ranges where I can buy more Ethereum before that next leg up. Now let's move on to Solana. So you'll notice that Solana is actually looking just as bullish as the rest of them. However, we're quite far off the all-time high on Solana, which came in at $295. And this was upon the news that Trump was going to launch his token on the Solana network. But as you'll see right here, we put in a major range low of $95 back in April. And since that point in time, we're back up to our prior range highs, which seem to be a pretty strong resistance between the range of $189 down to $175. Currently, we're sitting at about $177, and we have a series of higher lows, which is a confirmed uptrend. As you'll notice, here's our major low. We have a high here, a new low, a new high. So uptrend, right? Then we get an intermediate term downtrend right here to June 22nd. But generally speaking, whenever I see major range lows, in this case, we have a higher low right here. We're getting back up to our prior range high here. We saw a lot of resistance back here. We saw a lot of support here before breaking down. If we break above $185, this thing is going to soar. So yes, it's been liking the market, but I could see this being easily a strong asymmetric risk to reward trade for at least 33% up to 244, and potentially back up to that prior high of 268 for a 46% move. But generally speaking, because this thing is lagging so much relative to, let's say, an XRP and not performing as well as Ethereum in the same period of time, it leads me to believe that this thing is a laggard. So it's not that it won't have its glory day in the sun. It's not that it can't rally for some new major all-time highs. It's just that this thing is very inflationary. A lot of tokens are consistently entering the market, creating a lot of overhead supply. And so the demand needs to be equivalent or greater in order for this thing to really rally and run, which is why this thing has been struggling below its range highs of $185, even when the rest of the crypto market is rallying really hard. You'll also notice that, yes, although we're seeing a lot of buy volume to the upside and an increase and an expansion, we're not seeing anything near that third standard deviation like we're seeing on XRP and Ethereum and even Bitcoin. So Solana needs some time. And if I were to be a buyer of Solana right now, I'm a buyer of it at above $185 confirmed close on a daily time frame, or back down again to that 10 and 20 EMA, 170 and even 160. Anywhere in those ranges would be a great time to buy Solana. Anything below there, I think, would be fine as long as we continue to remain in a bull market. So as long as we're in a bull market, even if this thing were to dump to, let's say, 148, totally fine. Sometimes you just get deeper dips, and if anything, that would look like a really good buy opportunity. Now, looking at Doge, I have a very long trend line here coming all the way back to October of 2023. If I get out of the way, let me go ahead and actually remove this right here. You'll see right here we had a low. Then we had our next lows coming in September of 2024. Massive expansion in volume on the moves above the resistance here at 13 cents for a high of 48.5 cents. You'll notice we've yet to touch the all-time high, which came in 2021 when Elon Musk was talking a lot about it at 74 cents. But this bull market cycle, you'll notice consistently when it pumps, it rallies extremely hard. Very similar to XRP in that manner. And Doge is just a meme coin, but it is by far the largest meme coin. It's not lost its market share, its mind share. It's going to continue to grow. And guess what happened? Not only did we get supported at this major long-term trend line, we got supported yet again in April and again in June, and is now rallying right back up to its range resistance and highs here of about 25 cents. So a break above 25 cents, I think, is easily going to take us up to at least 48 cents. And this bull market cycle, we could easily see $1 top on something like this, which would be about a 300% gain from here because we're at 20 cents, right? So if we hit $1, look, almost 281% from current prices. I think that is a massive and an easy play. And even if we hit the prior range high at 48 cents, that's still 74%, or even a 200% gain, about 175, up to the all-time high of 74 cents. But look at this. Perfect expansion in volume, virtually no sell volume. I think this thing is ready to fly above 25 cents. Again, to keep things simple for the sake of this video, right back down here at 20 cents, I'd be a major buyer of something like Dogecoin. So with all of that said, in all of these situations, with every single one of the cryptos that I've mentioned, Bitcoin, XRP, Ethereum, Solana, and Dogecoin, we might just have another opportunity to buy in a healthy range where it retraces just a bit before that next leg up. And by the way, for many of these cryptos, something like Ethereum as it breaks above $4,000, or even XRP as it breaks for a new all-time high, this will literally be the calm before the storm. And by the way, that storm could take these things to prices that you are kicking yourself for not entering sooner, because some of the prices will be unbelievable. Now, that said, I've seen this every single bull market cycle. Many people sell way too soon. Many people hold on for way too long because they think, oh, a $10 XRP or $15 XRP is still not the top and we're going higher. But then the top is eventually in, it retraces back down to $7, $3. And then I'm not saying it will. I don't know. All I'm saying is I've seen a lot of people give back those gains because they don't have a plan or a strategy to take profits. So the real question is, where do you take profits? I would argue when you go over to CoinGlass and you actually see these bull market peak indicators start to reach into a range where it looks like it's becoming red and Bitcoin looks like it's topping off. And Bitcoin could top off somewhere at $175,000 to $250,000 this bull market cycle. I don't expect a 500K Bitcoin for another few years. So we could see a mega cycle that's unlike anything we've ever seen before, where it's a 6-year period of time instead of a 4-year period of time. But listen, I don't know. And since I don't know and nobody knows, the reality is just because I don't know doesn't mean that someone else knows. Nobody really knows. There's always going to be a few lucky people that call the top perfectly. But again, a broken clock is right twice a day. And those people tend to continue to brag about it and shout it from the mountaintop so everyone knows that they're the best trader on planet Earth and here, buy my stuff. At the end of the day, this is a better strategy. Watch for Bitcoin. When it starts to get into this red zone, start to think about taking profits off the table on altcoins around the same time into a month later. Now, finally, what's going to occur over the next day or two? Well, here's the reality. We're coming into Sunday, and Sunday we tend to see in a bull market environment some rallies. So if we see breaks above those ranges that I gave you on every one of those cryptos, that's going to be really good. If not, then it looks like we might chill out for a little bit longer. We might have another opportunity to buy some dips, maybe some new local lows in those ranges that I mentioned, down to the 10 or even 20 EMA. But day traders right now are lining up to buy Bitcoin and Ethereum, XRP, Solana, and we can see it on the liquidation maps when we're looking at futures. I tend to go to the Bitcoin chart. I go to the 7-day time frame. I remove all the leverage, and as you can see right here, people seem to be short on Bitcoin to the tune of about $10 billion. On the long side, we have about $8.4 billion. So a bit more money's on the short side, which leads me to believe we're going a little bit lower before we break for some new highs. And this has been a good indicator this entire cycle, I've noticed. Wherever you have more money, by the way, on the green side, this is short. You can see that these are short liquidations, which means if Bitcoin pumps to $130,000, $10 billion is going to be lost by these traders. This tends to lead the market. I'm telling you, I've seen this 1,000 times over. And when more money's on one side, that's the side you typically want to bet on. I know it sounds counterintuitive because you're like, well, don't you want to be counter trend trader? Don't you want to trade against the herd? But I've noticed that this is a pretty good indicator. Now let's go ahead and look at the futures charts, or better yet, the open interest chart on Bitcoin. And right now you can see that into these rallies where we broke above about $110,000 and $12,000 right back here, open interest was seriously increasing, and it actually continued to increase all the way up to our new all-time high of $123,000. Since that point in time, we've seen a decline in price and a decline in open interest, which leads me to believe that shorts are now opening or piling into the market. That's also denoted by the amount of traders that would be liquidated if Bitcoin reaches new highs. So I'm pretty confident that we're likely coming back down to at least $116,000. And if you were to look at that chart I was showing you earlier, just go over to Bitcoin, to that potentially 20 EMA for $114,000. If we come back down to, let's say, $110,000 to $112,000, Also going to be a phenomenal dip buying opportunity. Virtually all the cryptos that I mentioned are going to dip with it. And so that's going to be a good range to buy into before the next leg up, because everything from the charts that I'm looking at is screaming bullish, which means this truly is the calm before the storm. And so that's it for the video, folks. If you enjoyed it, be sure to subscribe. Also, go to this link right here in the description below in order to learn how to safely turn your portfolio into passive daily cash flow, no matter what market we're in, whether it's a bull market or a bear market. This is a live 3-day event we're hosting starting today. If you're watching this video on Sunday, it starts today. By the way, if you're watching this video at any point after that, you can still register and join in on one of those future day calls. In other words, on the 21st, 22nd. And if at any point in time you're watching after that, we'll likely have a link to be added to a wait list where you can join at some point in the future if we decide to ever host another event like this. But again, it's absolutely free to join. All you have to do is click that link and register. And I hope to see you on the other side, my friend. Thanks so much for watching the video. Goodbye.
So imagine opening your banking app and seeing a Bitcoin tap.
Bomb alert with Judge Juan Merchan that you do not want to miss. This is the judge who oversaw the case between Donald J. Trump and Alvin Bragg, where they
to integrate the multi-billion-dollar stablecoin market into the U.S. economy.
This legislative win for the crypto industry.
Bragg, where they tried to put Trump in prison for the payment that was made, the hush money payment that was made to Stormy Daniels, because it was on the wrong line of Trump's taxes, I believe. They put it on the wrong line, Trump's accountant did. And so they tried to throw Trump in prison for this. And the judge who donated to Joe Biden in the past, he also donated to the Stop Republicans campaign in the past, which I personally think is a very biased thing. This judge's daughter also profited money because she's a progressive, which if you don't know what a progressive is, it basically means you're a lib 2.0. It means you're extra lib, you're a super lib, right? If you're a progressive superhero, you got lib squared on your shirt. And that's the judge's daughter who made money. And Kamala Harris was involved. Adam Schiff was involved. And you're trying to tell me nothing fishy was going on? I don't know about you. You just saw that new report that just came out where Obama and Adam Schiff are now facing huge, huge problems because of what Tulsi Gabbard is uncovering and President Trump with Russia. Yeah, I'm not going to trust them on this one either. Okay, so we're going to expose the deep, dark, nasty truth about Judge Juan Merchan, the Colombian-born judge, and we're going to dive into it all. But before we do, we're going to read the Bible. We're going to pray because God comes first. Amen. Comment amen down below. Today's Bible reading is John 10. I give them eternal life, and they shall never perish. No one will snatch them out of my hand. My Father, who has given them to me, is greater than all. No one can snatch them out of my Father's hand. I and the Father are one. Amen. So comment amen down below. And my brothers and sisters, congratulations to everyone who has joined the Invest Like Trump program. There is still now the bonus of up to $1,000 in bonus stocks when you join my link. And I just lowered the price to only $5 a month. And you can learn and join and learn how to invest in the stock market and learn how to take advantage of this Trump market. You can go to my website, thefinancezone.org. I'll see you guys in there. The price goes up tonight. All right, my friends. So we have major breaking news. Norm Eisen. This is huge. Norm Eisen almost admitted that Judge Juan Merchan was part of his Bragg lawfare team to get Trump after raising millions. Eisen was certain Judge Merchan would sentence Trump to jail. This is huge, guys. The truth, the deep, dark, nasty truth about Judge Juan Merchan is officially coming out. And if you guys don't know Judge Juan Merchan, look at this. He publicly donated, or was caught, now it's public. He donated, look at this, during the 2020 United States presidential election, Merchan donated to Democratic Party candidate Joe Biden's campaign. First of all, if you donated to freaking Joe Biden, I don't have respect for you. If you put your, not only, I just don't have respect for you, not because of your political beliefs, you're a Democrat, that's fine. But you donated to Joe Biden That dude, you wanted him to run our country? Give me a break. He also donated to the Progressive Turnout Project. He also donated to Stop Republicans, which is a subsidiary of the Progressive Turnout Project. What is Stop Republicans? It's this: chip in to fight back against far-right Republicans. It's an accountability campaign of Progressive Turnout Project, a grassroots funded effort dedicated to resisting the Republican Party and Donald Trump's right-wing legacy. The judge donated to this garbage. Somebody give me a freaking break.
We need to sound the alarm. This was the closing paragraph of my New York Times op-ed. Very privileged to be a regular guest essayist there.
Wow.
And I wrote for my post-trial editorial, I wrote the case for why Trump should be sentenced to jail. I think less than a year in jail.
Yeah, these are the people who write the freaking media articles. They're so freaking biased. It's insane.
And the last paragraph of that, I said one of the important parts of the verdict, and I think the message that would be sent by a jail sentence is an alarm to the American people about the threat we face. Because if you look at Trump and his allies,
yeah, the threat that Trump put on our country. Yeah, the same guy who got shot. The guy who got shot's the threat. Who would have thought?
Responses. I just this morning went up before I got on the podcast. The American Autocracy Threat Tracker. We track all of Trump and his allies' promises, hundreds and hundreds, to impose a dictatorship in the United States. He admits he's going to be a dictator on day one.
Yeah. This guy probably also thinks Trump's involved with Project 2025. They're idiots. It's literally freaking insane. Look at Alina Habba going out. Alina Habba came out and talked crap on Judge Juan Merchan, rightfully so.
So there are so many different ways to go at this, but let's just start with the kind of overt visual abomination of this case, which is the judge's daughter has Donald Trump in prison as her avatar. In what universe does somebody who makes tens of millions of dollars donating to put Donald Trump in jail, plus has the avatar of Donald Trump in jail?
That's the judge's daughter. Their avatar is Trump in prison.
I'm a father. I have little daughters. I would do anything for my little daughters. I just had a daughter turn 2 this weekend, and so I'd do anything for them. In what universe does anybody expect a fair trial here when you can literally see that this is the fetish to put Trump in prison?
So, the truth is it's worse than that. So in New York, which is different than most states, there's actually a law against judges working on a trial where they or somebody in their 6 degrees of separation, and his daughter being an immediate, obviously, relation, has any interest financially. His daughter, and what we do know is his daughter does work with this company that does the branding, the advertising for people like Chuck Schumer. And when she profits, when he profits, she profits through the advertising and those types of things. And it's really disturbing to me because if the case is lost, it actually financially disincentivizes the judge for his daughter. So you're not supposed to sit on a bench when you have any sort of motivation that's not completely unbiased. You should have no motivation other than to apply laws and facts and hold people accountable that need to be, and release people who have been wrongfully persecuted and prosecuted. And we do know
not only Chuck, but also to Kamala Harris.
Trump's criminal paperwork for president, that case continuing to be muddled, the falsifying business record case in New York. Judge Juan Merchan is refusing for a third time to step aside in the case as the former president attempts to delay sentencing until after the election. And as his presidential immunity in this case specifically remaining up in the air, if you will, new details about just how close Judge Merchan's daughter is to Trump's presidential opponent are emerging.
Newsmax correspondent Christina Thompson joins us live from Lower Manhattan at the courthouse where all of this is unfolding. Christina, good morning.
Good morning. Well, it turns out that Judge Juan Merchan's daughter had a working relationship with Vice President and presidential opponent to Donald Trump, Kamala Harris.
Oh! What?
Lauren Mershon met VP Harris on several occasions in 2019. That's according to her employer, Mike Nellis, the owner of Authentic Campaigns consulting firm where she does work. Now, in a
So they're literally
U.S. House Judiciary,
literally consulting them. And you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy about this? What the judge donated to? If you go back to look here, look at what it says under their mission. It says, we will do everything possible to elect Kamala Harris and Democrats up and down the ticket on November 5th. The judge donated to this, that we will do, quote, everything possible to elect Kamala freaking Harris. Give me a break, someone please. And now the judge's daughter's she's running a consulting firm that's helping Kamala. What? The judge and the daughter. Oh.
Committee Chairman Representative Jim Jordan. Nellis says that Lauren Mershon never developed an individual relationship.
Who cares?
And that, quote, it is unfortunate and disappointing that the committee appears to be villainizing Ms. Mershon, the daughter of Judge Juan Mershon, who presided at Donald Trump's legal proceedings in New York. Now, despite Lauren Mershon helping to raise more than $90 million in campaign donations for two major Democratic clients of hers, while using the case in their solicitation emails, a state court ethics panel has said that Mershon could continue as the judge on Trump's case. Lauren's employer, though, is distancing themselves, writing on X, quote, over the last year and a half, our agency, Authentic Campaigns, has been targeted by a baseless conspiracy theory that suggests our company is somehow involved in the Donald Trump fraud trial in New York. The accusations against us are absurd and completely false. Now, we are still waiting to hear what the court decides as it relates to Donald Trump's immunity claim. Emma?
That is freaking insane. I don't know about you, but that's insane to me because, oh, yeah, it's all fine and dandy because, they weren't directly related, but look at this. This is crazy.
Up to, but I know his family's getting rich from the trial. And his daughter is raising tons of money from this. The daughter's been paid by the Biden campaign, being paid by Adam Schiff, who colluded with the star witness.
So you got the Biden campaign, Kamala Harris, Chuck Schumer, and Adam Schiff working with the daughter's company. And there's nothing fishy. And the judge donated to freaking Joe Biden, too.
Michael Cohen. And Trump can't talk about it. Cohen can say whatever he wants, but Trump is gagged. They are threatening to throw the Republican nominee for president in jail for talking, Maris, for talking during an election. Now, I'm not a lawyer, just play one on TV, but according to the gag, you could have the Loch Ness Monster as a juror, and Trump can't say the Loch Ness Monster is real. That's $1,000. Boom, right there. It's not fair, it's unconstitutional, and it goes against everything that this country stands for. But I know.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's absolutely absurd because if you're raising money off the trial like that, it's like and Adam Schiff's involved, it's like a little bit insane, right? Because take a look at this. If you're telling me that, Adam Schiff's, like, look how much money they raised off this. $93 million. Them clients trial raised $93 million. Two Democratic clients of the daughter of the judge overseeing Trump raised at least $93 million. Donations have raised Manhattan Supreme. There's so much money coming in, too. They're all Trump haters, right? Trump's attorneys are now filing another motion demanding the jurors recuse himself. I believe so, too. This is the judge's daughter, Lauren Mershon, president of Authentic Campaigns, a Chicago-based progressive. Yeah, look at this. Adam Schiff's involved. He's the lead prosecutor in Trump's impeachment trial, and the Senate Majority PAC, a major party fundraiser. Yeah, I wonder how Adam Schiff got so much money. I wonder why. Trump took aim at Judge John, called him a certified Trump hater who suffers from a very serious case of Trump derangement syndrome. When is Trump ever wrong? When is he ever wrong? Someone tell me, please. Trump pleaded not guilty. So let's get back to Alina Hobbs here, guys.
affiliations there with his daughter. We filed motions to recuse. The team has filed motions to recuse. They have failed to recuse. He's failed to recuse himself. There's frankly not a judge that I sat in front of who doesn't have a disdain for President Trump who has recused. And it's a shame because the recusal process is flawed in itself. The judge himself decides whether he can or cannot sit for the trial and be impartial. Tell me one person, for instance, me, who wouldn't love to just go do a trial against Chuck Schumer.
Yeah.
I would love to, but that doesn't mean that I should. Okay, and that's where this is. And unfortunately, this trial is proceeding today in front of this judge, Judge Merchan, who, by the way, also put Alan Weisselberg in jail not once but twice. Organization, who's also Steve Bannon's judge. We are seeing the most corruption in the state of New York, across the country, frankly, with these DAs and AGs, and then it permeates in the court system, which is supposed to be where you get to go in and put the case on. And I'm concerned. I really am. I know what New York juries are like. I know that you're in a blue state. They do that on purpose. That's why we're in Georgia. That's why we're in Washington. That's why we're in states. And I don't know, Benny. I'm concerned, and I've always said this, but I've lost faith in our judicial system, to be honest.
Yeah, it's because of people like Judge Merchan. Now, President Trump just came out and addressed the nation, so let's tune in.
You better go out and buy stock now. Let me tell you, this country will be like a rocket ship that goes straight up. This is going to be numbers that nobody's ever seen before. Rising market will do. Oh, it's going to be a lot higher. In fact, I told people 5 weeks ago, it's a great time to buy. I criticized for that. Now they don't criticize me anymore. People should have listened. But it's going to go a lot higher. You're going to see, we've never had anything like this happen. Explosion of investment and jobs. Great companies are coming in. Never seen anything like it. The markets are going to boom. The stock is going to boom. The country's going to boom. And the rest of the world wants to see, is there any way they can make a deal?
President Trump says that the stock market is going to boom. Are you invested in the stock market? If you're not, but you want to learn how to invest, go to my website below, thefinancezone.org. I just lowered my monthly price for the program to only $5 a month. You get access to the Invest Like Trump course. You get access to all the daily announcements and updates with what stocks that I'm buying. And you also get sign-up bonuses of up to $1,000 in bonus stocks and another sign-up bonus of up to $200 in stocks with our referral links. So go join the program now if you want to learn how to invest like Trump at my website, thefinancezone.org, or the link below. I'll see you in there. Now let's get back to the video. By the way, Judge Merchan, where was he born? He was born in Bogota, Colombia. He immigrated to New York City when he was 6 years old, growing up in Jackson Heights, Queens. His father was a military officer in Colombia. I don't know about you, but this just smells like you're an immigrant from Colombia. You're moving to New York City, which is very, very liberal. I just feel like, what are the odds that you're born in Colombia, immigrate to America, and then you become a Republican? I feel like it's really low. Or you become a moderate. I feel like you're most likely going to become a Democrat because they're like California and New York. Like, imagine you immigrate into Los Angeles. Look what Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass do in there. Look what happens in New York City. They shove this liberal ideology down your throat, you know? And then you put Alec Weisselberg in prison. I mean, that's just wild to me. I mean, I just don't see how he would be like a moderate whatsoever, right? It just seems like he's going to end up becoming a lib. Judge Giannine Pirro says Judge Merchan, who is also a judge. So we got one judge talking about another judge. Judge Giannine versus Judge Merchan. Let's hear him out. Let's hear her out.
Say to the defense and to the prosecution, you are moving too close to reversible error here. Let's trim the fences here a little bit. But Merchan, and I heard one person say on Fox, oh, he's a really experienced judge. He's a fool. He's not an experienced judge the way he's doing this. For him to say, please keep your answers short and listen to the questions while she is laying out there could be another prosecutable offense against Donald Trump that I'm not even going to mention. He is allowing reversible error in. He should have said, I'm going to strike that testimony. There should have been a curative instruction right then and there on the spot. But instead he says, well, I'll think about it, make a request at the time of charge, at the time of my charge. No. And then he sends the jury out and lays out the prosecutor for allowing his testimony in. This judge is either all in on convicting Trump, irrespective of whether it's going to be reversed, and I would bet my house this will be reversed by the Court of Appeals.
One of the things, though, that Greg is that even if it is reversed, it wouldn't be until after the election.
Oh, wow. That's freaking crazy, right? And even Stephen Miller's going off on Judge Bertrand. It's like, it seems like nobody has anything good to say about this judge. Why is he there?
Just to make a point on what you just said, Louisiana versus Ramos, established unanimity. This ruling just happened in 2020, and was written by Gorsuch, and had liberal justices and conservative justices saying, no, you can't just have one juror decide a man's fate forever. You have to have unanimity. Otherwise, you have a jury and that person is free. That second.
Yeah, that was a very, very big, widely publicized case.
How you
think should actually Mershon is familiar with it.
Yeah. So I guess, do we have a country?
Yeah, we have. The lesson for all these things is you can't stop us. That's just your view, right? He knows as a key thing to understand. He knows as a technical matter that there isn't a precedent for appealing jury instructions. Whereas that phase of the trial, there's no appeal. So he knows, how's that remedied? It's remedied on appeal post-conviction. It's a reversible trial error, right? So what is he doing? He's saying, I don't give a damn. Get me my damn conviction. The appeals court will do what it'll do. Months after the election, just get me my damn conviction. He's rigging it in broad daylight. Oh, there's no consequences. Where's the Bar Association? Nowhere to be found. No one's even implying or saying that he would lose his law license. But again, all of these problems are solvable and will be solved. To keep going back to this point is, if you want to save your country as much as they want to destroy it, and you do what has to be done from an organized and a community standpoint to achieve that, there are things that every one of you can be doing every single day in your community to help achieve this saving of our country. So be informed, yes, and use that information to act constructively on a daily basis. Because right now, we're having this conversation, the radical left is out there organizing and scheming and plotting in every which way they can. And you have to be doing just as much work in defense of this country as others are doing in pursuit of its end.
Wow. It's literally inexplicable what this judge has done. I mean, I can't even. It's crazy. So this is actually President Donald John Trump's lawyer, Mike Davis, who went scorched earth on New York Judge Bertrand after the Trump sentencing. Watch this.
Can you please walk me through what potential charges would be brought against Juan Mershon? In this case, you say you want to throw his ass in prison. Walk me through the landscape there, Mike.
Right now, I'm going to pause the video. I want to ask you, do you think that judge could actually or should actually go to prison? I mean, I'm just throwing it out there.
Want to throw his third world Marxist trash ass in prison and then revoke his citizenship and send him back to the Cali cartel or wherever the hell he came from in Colombia. And let me tell you what it is. It's 18 U.S.C. Section 241, conspiracy against rights, a very serious federal civil rights felony. And when you politicize and weaponize intel agencies and law enforcement to go after your...
By the way, I just looked up, is Bogota, Colombia a liberal area? Often considered a liberal area. Bogota, Colombia is often considered liberal. Historically, the city has been associated with the Liberal Party, which dominated Colombian politics until 2002, indicating strong liberal influence. Additionally, a survey suggests 45% Bogotans support same-sex marriage, reflecting progressive views on social issues. Overall, Bogota is recognized for its liberal stance in various aspects of its political and social landscape. This guy was destined to be a liberal, you know. I'm just saying, you got to look at this stuff for sure, right? Because all clues are pointing to him being liberal, being Trump hater. And that's what Trump said too.
To your political enemies for non-crimes, which is exactly what happened here. You have committed that very serious federal civil rights felony, and judges are not immune from 18 USC section 241. So I would say to Juanito, or whatever the hell this judge's name is, this third world Marxist trash, that you better lawyer up, buddy, because there has to be a criminal court. You are corrupt, you are partisan, you are dangerous. You took our country to the brink, and your adult daughter, Lauren Michon, made a lot of money out of this, and you sat on this case. There's a reason they picked you, because you are a stooge. You're just like Alvin Bragg and Tish James and Matthew Colangelo and Penny Willis and Nathan Wade. You guys are just bottom of the barrel lawyers and judges, the dumbest people in the legal system, so the George Soros types can use you and manipulate you like puppets. Like, for example, putting your adult daughter Lauren on Democrat people and making her a lot of money, which is corruption by Judge Rashad to stay on this case.
Yeah, that part is for sure crazy. But you know what's even crazier is now FBI Director Kash Patel, we have this video of him actually talking about this judge. Let's tune in, guys. Because now the director of the FBI, you should look at what he has to say about this judge.
It's just amazing that he would say that.
It's shockingly unconstitutional, Trace. It's great to be with you. And I'm here to announce on your show a measure that I'm working with Congress that should be Congress's bread and butter. And I'm calling for the subpoenas to be issued to Judge Marsan's daughter's company, who made $15+ million from illicit information pouring out of her father's courtroom. I want to know the bank records, because money doesn't lie. I want to know how deep it is and how much of it went to the family and how much of it is going to the family after this false conviction. And then we need to investigate the FEC actual violations that this judge and his family conducted, because he should never have been overseeing this trial to begin with, because of the illicit campaign money that was flowing through there, and the unconstitutional due process violations are only the beginning. So America's calling for accountability of our judicial system, and Congress is the only lever that has it. And I'm hoping for one or two brave members of Congress that I'm talking to issue those subpoenas ASAP.
It's just amazing that you would say that.
It's crazy. So we could actually see now some major consequences from this judge. But I don't know about you, but personally, now I would be, happy to see Kash Patel go after him. Look at this.
Rashawn threatened Trump with arrest if he isn't in court every single day of the trial. Is that true? What's going on here?
Yeah, this is insane that this is happening. It just shows you how clearly biased and partisan this Democrat Manhattan Judge Juan Merchan is. Again, he is clearly anti-Trump. He donated to Biden, his daughter. His adult daughter has a clear financial stake. One thing you should know about this judge is he also has a juror questionnaire. And in this juror questionnaire, to figure out who the potential jurors are going to be on this trial, there are like 2 million people in Manhattan. And this judge is asking these potential jurors if they are following Trump on social media, if they're associated with his campaign in any way, but he's not asking if any of these potential jurors are following President Biden or associated with President Biden's campaign. It's just this whole process is clearly rigged against President Trump. There's no question that President Trump is going to be found guilty and convicted under these bogus charges. Eventually reverse appeal, maybe the Supreme Court of the United States.
Wow, that's crazy.
But that won't happen before November 5th, 2024. That's the whole point of this. So Democrats.
Whoa. So, I'm just curious to see, is there finally going to be some accountability with this judge, with Judge Juan Merchan, right? It's so wild, because shouldn't the judge face some backlash to this? I mean, listen to this judge.
After careful analysis and obedience to governing mandates and pursuant to the rule of law, this court has determined that the only lawful sentence that permits entry of a judgment conviction without encroaching on the highest law of the land is an uncommitted discharge, which the New York State Legislature has determined is a law and permissive sentence for the crime of falsifying business records in the first degree. Therefore, at this time, I impose that sentence to cover all 4 counts. Sir, I wish you Godspeed as you assume the second term of office. Thank you.
I wish you Godspeed. After all that, oh, I wish you Godspeed. Like, what's the point of that? I mean, come on. Like, why are you literally gonna be saying, "Oh, I wish you Godspeed"? It's like, to me, it just doesn't make sense at all. Now, President Trump just came out and spoke, so let's tune in, guys.
Actually, will be stronger than ever before. I think the market's going to soar when they see what's happening. I do every day with numerous big companies. I spoke at the Business Roundtable yesterday.
Wow, so the stock market is going to soar, Trump says.
The market we're in great shape. We're making a lot of money as a country now, for the first time in a long time.
Yes, we're making a lot of money, my friends. This is actually a screenshot from my investment accounts. They're up over $8,000 in the last month just from investing like Trump. Trump said you better go out and buy stock now. So if you want to learn how to invest like Trump, go to my website, financezone.org. I just lowered the price to only $5 a month, and you'll get a bonus once you join inside the program. Stock up to $1,000 via the link below. You can sign up in 2 minutes, and that sale ends today, and then the price goes way back up. So go check it out at thefinanцezone.org. We'll see you guys in there. Let's get back to the video. And now we have literally the truth now coming out. This is on Doug in Exile. Go subscribe to Doug. He is doing some great investigative research, and he made this video about Judge Merchan. So go subscribe to Doug, and let's tune in to this, my friends, because this is literally blew my mind. Let's tune in, guys.
Judge Juan Merchan in New York, the guy who's overseeing the Stormy Daniels case under Alvin Bragg and Letitia James and all the New York corruption. His daughter is now coming out as being a major fundraiser and supporter of Adam Schiff, among others. They're so compromised, disgusting. We have a great article from the great Julie Kelly. We're going to go over together. Welcome to Doug in Exile. This is where the Happy Patriots are. This is some of my shows get a little more legalese. And it's important to hit that stuff too, because I want to show you how at the legal level, these guys like Merchan, the judge, are being opened up hopefully to investigations, and he's being asked to recuse himself.
Trump, as you said, he talks about how the judges, he said they can talk about me, but they can't talk about them. That sounds fair, doesn't it? Question marks. This judge should be recused and the case should be thrown out. There's virtually never been a more conflicted judge than this one.
Let's read this. It's declassified with Julie Kelly. Ties between Judge Merchan's child and Adam Schiff represent major conflict in the hush money trial. Warren Merchan's firm was paid $4 million by Adam Schiff. $4 million compromise. At the same time, he conspired Michael Cohen to take down Donald Trump. Remember, these are the lies that Adam Schiff said with Russia. Cohen will be a witness in Judge Merchan's courtroom next month. So direct money has passed from the judge's daughter to, Michael Cohen. This is one of the major witnesses against Trump in this Stormy Daniels. That whole thing is so corrupt. This is going to get unpacked in the history books. At the end of 2019, Representative Schiff, chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, was leading the first impeachment efforts against Donald Trump. After months of making accusations and conducting congressional inquiries related to Trump's July 2020 2019 call with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, a conversation Democrats describe as a quid pro quo, attempting to trade military aid for an investigation into Biden's family corrupt business deal. Schiff and his 600 Democrats delivered articles of impeachment at the Senate on January 2020. That's the backstory of this whole thing. That same month, the Schiff's campaign committee paid a new Chicago-based consulting firm $600,000 for digital media buys, presumably to spread the word by email, text, and social media online advertisements. But the California congressman planned to oust Trump, so he's running on persecuting Trump. The firm, Authentic Campaign, is headed by Lauren Mershon, the 34-year-old daughter of a New York judge, now overseeing the so-called hush money case against Trump. Judge Juan Mershon just set an April 15th trial date for Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg's multi-count indictment accusing Trump of falsifying business records related to a payout made to former porn star Stormy Daniels over an alleged sexual encounter. Trump repeatedly denies these allegations. Important to remember all this. It's just like, is anyone an honest dealer in Trump and that whole in New York and that whole anything to do with legality? Is New York, are there any honest judges left? Contrary to hand-wringing assertions that the former president and his allies are unfairly attacking Judge Mershon's child, Lauren Mershon's lucrative contracts with some of Trump's most prolific enemies are fair game. Her ties to Schiff are especially troubling, given Schiff's role in refurbishing the reputation of one of Bragg's star witnesses, barred lawyer, and convicted perjurer Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen found by the court to be lying. He is a liar. This is Alina Habak making fun of Michael Cohen. He's a Trump ally, and he turned on him. Now they bring him back in this. Well, this is the only witness we can find to help us out on Stormy Daniels' case to affect Trump's whole campaign. It's not going to work. That's what's funny about this stuff, guys. They keep trying. They're like, what's going to work against Trump? He's Teflon. They keep throwing everything against him, and it don't stick. The fixer, the child, and shifty Schiff. According to Federal Election Commission reports, Schiff's campaign committee paid Authentic Campaigns more than $3.7 million for digital media acquisition between January 1st, 2019 and December 31st, 2020. In addition to the media buys, Schiff paid Authentic Campaigns $215,000 for digital consulting fees. Isn't it good to see Schiff was throwing money around for marketing and it still didn't work? You can buy as much media as you want, and you can't, at least permanently, counter the truth. During the same time period, Merchant's firm raked in nearly $4 million. Schiff turned Cohen, Trump's lawyer, who paid Daniels $130,000 to keep quiet before the 2016 election against her former client. Merchant's work for Trump's biggest antagonist in Capitol Hill helped her earn a quote, Rising Star Award from Campaign and Elections magazine in 2020. You can just buy these awards now. Rising Star Award. As president and partner of Authentic Campaigns, the editor, Stuart Mershon, is setting new benchmarks in the digital media space by doing groundbreaking historical work for clients like John Preston, Kamala Harris, her vice president, Adam Schiff, and others. This judge is so dirty.
Daughter on social media. She works for a Democratic consulting firm. Trump has been trying to argue that she is conflicted and therefore the judge should be recused from the case. He moved to recuse the judge once before. He said he's going to file another motion to do that. That first was denied.
How can you not want to help his daughters defend her career and not undermine her as a liar by finding Trump guilty? But the client was misrepresented Trump's basis. We're asking Judge Mershon to step down from the case. Trump's attorney also cited Mershon's attempts to pressure former Trump Organization CEO Alan Weisselberg into accept a plea deal on tax fraud charges. Weisselberg simply offered. Mershon then sentenced a 75-year-old veteran with no criminal record for 5 months at Rikers Island. one of the toughest prisons, most dangerous in the country. Well, Your Honor should recuse himself of the case. Todd Blanche, Trump's defense attorneys, wrote in May of 2023, just about a year ago. Your Honor's close connection to President Trump's political adversaries and her work at financial interest in a firm which is deeply ingrained with Democrat politics raises real and legitimate concerns about the court's impartiality. That just seems like common sense, guys. I don't get what the controversy is.
In this statement that we just saw from Donald Trump, he goes off. He goes off on the judge. He goes off on the charges against him. He says it's unfair. He says people are biased against him. And you know what? The gag order, he's allowed to do all of that. He didn't hold anything back. He went on an angry rant, and that's allowed under the gag order.
Financial well-being of Honor's daughter depends at least in part on the success of authentic business model is one that requires that attack President Trump and support individuals and cause the direct competition with President Trump. Unquote. We'll go even farther. This business, daughter's business, must succeed based on court cases of Trump. They have to show that the court cases prove him guilty. There's financial reward in them doing that, and they've been campaigning on it because they don't want to look like they were lying, that they were telling the truth about Trump cases. There's a financial need for them to say these things about Trump.
What Trump is allowed to do under the gag order is to say essentially what he just said. He is perfectly within his rights to say this judge is biased against me. He's perfectly within his rights under the gag order to say this case is unfair. He can say the EA has that motives. What he cannot do is see things that endanger the process beyond that. He cannot attack jurors, he can't attack witnesses, he can't attack the daughter's judge. So again, I think it's a nice example. The trick before the judge in any gag order is balancing the defendant's First Amendment rights. You have broad First Amendment rights.
How can the judge say, like, if I rule against Trump, it will affect my daughter's business? He's not going to do it. Merchant, who has presided over numerous Trump-related cases and will oversee the May trial of longtime Trump confidant Steve Bannon in New York for alleged fraud, that's going to be fair, denied Trump's request in August 2023, denouncing Trump's speculative and hypothetical scenarios as to how the judge and his daughter would profit off court proceedings against Trump. I did one. Merchant attached to his order a 3-page analysis of the New York Advisory Committee on Judicial Ethics to bolster the decision not to recuse. Don't tell me that. I wonder what party is most made up of the New York Advisory Committee. What party do you think is all over the New York Advisory Committee? Very good. They think we're dumb. Anyways, I can read the rest of this article. I'll get down to the conclusion by Julie Kelly, since I love her work for that respect. Trump's lawyers indicated they will file another motion to recuse if Merchant has any integrity left. He will step aside, not just to salvage his own reputation, but his daughter's too. If he doesn't, the only individual responsible for the so-called attacks on his trial is Judge Merchant himself. Sir, we're trying to help you, keep you from publicly embarrassing your daughter with your own crimes as a judge. I'm Doug in exile.
Wow, that is just absolutely insane, my friends. And I'm really curious.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Common Sense Crypto Channel. As with you always, this is Rich doing another video today on XRP. So I hope you're all having a wonderful day today, wherever you are in this great world. We're going to talk about XRP. And I got to start with this. Pundit, the XRP holder, when BlackRock comes in, you'll be glad you have one XRP. Now, BlackRock eventually announces that they're filing for an XRP ETF. I think that will signal go time for the XRP ETFs. But BlackRock is going to utilize the XRP ledger for tokenization, in my opinion. BlackRock did not enter this space because of Bitcoin. They just realized they could make a lot of money off of Bitcoin. They're really here for the tokenization. And once tokenization starts to really amp up, I'm expecting the price of XRP to amp up with it. Now, a lot of people are saying that Brad was meeting with the IMF instead of being at the Genius Bill signing. But this shows that this happened on May 6th, not yesterday. So, managing director of the IMF, Kristalina Georgieva in San Francisco, taking a picture of the Golden Gate Bridge back on May 6th and decided to repost that memory today, just after Genius Act became law. That just happens to be where Ripple is based from. So it looks like maybe the IMF leader was meeting with Ripple back on May 6th, not on the day that the Genius Act was signed. But we know Ripple has been in talks with the IMF for a very long period of time now. And this is why it matters. So the IMF equals ESDR equals 5 basket digital currencies being backed up by gold from 5 different countries within their own basket. XRP will be that tool to move ESDR value. If XRP is moving ESDRs, we are going to $1,000 very quick. And a lot of people even said that XRP could emerge as an ESDR as well. It could already be looked at as ESDR. I think it's going to emerge as the bridge. It's got to move value. That's what XRP does. But that doesn't mean it's going to be cheap at all. In fact, it means the opposite. It's going to be very expensive for one XRP. Corporate Treasury adoption wave hits XRP. 471 million commitments across 3 firms. And it's just the beginning. Weebus, Vivo Power, and Wellgistics Health all have treasuries for XRP. This is going to continue to advance. We're going to see other companies doing this because they are going to treat XRP like digital cash or borderless payment with regulatory clarity, liquidity, and fast settlement as driving forces. This is how institutional adoption starts, not with headlines, but with balance sheets. And they're going to lock away this XRP for long periods of time. They're not going to sell because the price just went up. They're going to utilize XRP for its actual use case. This is what will lead to scarcity. This comes from smoke. There are also a lot of Fortune 500 companies waiting for clarity. Once they get the green light, we're going to see these Fortune 500 companies utilizing XRP as a bridge for their stablecoin. I mentioned this a little bit in that previous video. So if Amazon creates a stablecoin, they're going to need a bridge. Walmart introduces a stablecoin, they're going to need a bridge. They're also going to need the rails. Ripple set up those rails over the past decade. That's why there's not going to be a replacement for XRP like an overnight event. Every time a new cryptocurrency popped up, oh, that's the XRP killer. Remember all that bullshit? Well, you cannot replace something overnight. Not when the rails have been being built for the past decade. And we are still witnessing more and more rails coming from Ripple directly and partners of Ripple every time you turn around. There's another rail getting built out. I'm known for going out on a limb, so I'll say this. XRP will retire your bloodline. This comes from subjective views. Sheila Warren was the previous CEO at Crypto Council for Innovation in 2022. They filed an amicus curiae brief in support of Ripple, and in opposition to the SEC's motion for summary judgment. Now take a listen to what she says here.
I think you're going to see more and more embedding of this entire ecosystem slowly over the course of time within traditional financial systems.
So what's the biggest takeaway then for those investors who might say, I'm not in it, I want to take part in terms of the gains, but I'm worried about all the volatility?
Well, I think there's going to be continued volatility in altcoins, right? And so sector by sector, we have sectors in crypto as well. With Bitcoin, it's about what you want your exposure to be. And anybody, I think you've seen this already, and it's well established. With altcoins, Ethereum being the granddaddy altcoin, the question is going to be what's your appetite for what kind of volatility. Over time, some altcoin will emerge as the Bitcoin.
She said some altcoin will emerge as the Bitcoin. In other words, an altcoin will eventually replace Bitcoin for the #1 spot. And take notice, she was also talking about integration into the current financial system at the same time. What do you think she's talking about? Damn right, it's XRP. On repeat, thanks. Take a listen to Jake Clapper here.
What's your 2020? Let's go January 1st, 2026. Where do we think XRP could be, and how do we get it?
If all of the events and catalysts play out in the time frame that I think that they will, $1,500, $2,000 XRP.
$1,500 or $2,000 XRP if all the catalysts play out. What have I been telling you this entire time? The catalysts are lining up in a short period of time. They're all set to play out over the course of just a couple of months. If all those catalysts happen around that same time frame, all of a sudden, we're going to be looking at a very expensive XRP. He's calling for $1,500 to $2,000 per XRP with those catalysts. SEC Commissioner proposes cross-border sandbox for crypto and tokenized assets. So crypto regulation is on the brink of transformation as US and UK leaders push to align on digital asset sandboxes that could reignite blockchain innovation and remove compliance roadblocks. What have I been telling you? Other countries are going to jump on with whatever the US comes up with. And that's what's going to clear the way for cross-border payment. Also, moving tokenized assets from point A to point B. SEC's Pierce calls for US-UK Crypto Sandbox Alliance to unleash digital asset innovation. The SEC is now clearing the road, giving everyone the green light or go time around tokenization, cross-border payments, and so on. It's all playing out perfectly. And this all lines up with the other catalyst we're waiting for XRP as well. I'm telling you, the next 12 to 24 months are going to be absolutely astonishing for utility-driven cryptocurrencies. Not just XRP, but all utility tokens. Top 3 altcoins trending in Nigeria in the 4th week of July. So the first one is Ethereum. The other 2 are XRP and HBAR. I'm telling you, HBAR is going to have a fantastic run in this cycle. Everybody should be holding some HBAR as well. You know, when we were in the bear market, I was doing HBAR videos and XRP videos almost every single day because HBAR was advancing just as quick as Ripple was advancing with no price movement on the price of HBAR and no price movement on the price of XRP. Now that we're in the process of moving into alt season, I think HBAR and XRP are going to start to show all of that value, all of that growth that happened all during the bear market. And each bar is going to be a shocker. I can tell you that right now. Same thing with XRP. Ripple and Circle faced pushback from top U.S. banking associations. The pages they didn't want you to see. Big banks are sounding the alarm, calling Ripple's banking move risky, unclear, and a threat to their system. Crypto versus TradFi is heating up. What's going on is this. The banks are worried. They're already seeing the shift happen, and they know that they're going to end up being left behind. Because when you have a bank, like if Ripple was to come out as a bank, you would see so many people that are crypto people, crypto investors, start utilizing Ripple as their bank. And they're going to be moving more and more customers away from the traditional banking system. But customers are already leaving the banking system. They're not gaining new customers. Brick and mortar branches are closing down one after another. You already see the shift happening. But because you're a crypto investor, you're already in this space. You already looked past the traditional banking system. You realize the bank is never going to make you rich. However, you could get very rich by investing into crypto. And the banks are trying to stop this from happening every way they can. The problem is the U.S. is now pushing forward. They're not staying in the past anymore. And the banks are starting to realize it. California sheriffs believe 74-year-old disappearance is linked to son's crypto fortune. How many times have I told you, you cannot be out there bragging about your crypto holdings, because it doesn't only make you a future victim possibly, but also your family. A 74-year-old man's disappearance in May after leaving home without his phone. Authorities believe the disappearance is linked to the man's family's crypto fortune. They found evidence of fraudulent activity and impersonation of him to communicate with family members. The man's son, a hedge fund executive, believes someone stole his father's identity and drained over $1 million from his account. You cannot be out there bragging about how much XRP you're holding. I see people do it every single day on X. I'm telling you, people are paying attention to that. What do you think is going to happen when XRP reaches $20, $30, $40, $50? You are making yourself a bigger and bigger target for these people. Stop bragging about your crypto holdings. I stress that. If so many people are about to get life-changing money in this space, there's no reason to go and brag all over social media. I don't see the need to do that. Just like people shopping for mansions and Lambos. If you don't sell your crypto and you put your crypto to work for you, you could build an empire around your crypto bag if you have a good game plan and you don't sell too soon. I want to get rich with all of you. You cannot do what these people are doing. And definitely don't sell because somebody else thinks it's a good idea to sell at different price points. We'll talk more about maybe taking profit at certain price points as the price of XRP continues to rise. But until it happens, stay patient, stay positive, and let's get rich together.
This story time about how I got started. So I was talking to this boy, we was talking about cool, so he was always in my car, I ran around in my car, we used to always be together, riding around and stuff like that. But they put me in the show, they put me in the show, blah, blah, blah. So I was just asking him the whole time, like, am I gonna die? Am I gonna be okay? He just tell me am I gonna die? I was like, am I gonna be okay?
Also need now 5 women here police. for your help to find whoever shot and killed this young woman, Mia Nixon, back in January. Investigators say her family is hurting and pushing for justice in her case.
It was 1:45 a.m. when a single gunshot shattered the silence of Crestwood neighborhood in Birmingham, Alabama. 21-year-old Mia Nixon collapsed in her own driveway, blood pooling beneath her as she took her final breath just steps from her front door. But here's what will shock you. 30 minutes before that fatal shot rang out, Mia was alive and arguing on Facebook Live with a man who hurled an accusation that would change everything. He called her a set-up queen, claiming she lured innocent men into deadly traps for money. Was Mia really the predator he painted her to be, or did that very accusation become her death sentence? Tonight, we're exposing the truth about Mia Nixon's hidden world, a world where beauty appointments mask dangerous schemes, where social media arguments turn lethal, and where a young woman's secrets cost her everything. Before we reveal what really happened in those final 30 minutes of Mia's life, like and hit that notification bell because this case has more shocking revelations than you could ever expect, and you definitely don't want to miss what we've uncovered. At just 17 years old, while most teenagers were worried about prom dates and college applications, Mia Nixon was already building her empire. Armed with nothing but YouTube tutorials and raw determination, she taught herself the art of nail design in her Birmingham bedroom. What started as a creative hobby quickly transformed into a thriving business that had clients lining up for appointments. Mia wasn't just any beauty technician, she was a visionary. Her Instagram feed showcased intricate nail art that looked like tiny masterpieces, geometric patterns, hand-painted florals, and custom designs that had women across Alabama reaching out for bookings. "I want my own salon," she'd tell her mother Erica, sketching floor plans on napkins during family dinners. Not just any salon, the kind where every woman feels like royalty. Her social media wasn't just about showcasing her work. Mia used her platform to encourage other young women to chase their entrepreneurial dreams. Posts about late-night practice sessions, client transformations, and motivational quotes filled her feed. Comments poured in from followers calling her an inspiration, a role model, someone who proved you could succeed without a fancy degree or family money. The bond between Mia and her mother Erica was unbreakable. They lived together in the Crestwood neighborhood, where Erica watched her daughter's business grow from their kitchen table to a steady stream of clients. Clients didn't just come for their nails, they came because Mia made them laugh, made them feel heard. Her reputation in Birmingham's beauty community was solid gold. Other nail technicians respected her skill, clients raved about her professionalism, and younger girls looked up to her success story. At 21, Mia had already accomplished what many spend years trying to achieve. But here's where things get interesting. Scrolling through Mia's social media revealed some puzzling contradictions. Photos showed her holding stacks of cash that seemed excessive for a young nail technician just starting out. Designer bags, expensive jewelry, and several pictures of her posing with firearms, all while frequently dressed in red outfits that became her signature look. For someone building a beauty business from scratch, the lifestyle appeared unusually lavish. The question that began circulating among those who knew her was simple: where was all that money really coming from? Have you ever met someone whose public image seemed too perfect? Someone who maybe had secrets hiding just beneath the surface? Let me know in the comments if you've ever felt that way about someone. It was December 2nd, 2022. Mia Nixon was doing what she always did after a long day of perfecting nails and building her clientele, sitting in her car, probably scrolling through her phone, maybe texting friends, completely unaware that someone had her in their crosshairs. The attack came without warning. Multiple gunshots shattered the quiet evening as bullets ripped through her car windows. Glass exploded around her as she desperately tried to shield herself. One bullet found its mark, tearing through her right ear and exiting through her eye. The pain must have been excruciating, but Mia's survival instincts kicked in. Somehow, against all odds, she stayed conscious. Emergency responders rushed her to UAB Hospital, where doctors worked frantically to save her life. The bullet had missed vital areas by mere millimeters. If it had been just slightly different trajectory, Mia Nixon would have died that December night. Instead, she became a walking miracle, a young woman who literally looked death in the face and lived to tell about it. But here's what nobody could understand. Who shoots a 20-year-old nail technician? Mia wasn't involved in gangs. She wasn't known for causing trouble. She was building a legitimate business, chasing her dreams of opening her own salon. Yet someone had tried to execute her in cold blood. The months following the shooting changed everything about Mia's world. Family members noticed she became more guarded, more careful about her surroundings. Her mother Erica watched her daughter transform from a carefree young woman into someone who jumped at unexpected sounds. Then came December 2nd, 2023, exactly 1 year after the attack. Mia posted on Facebook, celebrating her survival anniversary. "A year ago today, I almost lost my life," she wrote, sharing photos from her hospital recovery. "But I'm still here, and I'm grateful." The community response was mixed. Friends and family flooded the comments with heart emojis of praise for her strength. But others started asking uncomfortable questions. Some people whispered that maybe there was more to Mia's story than anyone knew. After all, random shootings targeting young beauticians weren't exactly common in Birmingham. Her family's concerns grew stronger each day. Erica Nixon would later tell investigators that she begged Mia to be more careful, to stay home more often, to avoid whatever situation had put her in danger the first time. But Mia insisted she had no idea why anyone would want to hurt her. The question haunted everyone who knew her: what kind of enemy does a nail technician make? Who feels threatened enough by a young woman's success to try to eliminate her permanently? Looking back now, that December 2022 shooting seems like a warning, a failed first attempt that should have been a wake-up call. But instead of retreating from whatever had made her a target, Mia continued living her life the same way. She kept posting on social media, kept building her business, kept maintaining the same social circles. What nobody knew at the time was that Mia's survival story was about to become much more complicated. Because 3 months before her death, police would arrest her for something that would change everything people thought they knew about the sweet beauty tech from Birmingham. If you survived something like that, would you change your entire life? Or would you keep living the same way? Drop your thoughts below. 3 months before that fatal night in January, Birmingham police made an arrest that would completely change how people viewed Mia Nixon. The charges: drug trafficking. The bond amount: a staggering $440,000, an astronomical sum that left everyone asking the same question: where does a 21-year-old nail technician get that kind of money? The arrest happened quietly in late 2023, but word travels fast in Birmingham's tight-knit communities. When the news broke, neighbors who had watched Mia grow up couldn't believe it. Mrs. Johnson, who lived 2 doors down from the Nixon family, told reporters she was completely floored. She'd seen Mia working on clients' nails in her home salon setup, always professional, always polite. The idea that this same young woman was allegedly moving drugs seemed impossible. But posting that massive bond, that raised even more eyebrows. Most families in Crestwood would struggle to come up with $4,000, let alone $440,000. The math simply didn't add up for someone whose primary income came from doing nails and hair. That's when the whispers started getting louder. People began connecting dots they'd previously ignored. Those Instagram photos of Mia holding thick stacks of cash, the designer handbags, the expensive jewelry, suddenly they took on a different meaning. Friends started remembering late-night phone calls, mysterious meetings, and how Mia always seemed to have more money than her nail business could realistically generate. The term "setup queen" began circulating in Birmingham streets, and once people understood what it meant, everything about Mia's lifestyle started making sense. A setup queen operates as the fill person for elaborate robbery schemes. These women are typically attractive, charming, and skilled at identifying wealthy targets who won't be missed for several hours. Here's how the operation typically works. The setup queen frequents upscale nightclubs, sporting events, or high-end social gatherings where wealthy men are likely to be spending money freely. She identifies targets based on their jewelry, expensive watches, thick wallets, or flashy cars. The key is finding someone who's displaying wealth but might be intoxicated enough to make poor decisions. Once a target is selected, the setup queen approaches with practiced charm. She engages in flirtatious conversation, accepts drinks, and creates a false connection. The target, thinking he's about to have a romantic encounter, becomes completely focused on impressing her. Meanwhile, she's constantly communicating with her crew through text messages or discreet phone calls, sharing his location, appearance, and what valuables he's carrying. The crucial moment comes when she convinces the target to leave with her. Maybe she suggests going back to his place, or perhaps to a hotel, or even just to his car in the parking lot. The target, believing he's about to get lucky, eagerly agrees. What he doesn't realize is that he's just walked into a carefully planned trap. The crew follows them to the location, often waiting until the target is most vulnerable, sometimes during intimate moments, sometimes when he's passed out from drinking. The setup queen either lets them in or creates a distraction while they enter. The robbery happens quickly and violently, with the victim often too shocked or embarrassed to immediately report what happened. In Mia's case, people started remembering things differently. Those late-night outings she called networking events for her beauty business. They might have been scouting missions. The expensive clothes she wore to downtown Birmingham clubs. Perfect for attracting wealthy targets. Her ability to spot expensive jewelry and designer items. Suddenly that skill seemed more calculated than coincidental. The photos on her social media gained new significance. There was Mia in red outfits, red being a color that psychologically attracts attention and suggests confidence. There she was holding a handgun, which people had assumed was just for protection. Now they wondered if it was a tool of her trade. By day, she was still Mia the nail technician, building client relationships and growing her legitimate beauty business. But by night, according to Street Talk, she may have been operating in Birmingham's underground economy, using her natural charisma and street smarts to orchestrate robberies that could net thousands of dollars in a single evening. This story gets even more intense, so if you're finding this as shocking as I am, show some love with a like and let's continue uncovering the truth together. The question everyone was asking became clear: was Mia Nixon living a double life that would ultimately cost her everything? The clock struck midnight in Birmingham's Crestwood neighborhood. Most residents had settled into their evening routines, television programs winding down, porch lights dimming, the familiar hum of late-night quiet settling over Green Crest Turn. Inside her family home, 21-year-old Mia Nixon moved through what would become her final hours. She'd spent the day working on clients' nails, posting updates about her beauty business, and chatting with friends online. Nothing seemed unusual. Nothing suggested that within hours, her life would end in her own driveway. But at 1:15 a.m., Mia made a decision that would seal her fate. She went live on Facebook. What started as a casual late-night social media session quickly transformed into a verbal battlefield. A man identifying himself as Young Star joined Mia's live stream, and immediately, the atmosphere shifted. "You know what you did," his voice cut through the digital space, sharp and accusatory. Mia's expression changed. Viewers watching the live stream could see her jaw tighten, her posture stiffen. This wasn't friendly banter between acquaintances. This was something else entirely. "I ain't do nothing to nobody," Mia responded, but her voice carried a defensive edge that suggested she knew exactly what he meant. Young Star wasn't backing down. "Stop playing games. You set up my boy. You know you did." The words hung in the digital air like a loaded weapon. Set up. In Birmingham street culture, that word carried weight. It meant betrayal. It meant someone had been marked for robbery, possibly worse. And now, live on Facebook for anyone to see, Mia Nixon was being publicly accused of being a setup queen. The conversation escalated rapidly. Gang-affiliated terminology peppered their exchange, words that meant nothing to outsiders but everything to those familiar with street life. "Pull up then," Mia challenged, her voice rising. "If you got something to say, come say it to my face." "Oh, we coming," Young Star replied. Best believe that. Viewers watched this digital confrontation unfold in real time. Comments flooded the live stream. Some people tried to defuse the situation. Others seemed to encourage conflict. But everyone could sense the danger building through their screams. Mia's responses grew more heated. She denied the accusations repeatedly, but her denial seemed to fuel young Star's anger rather than calm. He mentioned specific details, times, places, people, that painted a picture of organized criminal activity. You think you slick, but everybody know what you're really about, he continued. Setting people up for that quick money. But karma got a way of coming back around. The tension was electric. Even through a phone screen, viewers could feel the hostility radiating from both participants. This wasn't just an argument. This was a threat being broadcast live to hundreds of people. After 30 minutes of increasingly hostile exchanges, Mia abruptly ended the live stream. The screen went black, leaving viewers wondering what would happen next. But for those who knew street culture, the implications were clear. When someone says, "pull up," and the other person accepts the challenge, violence often follows. What happened in Mia's mind during those crucial moments after ending the stream? Did she believe young Star's threats were real? Was she scared? Angry? Determined to prove she wasn't afraid? Security experts later analyzed the timing. The live stream ended at approximately 1:15 a.m. By 1:45 a.m., Mia Nixon would be dead in her driveway. 30 minutes, half an hour between digital confrontation and real-world violence. Mia made the choice to step outside. She could have stayed inside with her family. She could have called the police. She could have ignored the threats entirely. Instead, she opened her front door and walked into the Alabama night. Was she checking to see if young Star and his associates had actually pulled up as threatened? Was she planning to confront them herself? Or did she step outside for some other reason entirely? What Mia didn't know was that someone was already waiting for her in the shadows of her own driveway. The quiet Crestwood neighborhood was about to be shattered by gunfire. And a young woman's life was about to end just steps from her front door. Do you think Mia stepped outside because she was brave or because she was scared? What would you have done in that situation? The clock on Mia's phone read 1:45 a.m. when she stepped outside her front door on Green Crest Turn. The Crestwood neighborhood was quiet, the kind of stillness that makes every sound echo through the night air. What Mia didn't realize was that someone had been waiting for this exact moment. 30 minutes had passed since her heated Facebook Live argument with young Star. 30 minutes of silence. 30 minutes for whoever was out there to position themselves perfectly. Mrs. Johnson, 3 houses down, was still awake watching late-night television when she heard it. A single, sharp crack that cut through the Alabama night like thunder. She would later tell police it sounded like a car backfiring, but something about it made her blood run cold. She muted her TV and listened. Nothing. Just the return of that terrible silence. But inside Mia's house, her family members would later claim they heard absolutely nothing. Not the gunshot. Not Mia calling out. Not even the sound of her body hitting the concrete driveway. How was that possible? The house wasn't that large. The walls weren't particularly thick. Yet somehow, the people closest to Mia, the ones just yards away, remained completely unaware that her life was ending just outside their door. When Birmingham Fire and Rescue arrived at 1:52 a.m., 7 minutes after the neighbor's 911 call, they found Mia lying motionless in her own driveway. She was positioned between her car and the front steps, as if she had been walking toward the street when the shot was fired. Blood pooled beneath her head, and her car keys were still clutched in her right hand. The paramedics worked frantically, but it was already too late. Mia Nixon was pronounced dead at the scene at 2:03 a.m. Detective Sarah Martinez was the first investigator to arrive. She immediately noticed what wasn't there. No shell casing glinting in the driveway. No weapon discarded in the bushes. No footprints in the soft dirt around the house. No blood trail leading away from the scene. Whoever did this had been methodical, careful, and fast. The crime scene told a story of precision. One shot. One target. One quick escape. Martinez walked the perimeter of the property, her flashlight cutting through the darkness. The neighboring houses had security cameras, but when police checked the footage later, they found nothing useful. The cameras either faced the wrong direction, were blocked by trees, or had mysteriously malfunctioned that very night. How does someone fire a gun in a residential neighborhood and then vanish completely? How does a killer approach a house, commit murder, and leave without anyone seeing them arrive or depart? These questions consumed the investigation team for months. But perhaps the most troubling question of all was the silence inside the house. Mia's family insisted they were awake, watching television in the living room. The living room that shared a wall with the driveway where Mia died. Sound travels in these older Birmingham homes. Voices carry. Footsteps echo. So why didn't they hear the gunshot that ended their daughter's life? Was it a silencer? Was the family lying? Or was there something else, something the investigators hadn't considered yet? As the sun began to rise over Crestwood that January morning, one thing was crystal clear: Mia Nixon's killer had planned this perfectly. They knew exactly when she would step outside. They knew exactly where to position themselves. And they knew exactly how to disappear without leaving a single trace behind. The question that would haunt everyone involved was simple: who knew Mia's routines well enough to predict her every move? The Birmingham Police Department faced an immediate crisis. Within hours of discovering Mia's body, detectives realized they were dealing with a calculated execution that left virtually no trace. The crime scene yielded nothing substantial: no shell casings, no footprints, no DNA evidence that could point them toward a suspect. The investigation hit roadblocks from day one. The shooter had vanished like smoke, leaving behind only questions and a grieving family desperate for answers. What made this case particularly challenging wasn't just the absence of physical evidence, it was the wall of silence that immediately went up around the Crestwood neighborhood. Residents who normally cooperated with police suddenly claimed they saw nothing, heard nothing beyond that single gunshot. The few who did speak whispered about retaliation, about what happens to people who talk too much in situations like this. Fear had settled over the community like a heavy blanket, suffocating any potential leads before they could develop. Detective teams worked around the clock, but every avenue seemed to lead to a dead end. The positioning of Mia's body, the precision of the single shot, the killer's clean escape, everything pointed to someone who knew exactly what they were doing and had planned this execution carefully. 3 weeks into the investigation, Officer Truman Fitzgerald stood before local news cameras, his frustration barely contained beneath his professional demeanor. His words carried the weight of genuine desperation as he addressed the Birmingham community directly.
Nothing's too small. We know the streets are talking. We know Mia was extremely popular, but our detective need that information. So anything you have, please call that Crime Stoppers.
The Birmingham Police Department announced a $5,000 reward for information leading to an arrest, a substantial amount that demonstrated how seriously they were taking this case. Crime Stoppers became involved, emphasizing that tips could remain completely anonymous, no questions asked. Fitzgerald's tweet went viral on social media, shared thousands of times across Birmingham's various neighborhoods. But despite the emotional appeal and the financial incentive, the response remained disappointingly quiet. While the official investigation struggled, Birmingham's social media exploded with theories, accusations, and speculation. Mia's Facebook page became a battlefield of conflicting opinions about who she really was and what she might have done to deserve such a fate. Comments ranged from supportive tributes to outright accusations. Some users posted crying emojis and heart symbols, remembering the young woman who had done their nails and made them feel beautiful. Others left harsh words, claiming they knew about her alleged activities and suggesting this outcome was inevitable. The community found itself divided into camps: those who remembered Mia as the ambitious beauty technician with big dreams, and those who believed the rumors about her involvement in street activities. This division made the investigation even more complex, as potential witnesses had to choose which version of Mia they were willing to support publicly. Anonymous tips began trickling into Crime Stoppers, but most were based on gossip rather than actual evidence. People called in with stories they'd heard secondhand, rumors about past setups, speculation about enemies Mia might have made. Each tip required investigation, but none led to concrete evidence. Detectives conducted extensive interviews with everyone in Mia's immediate circle. Friends from the beauty industry spoke of her ambition and creativity. Family members described a loving daughter who wanted to build something positive with her life. But when conversations turned to her arrest for drug trafficking or the allegations about set-up schemes, people became vague and uncomfortable. The canvassing operation expanded beyond Crestwood into surrounding neighborhoods. Officers knocked on hundreds of doors, asking residents if they'd seen suspicious vehicles or unfamiliar people in the area around January 10th. The response was consistently unhelpful. Nobody saw anything unusual that night. Surveillance footage from nearby businesses and residential security systems was collected and analyzed frame by frame. Hours of video revealed nothing more than the ordinary late-night activity of a quiet neighborhood. The killer had somehow managed to approach Mia's house, commit murder, and escape without appearing on any cameras. Social media became both a resource and a hindrance. While platforms like Facebook provided insight into Mia's final hours and her argument with young star, they also generated countless false leads as internet detectives shared their own theories and accusations. Why do you think communities sometimes stay silent in cases like this? Have you ever been in a situation where you knew something but were afraid to speak up? Share your thoughts in the comments below. The investigation was becoming a race against time, with each passing day making it less likely that crucial evidence would surface or that witnesses would find the courage to come forward. The news of Mia's death traveled fast through Birmingham streets, but nowhere faster than social media. Within hours of her body being discovered, young Star, the same man who had argued with Mia just 30 minutes before her murder, went live again on Facebook. This time, he wasn't throwing accusations. He was defending himself. "I ain't got to keep playing," he said, staring directly into his phone camera. "I be in jail. Nobody never said they was gonna pull up on nobody, none of that. I was just gonna live down here." His voice carried a mixture of frustration and panic. "If I did it, them phones going to pay. I got 3 phones. Tell my direct location where I was." Young Star knew how this looked. He understood that being the last person to publicly argue with a murder victim made him an automatic suspect. But his defense was calculated. He wanted everyone watching to understand that if he had killed Mia, police technology would have already caught him. "Y'all know how the police play," he continued, his words rushing together. "If I shot somebody, they want these phones, want all that. Stop playing with me. I ain't no rookie to this, boy." He was betting his freedom on the belief that cell phone towers and GPS tracking would prove his innocence. But young Star didn't stop at defending himself. He had a theory about who really killed Mia, and he wasn't keeping it to himself. "Somebody called that girl outside," he insisted. "She got shot, y'all putting my name in it, doing all that talking." According to him, someone else had lured Mia out of her house that night, someone with a personal vendetta. The community watching these live videos was divided. Some believed young Star's frantic explanations. Others thought his immediate need to clear his name made him look guilty. Comments flooded in from people who knew both Mia and young Star, each adding their own piece of the puzzle. Then came the response that changed everything. A man known as Vito decided young Star's explanation wasn't good enough. He went live with his own video, calling out what he saw as lies and misdirection. "I was arguing with the girl. You trying to throw it on somebody else?" Vito said, his voice sharp with accusation. "You the one was mad about something, but I ain't said nothing." Vito's video revealed something crucial. There was more to the relationship between these men and Mia than just one argument. "Which one of your homeboys she set up?" he asked directly, "'cause we already know that's you on them fake pages talking about what somebody set up." This question opened a floodgate. If Mia had indeed been setting people up for robberies, and if young Star's crew had been victims, then the motive for murder became crystal clear. But Vito wasn't buying young Star's innocent act. The back and forth between these two men created a web of accusations that police couldn't ignore. Each man pointed fingers at the other, each claimed to know who the real killer was, and each had their own version of events. Social media had become a courthouse where evidence was presented in real time, but where truth was harder to find than ever. What started as young Starr trying to clear his name had evolved into a public argument that revealed the complicated relationships, street politics, and potential motives that police were trying to understand. Every live video added new players to the story, new accusations to investigate, and new questions about what really happened to Mia Nixon. The investigation was no longer just about physical evidence. It had become about decoding the digital trail of threats, arguments, and confessions happening in real time on social media. For Erica Nixon, January 10, 2024, wasn't just the night her daughter died, it was the night her world completely shattered. Standing in that same driveway where Mia took her last breath, Erica's voice trembles as she speaks to reporters. "I just want justice for my daughter," she says, her words carrying the weight of a mother's anguish. She didn't deserve this. But Erica's pain goes beyond just losing her daughter. She's been forced to watch as social media exploded with accusations and rumors about Mia's character. Comments flooded Facebook calling her daughter names, questioning her lifestyle, even suggesting she had it coming. For a grieving mother, these attacks feel like losing Mia all over again. "People don't know who my daughter really was," Erica tells local news stations. "They see the rumors and they think they know the whole story. But Mia was my baby. She was working hard, building her business, trying to make something of herself." This heartbreak has transformed Erica from a private family woman into a fierce advocate. She attends every community meeting, speaks to anyone who will listen, and refuses to let her daughter's case fade into Birmingham's growing list of unsolved murders. She organized prayer vigils, distributed flyers with Mia's photo, and personally called the police department weekly for updates. The Crestwood neighborhood hasn't been the same since the gunshot shattered the January night. Mrs. Johnston, who lives 3 houses down from the Nixon family, admits she hasn't slept well since the shooting. If it can happen to that sweet girl right in her own driveway, it can happen to any of us. 11 months have passed since that fatal night, and the Birmingham Police Department still has no arrests. Detective files remain open, but leads have grown scarce. The $5,000 reward money sits unclaimed, and tips to Crime Stoppers have slowed to a trickle. Yet Erica refuses to accept that her daughter's killer might never face justice. She'd created a Facebook group called Justice for Mia Nixon that now has over 3,000 members. Local television stations continue covering the case, and true crime podcasters have begun featuring Mia's story, spreading awareness far beyond Alabama's borders. "Every day I wake up hoping today will be the day someone finally speaks up," Erica says. "Someone out there knows what happened to my daughter. Someone knows who pulled that trigger. And until they come forward, I won't stop fighting." The question that haunts everyone remains: will Birmingham streets finally break their silence, or will Mia Nixon become another cold case file gathering dust? So what really happened to Mia Nixon that night? After months of investigation and countless hours of street chatter, 3 major theories have emerged from the shadows of Birmingham's underground world. The retaliation theory stands as the most compelling explanation. Think about the timeline: 30 minutes between that heated Facebook Live argument and gunshots in her driveway. That's barely enough time to drive across town, let alone plan a random attack. Someone was already watching, already waiting. The accusation of being a set-up queen wasn't thrown around lightly in Birmingham streets. If Mia had indeed lured someone into a robbery that went wrong, the victim or their crew would have marked her for payback. Street justice doesn't follow courtroom rules. It's swift, brutal, and personal. The code demands blood for blood, and in this world, accusations like "young star" made on live video are essentially death sentences. Consider this: the shooter knew exactly where to find her, knew her routine, knew she'd step outside to check if threats were real. This wasn't random violence, this was calculated revenge. The rival theory presents another chilling possibility. Birmingham's illegal drug trade is territorial, competitive, and deadly. If Mia was truly involved in trafficking operations, As her arrest suggested, she might have stepped on the wrong toes. Drug territories in Alabama cities are marked by invisible boundaries that civilians never see. Cross those lines, sell in the wrong neighborhood, or steal someone's customers, and you're asking for elimination. Her $440,000 bond wasn't pocket change. Someone with that kind of money had serious operations running. Big money means bigger enemies. Perhaps Mia tried to expand her business into someone else's territory. Maybe she was skimming profits or working with rival crews. In this business, trust is everything, and betrayal costs lives. The random violence theory seems least likely but can't be ignored. Birmingham has seen its share of mistaken identity murders. Wrong car, wrong driveway, wrong victim. The city's crime statistics paint a grim picture of violence that sometimes strikes without reason or connection. Could Mia have simply been in the wrong place when someone came looking for a different target? The Crestwood neighborhood isn't immune to spillover violence from other areas. Sometimes innocent people pay the price for wars they never knew existed. But the timing still bothers investigators. The Facebook Live argument, the quick response, the precision of the attack, these elements suggest planning, not randomness. Based on everything we've covered, what do you think really happened to Mia? Was this retaliation for a setup gone wrong, rivalry between drug operations, or something else entirely? Drop your theory in the comments below. I'm genuinely curious what you think after hearing all these details. Mia Nixon's story forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about the choices we make and their consequences. When young women like Mia get caught between legitimate dreams and street life, families pay the ultimate price. Her mother Erica's grief reminds us that behind every headline is a family destroyed, a future stolen, and a community left questioning how things went so wrong. The beauty industry in Birmingham lost not just a talented artist, but a young woman who inspired others to chase their dreams through creativity and hard work. Here's what we know for certain. Regardless of the allegations, the rumors, or the street talk about setup schemes, Mia Nixon did not deserve to die in her driveway at 21 years old. The complexity of her life doesn't diminish her right to live, to change, to make better choices. We can acknowledge that some of her decisions may have been questionable while still demanding justice for her murder. Human beings are complicated. We're not purely good or purely evil. Mia was a daughter, a sister, a business owner with real dreams, and someone who may have made dangerous choices. Both things can be true simultaneously. Social media has transformed how crimes unfold and how justice is pursued. That Facebook Live argument became evidence. The online accusations became part of the investigation. Digital footprints now tell stories that traditional detective work might miss. Community involvement remains crucial for solving cases like Mia's. When neighbors stay silent out of fear or indifference, killers walk free. When families like the Nixons refuse to give up, cases stay alive in the public consciousness. Breaking cycles of violence requires honest conversations about why young people choose dangerous paths, how communities can offer alternatives, and what happens when street justice replaces legal justice. Mia's case isn't closed. Her killer still walks free. But her story continues to resonate because it represents the complexity of modern crime, the power of family love, and the ongoing fight for justice in America's cities. Nearly 1 year has passed since Mia Nixon was gunned down in her own driveway, and her killer still walks free. Birmingham detectives continue working this case, but they need what they've always needed, the community to break its silence. Someone out there knows exactly what happened that January night. Maybe you saw a car speeding away from Greencrest Turn. Maybe you heard conversations about Mia in the days before her death. Maybe you know who young Star really is, or you have information about the setup allegations that cost Mia her life. The Birmingham Police Department hasn't given up, and neither has Mia's family. Her mother Erica wakes up every morning fighting for answers, refusing to let her daughter become just another cold case statistic. But she can't do this alone. Justice doesn't happen in silence. It happens when people choose courage over fear, when communities decide that enough is enough. Every unsolved murder sends a message that violence has no consequences. Every family left without answers suffers in ways most of us can't comprehend. Mia's story isn't just about one young woman's tragic end, it's about the choices we all make when faced with truth. Will we speak up, or will we stay silent? Will we demand justice, or will we let fear win? If this case moved you like it moved me, hit that like button and share it with someone who cares about justice. Subscribe and ring that notification bell because we're not stopping until cases like Mia's get the attention they deserve. What did you think about Mia's story? Was she a victim or was there more to it? Let's have a respectful discussion in the comments below. And remember, if you have any information about this case, contact Birmingham Crime Stoppers at 205-254-7777. Your tip could be the key to finally getting justice for Mia Nixon.
Smoke, then came the flashbangs, and by midnight, California City was on fire again. But while families choked on tear gas, while ICE agents were being attacked, and while child labor camps were uncovered at illegal grow operations, Governor Gavin Newsom, well, he was just too busy mocking J.D. Vance's Disneyland trip on Twitter. You heard that right, guys. Newsom is trolling online while his own state is collapsing under the weight of criminal cartels, riots, and federal chaos. And that's when J.D. Vance had enough. What he said next, well, it hit like a nuclear bomb, and it's about to change the immigration fight in this country forever. Because this is not just about ICE. This is about children being trafficked in our own backyard. It's about sanctuary city mayors using your taxpayer dollars to pay people who are basically too afraid to work because ICE dared to arrest criminals. And it's about a president. President Donald J. Trump was finally backing federal agents with the power that they need to be able to win this fight. So today I want to walk you through exactly what happened the night California burned, how J.D. Vance exposed Gavin Newsom's hypocrisy on national TV, and the new ICE policy bombshell that could flip the entire sanctuary city scam on its head. If you appreciate the news updates, hit the like button and subscribe. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for all the well wishes. Thank you for your prayers, helping me to recover. I thank you so much, guys. God bless you guys, and praise God. So President Donald J. Trump is the president of the United States, and under his administration, the federal government is working overtime to restore order across a nation that has been left in shambles by years of weak leadership, open borders, and political theater. But in California, totally different story. Sanctuary cities like Los Angeles, San Bernardino, Bakersfield, they're buckling under the weight of their own choices. ICE agents are being stretched thin. They're under attack from rioters emboldened by political leadership that protects criminals more than citizens. Illegal grow operations are thriving. And just last week, one of those operations found that they were using child labor, while local officials looked the other way. Is anybody okay with that? Yeah, I don't blame you for not being okay with that. And as all of this unfolds, what is Gavin Newsom doing? Well, see what he ain't doing. He's not issuing emergency orders. He's not fixing the ICE bottleneck. He's not protecting the families locked in apartments choking on tear gas. No, Gavin Newsom, he's on Twitter mocking J.D. Vance for taking his kids to Disneyland. No, Gavin Newsom, he's on Twitter mocking J.D. Vance for taking his kids to Disneyland. Is there anything wrong with taking your kids to Disneyland? I mean, this is not satire. This is not parody. This is the governor of the largest state in the country, California, trolling a U.S. senator while his own city's burned. So, guys, this is not a game, okay? People are scared. Children are being exploited, and ICE agents, federal officers, are being hunted on American soil. So, what happened in Portland last year? That was just the warm-up. Because now in Bakersfield, California, the same anarchist mobs that targeted ICE headquarters in Oregon are back, and they've leveled up. They're now throwing bricks. Okay, but they didn't stop. They didn't stop with the bricks. They're also bringing sound weapons, green gas, flares, riot shields, homemade armor, military-style tactics. Their mission: storm the ICE facility, liberate detainees, shut it down permanently. And folks, the Fed fought back, okay? The DHS agents, they were forced to deploy rubber bullets and flashbangs after crowds refused to disperse. Law enforcement, nowhere to be seen. Why? Because California's sanctuary city policies have tied their hands, or maybe even worse, trained them to look the other way. Which do you think it is? Here's the kicker. This didn't happen in some abandoned warehouse on the edge of town. This happened in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Unbelievable. Moms, veterans, kids, working class families.
now trapped in buildings filled with tear gas and gas. The HVA units pumping protest residue into their bedrooms. It's wild what's happening there. Meanwhile, ICE officers are being spit on, ambushed, and ultimately being attacked for doing the job that they were sworn to do. And if they leave, if they back down, what message does this send to every radical in every city from Chicago to Miami, right? That if you riot hard enough, if you throw enough fire, if you scream loud enough, you win. And that's exactly what JD Vance says we cannot allow. They will agree or disagree with that. But if you think that was bad, wait until you hear what ICE found during one of those raids. A grow operation run by child labor right here in the United States. And California officials refused to help ICE remove the criminals responsible. So let's talk about what ICE found during one of those federal raids just outside San Bernardino. A massive cartel-run marijuana grow operation hidden behind a makeshift compound, and inside, children, minors, some reportedly as 13, forced to work in dangerous, toxic conditions, surrounded by chemicals, weapons, and cartel enforcers. But here's where it gets even worse. Suspects already had criminal records, drug trafficking, firearm violation, you name it. ICE flagged them for immediate deportation. And local officials, under Gavin Newsom's sanctuary policies, refused to cooperate. That's right, guys. California officials had the legal ability to help ICE remove these repeat offenders under existing state law. They chose not to do so. Even when the crimes involved child exploitation, JD Vance, he was not having it. He took the national stage and didn't just call it immoral. He called it what it was, a total betrayal of the American people. So where's the line? If trafficking doesn't make California leaders cooperate with ICE, then what will? JD Vance said it straight up. He said, you can't hide behind politics when kids are being exploited. That is not compassion. That's complicity. And he's absolutely right. Now, every once in a while, a message from one of our viewers, it really just stops me cold. Pauline Diener, she said, thank you, Ron, for sharing your information about Chapter. My son's Medicare has been a nightmare for over a year. Chapter finally helped us fix it. They saved him money and got him on a plan that actually meets his needs. Guys, this is the kind of impact that we need more of. This is why I partnered with Chapter. They don't just handle your Medicare. They help fix the stuff that others avoid. Now, if you or a loved one are dealing with a confusing Medicare plan, do not wait. Give our friends a Chapter call right now. Phone number is 909-563-8279. Or visit them on the web at askchapter.org/Ron. I'll leave a link for you guys in the pinned comment. One call might turn your entire year around. So this brings us to the ICE bombshell. After the raid, the national backlash, JD Vance introduced a proposal that would flip the script on sanctuary cities once and for all. Under the proposal, ICE would be federally empowered to override local interference when child labor, cartel activity, or trafficking is involved. No permissions from state leaders required. In other words, if Gavin Newsom won't help stop these traffickers, ICE won't need Gavin Newsom's permission. So JD Vance also calling for a federal public reporting system. This is one that would enforce cities like San Francisco, Oakland, Los Angeles to report every time they refuse to cooperate with ICE on violent exploitation-related crimes. And that's not all. He's also pushing for federal funding penalties on any state or municipality that obstructs ICE during the arrest or deportation of convicted criminals tied to organized crime or any kind of child exploitation. So, you want to mock Disneyland? Try leading a state that hasn't become a narco playground. So who's really protecting children and communities? ICE and JD Vance or Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass? I want to hear what you guys have to say. But the real question is this: why was Gavin Newsom mocking JD Vance on the same day ICE agents were fighting for their lives and neighborhoods being torn apart? Now, trust me, guys, what's coming up next? You'll want direct, okay? My breaking news email is totally free. Grab it. I left the link for you guys in the description down below and in the pinned comment. Get the breaking news newsletter right now while you can. Totally free. So let's rewind to the exact day ICE agents were ambushed outside of a federal building in Bakersfield. Okay, protesters, they were lighting flares in the street, using homemade sound weapons, and overwhelming federal agents with chemical smoke and riot gear. Tear gas poured into nearby apartment buildings. Federal officers suffered head trauma from a thrown object, and children in the surrounding neighborhood were treated for respiratory irritation at a nearby urgent care. And what did Governor Gavin Newsom do? Well, of course, he's on Twitter trolling JD Vance over a family trip to Disneyland. Really? Yeah, really. He posted, "Hope you're enjoying the churros, Senator Vance. California is nice, isn't it?" That tweet went viral, but not in the way that Gavin Newsom expected, because while Newsom was posting snarky tweets, his state was burning, literally. JD Vance, he wasn't playing along. His response, calm, straight, brutal. Have a nice day, Governor. And that's when the media started doing some backflips, trying to spin the moment as a win for Newsom. But the people saw it for what it really was. A man obsessed with going viral while his own state was unraveling. So is this leadership or influencer cosplay? And the same governor who once bragged about California's wildfire prevention plans now brags about his follower count instead of fixing real fires. Like, this guy, is he an idiot? Last week, Gavin Newsom's press team released a statement touting his online engagement milestones, not arrests, not housing development, not public safety, just likes and tweets. And if that was not enough, we'll go ahead and head over to Los Angeles, where Mayor Karen Bass is quietly launching a very controversial cash assistance program. It's being called philanthropy. But here's the truth. It's taxpayer money. Hundreds of thousands of dollars are being funneled into prepaid debit cards for individuals impacted by ICE operations, including illegal immigrants who, quote unquote, are too frightened to go to work. Now, let's be clear. These are not refugees. These are not asylum seekers. These are adults choosing to avoid employment because they fear deportation after committing crimes. That's it. So how do we go from ICE arresting criminals to taxpayers funding payouts for lawbreakers? JD Vance and Steve Holton both slammed the program. We call it what it is: money laundering through nonprofits. Philanthropy is just a figure. The cash is coming straight from the pocket. In LA, well, LA is running a $1 billion deficit, but the mayor somehow, some way, found room in the budget to pay people who are actively avoiding law enforcement. So you want to solve homelessness? Try stopping the cash giveaways for cartel protectors. Now, here's the kicker. The city claims that these programs are temporary, but they've already announced plans to expand them statewide. So while ICE is essentially trying to save kids from the cartels, while JD Vance is proposing real reform to protect American families, Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, they're out here handing out debit cards and they're posting memes and bragging about engagement metrics. So now, while Gavin Newsom is tweeting and Karen Bass is handing out cash cards to lawbreakers, President Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, has been quietly rebuilding the backbone of national law enforcement. Over the last 90 days, the Trump administration has approved $4.2 billion in ICE reinforcements, signed off on 3 federal detention centers, authorized the largest ICE personnel expansion since 2019, and ordered a task force to track sanctuary city interference in trafficking and cartel-linked crime. Now, this is not bluster. This is strategic, calculated, patriotic governance. So while the media is obsessing over Disney jokes and follower accounts, Trump is giving JD Vance and ICE the tools they need to actually clean up this mess. Trump's not tweeting about Disneyland. He's rebuilding America's defenses while the media pretends not to notice. And let's be clear, guys, this is not immigration anymore. This is about public safety, national sovereignty, and the protection of our children. JD Vance, I think he said it best. He said we're no longer asking for permission to keep Americans safe. We're using every tool President Trump gave us to do the job they refused to do in Sacramento. So ask yourself this: when the riots break out, when the grow ops use minors for labor, when ICE officers are ambushed in the streets, who do you want backing the agents on the ground? Gavin Newsom's Twitter account or a president with a strategic plan and the will to act? So here's the part that legacy media will not touch. Even California residents are starting to turn against the chaos and the leaders that are enabling it. In Bakersfield and South Los Angeles, residents who once voted Democrat are now saying, I don't care about politics anymore. Just stop the madness outside my door. Just like in Portland last year, people are trapped in their own homes. They've had tear gas pouring through vents. They've recorded high-frequency protest noise so loud that it caused temporary hearing loss. I mean, some residents are now saying they've made doctor appointments for permanent ear damage. Wow. And what's the mayor's response? Well, we're committed to protecting people's right to protest peacefully. Folks, there is nothing peaceful about this, okay? There's nothing civil about waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning to the sound of explosions and sonic weapons shaking your windows. Even Democrats are realizing that Newsom and Karen Bass have lost control. Are they too late? JD Vance said it loud and clear. You don't need to vote Republican to hate lawlessness. You just need to be a parent, a business owner, or someone who wants to sleep without the sound of riots outside their bedroom window. And I think the message is finally starting to sink in. There's a growing rebellion in California. It's not coming from the radicals. It's actually coming from the working class, the families, the exhausted, the forgotten. And they're done waiting for Gavin Newsom. They're done waiting for him to remember what a governor is supposed to do. And so now the moment the headlines couldn't ignore is this. The moment that ripped the mask off off Gavin Newsom's administration. And the moment J.D. Vance dropped the ICE bombshell, standing before a packed press conference, J.D. Vance introduced new legislation that would empower ICE to bypass sanctuary city interference in cases involving child labor, trafficking, or organized crime, create a federal public database showing when cities obstruct ICE from arresting convicted foreign criminals, and most explosively, trigger automatic funding consequences for states or municipalities that interfere with ICE operations that are tied to national security or child exploitation. And then came the quote that broke the internet, guys. If Gavin Newsom wants to be cute on social media while kids are trafficked on his watch, let him. But we're done waiting for him to grow up. The federal government's moving forward with or without California's permission. Boom. No more begging or cooperation. No more chasing signatures from woke mayors who would just simply rather host drag brunches rather than protect children. J.D. Vance just put the entire sanctuary state system on notice. So whose side are you on? The federal agents defending kids from traffickers or the state officials handing out gift cards to criminals? Let's be clear, guys. This was not a partisan issue anymore. This is a moral issue. Because if your city is shielding men who run illegal labor camps filled with kids, you're not a leader, you're a conspirator. So here's the choice. On one side, you got ICE agents backed by the Trump administration risking their lives to protect American families, J.D. Vance leading the charge to hold sanctuary cities accountable, a growing movement of residents, left, right, and independent, saying enough is enough. Then on the other side, you got Gavin Newsom tweeting about churros while neighborhoods burn, Karen Bass handing out taxpayer-funded debit cards to ICE-evading criminals, and a media class that's just too busy defending performative leadership to cover real suffering. So are you with the people trying to fix this country or the politicians live tweeting its collapse? Because California just got torched and J.D. Vance just lit a fire of his own with one goal only, to burn down the broken system that protects criminals instead of children. Now, let me know in the comments, guys, do you support J.D. Vance's ICE override proposal, or do you think sanctuary cities like LA and San Francisco should continue blocking federal agents? Drop a fire if you're with ICE. Drop a bomb emoji if you're with kids. And like, subscribe, and share this video with someone who still thinks Gavin Newsom is doing a good job. And hey, YouTube thinks that you're really going to enjoy this video that's about to pop up here. They're probably right. It dives even deeper into the chaos that is starting all of this. Tap that video right now. Do not miss what happens next. I'll see y'all over there.
Mention this name, and I got the greatest applause of the whole campaign. We fired Joe Biden's SEC chair, Gary Gensler. We fired him. Want to really see something that said, take a look what happens. We will make America proud again. When you try to, we will make America wealthy again. Yes, together, we will make America great again.
Incompetent, the corrupt, you got to get all these. And then I think that even walked out with your age. You're back. There's a lot of people that be held. Meaning having the whole house. A new sheriff in town. That is home. And it's been a wonderful situation. Oh man, a lot of good things are happening for America. And a lot of good things they don't even want to talk about. They don't want to mention. Especially with the whole Epstein saga going on right now. But we are definitely going to talk about a lot of things that people don't want to talk about on this channel, you know, and bring a lot of news out they don't want to show you, a lot of things they don't want to show you. But I hope everybody that's tuning in right now that you are blessed, well, healthy, that you have had a great week, having a great weekend, that you're in good spirits. Take some time out for yourself, treat yourself, take care of yourself. I love you guys. You know, we wish the best in everybody's life. Don't care where you come from, what you look like, what your age is, what your skin color is. We don't care. You know. But White House just released this video. It's making its rounds, it's breaking the internet. And I definitely want you guys to see this just 6 months in for President Trump's second term. And let me know how you feel about it. But I definitely want you guys to check this video out.
before we jump into the big announcement. Check it out. President Trump marking 6 months in the White House.
It is my honor to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Donald Trump immediately heading to work with a remarkable show of the use of executive power.
We've never seen anything like this. There's 20,000 people cheering for every executive order signed.
President Trump comes in and immediately begins taking action to fix each and every one of these fires that the Democrats started.
With 6 months delivering on the agenda. This ultimately is promises made, promises by the president.
This is a message to the rest of the world. The days of ripping off America and Americans are officially over.
The Trump archives are a series of near impossible feats.
We have the safest, most secure border in the history of this nation.
Border crossings have dropped so much that federal agents now outnumber illegal crossers.
He had a mandate and he's delivering on it. The American economy is better for it. NASDAQ and S&P both hitting all-time highs.
Gas prices are down. Retail sales are up. $2 trillion in international financial agreement and record tariff revenue.
The USA is on a roll, culminating in the signing of the One Big Beautiful Bill on July 4th.
A bill for and by the people.
Thanks to this bill, Trump will fight tomorrow and still point to an enduring legacy.
He's full steam ahead for America.
This movement that President Trump has started is only getting bigger. It has more energy, more enthusiasm.
What he's going to do is show up, work hard, and deliver every day for the American people. You're watching history. So buckle up, because the next 3.5 years will probably be just as busy.
Boy, wasn't that something? I got chills, man. Y'all got chills. Let me know in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. Again, subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Join the family. But also, there's one thing that Trump just signed into law that's going to save many lives. You know, but again, they don't want to talk about this or that. You know, the only thing they want to focus on right now is the file. Now we understand why millions of people want full transparency and accountability as promised. You know, this entire election, this entire campaign. You know, when it comes to releasing this, releasing that, and just being fully transparent with the people. But I know a lot of people overlooked this. I didn't see a lot of people even talking about this. This was huge. Check this out.
It's an honor to be with you. Today we strike a righteous blow to the drug dealers, narcotic traffickers, and criminal cartels that we've all been hearing so much about for so many years. And we take a historic step toward justice for every family touched by the fentanyl scourge as we sign the Halt Fentanyl Act into law. With this bill, we are officially and permanently classifying all fentanyl-related substances as Schedule 1 narcotics, meaning anyone caught trafficking these illicit poisons will be punished with a mandatory 10-year minimum sentence in prison. We're joined today by just a few of the millions of families ravaged by this scourge.
This is what we voted for. Mr. President, God bless you. God bless our angel families who are all here with us today.
So today, all Americans will cross one to opioids and renew our vow to liberate America from this horrible plague that will be getting the drug dealers, pushers, and peddlers off our street. There will not rest until we have ended the drug overdose epidemic.
7 years, no, 655. Right?
Yesterday afternoon, the president is in the eastern of the White House mourning with parents who have lost their children because of fentanyl, signing a bipartisan piece of legislation. And not a single cable network in this country took that of their lives. $35,000. Those are the issues the president cares about. What could be more important to the American people than helping families who have lost their children? Those are the issues this president is going to remain focused on.
And there you have it. President Trump just signed the Halt Fentanyl Act into law. Major bipartisan move. The law permanently classifies all fentanyl-related substances as Schedule 1 drugs, giving law enforcement more power to crack down harder on traffickers who flooded our streets with poison, leading to record deaths. China manufactures the precursors of the poison. Cartels push it through our open border in recent years. That's how we got here. This new law also protects access to legit doctor-prescribed fentanyl. And the message really is, we're done. playing defense.
Yeah, whew, a lot of big wins in the Trump administration. Again, a lot of things people are not talking about, mentioning, bringing up, or even showing, especially the fake news media. We know what they're all focused on right now. But a lot of wins in this administration. And, for them, it's just the big bad orange man, threat to democracy, dictator, Hitler, big bad orange, you know. But they don't want to report on what's actually going on and all the good that is happening in America. And it might be your first time seeing it too, maybe, But on this channel, we are going to talk about everything, expose everything. We're going to show you things that they're not showing you, not talking about, So that's why I tell you guys, man, be here. We are rocking and rolling on this channel. And we're rooting for President Trump and want to try to put in the spotlight of all the good that they're doing. But here he mentions a firing, and the crowd just goes wild. So let's check this out.
That number can change, but it doesn't change by much. The map was almost totally red, and you guys were with us right from the beginning, exactly 1 year ago this month. Many of you were with me in Nashville, Tennessee. Do you remember that day, right? That was a big day in Nashville, Tennessee, when I became the first presidential candidate ever to address the Bitcoin conference. And at this time, and at that time, crypto builders and founders were under relentless assault by the Biden administration, which was trying to crush your industry and crush you as people and go after your families. And they were a vicious group of people. People don't realize that they were vicious, incompetent, but vicious. Well, Joe was an incompetent guy, but he was always known as the vicious guy. I guess if you're going to be in that, you're probably if they're incompetent is better, right? Because you don't want to have a vicious guy that's competent. If you did, I wouldn't be standing here today. But I pledged that we would bring back American liberty and leadership and make the United States the crypto capital of the world. And that's what we've done. And under the Trump administration, this is only going further. You're going to do really well. I mean, I'm so proud of what you've done in the last couple of years, and very important. On day one, I remember I did this and I said this and I mentioned this name, and I got the greatest applause of the whole campaign. We fired Joe Biden's SEC chair, Gary Gensler. We fired him. But I remember I was making a speech, and it was just a line in speech. And I said, and I will fire Gary Gensler. The place exploded. I finished that one, and I said, what the hell did that guy do? There was a lot of hatred there.
Yeah, trying to know who Gary was.
And it turned out, as I got familiar with everything, it turned out you were absolutely right. In his place, I appointed a visionary chairman who wants America to build the future and not block the future. He's going to be unbelievable. He'll go down as one of the greats. And Paul Atkins, where are you, Paul Atkins? And the crypto guys, they said, everybody said, not only crypto, every industry, they all wanted Paul to the position. And he's a tough cookie, too. But they actually said, we don't care. We just think he's fair. All they wanted was fairness. And they have somebody that you're really a champion of the street and you're a champion of the country. You're going to do a fantastic job. I saw you interviewed the other night. I watched it about 2 o'clock in the morning. It was a little thing called C-SPAN, which
this man doesn't sleep. Prayers for President Trump, man. Prayers. The whole health situation. He's in great health. But what came out, what he was diagnosed with a couple of days ago, that we also reported on, as you guys seen. And if you missed that, we reported on it a couple of days ago about his chronic venous insufficiency. I might have said it wrong, but it's a normal diagnosis of people of his age. And some of you guys I've seen in my comment section have it as well. But they all over the internet posting pictures of Trump, his hands, him being bruised, his legs swelling. I tell you, man. But completely different than the previous administration. Big things are happening. Big things are happening, and it's good that incompetence is gone. common sense is back. You know, people still want full accountability, full transparency. You know, and one thing people didn't like was Trump. They say he was nuking his base, attacking his base, of how he's been responding lately on the files and talking about Epstein. You know, and again, y'all let me know how y'all feel about that. I've seen some of you guys pissed off about what some of the things that President Trump says. And again, we're not always going to agree with it. In fact, people really think we're in a cult. Like, I tell you, you know, we're not always going to love and like everything President Trump says or agree with everything, you know. And we're going to hold him accountable. We're going to hold everybody accountable, you know. But there are some amazing big wins happening. Great things happen for America right now that people don't want to talk about. And we're here to talk about it. You know, we're here to expose it, to shine a light on it. And we are praying for this guy, his family, his administration. We're praying for America. You know, we're rooting for a better way of life, you know. And that all the corruption, all the darkness is exposed and put in the light.
Don't worry, you were on prime time too, but they happen to have a little rerun. I don't want to embarrass you, but fantastic job, really. You are absolutely so perfect for the job. Congratulations, Paul. And Paul is here today among the commissioners, various commissioners, including Hester Pierce and Mark Yoida. Okay, stand up, Mark. I didn't. Good. You didn't, but thanks, Dabrand. The first ever presidential working group on digital assets. And hi, Bo. He's a great football player, right? Bo is a great football player, one of the better players in college football. So I know you're from that also. See, who would think that I know that? I know a lot of things, Bo. Went against crypto and Bitcoin, and we entered the lawless operation Choke Point 2.0. That was a bad operation.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you, President Trump. It's a great.
And I kept my promises to the community and granted a full presidential pardon to Ross Ulbricht. Ross Ulbricht. It was like a simple, so important to a certain group of people. And in a truly momentous act last March, I signed an executive order establishing the U.S. Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, as well as the United States Digital Asset Stockpile. And that's all signed up. And with today's signing, we're pushing even further into the exciting new frontier.
I'm hoping y'all all heard him say digital stockpile. That's that XRP.
Just as I promised last year, the Genius Act creates a clear and simple regulatory framework to establish and unleash the immense promise of dollar-backed stable coins. This could be perhaps the greatest revolution in financial technology since the birth of the internet itself. A lot of people are saying that. I don't know. What do you guys think? Yes? If you say yes, I'm saying yes. I think it's great that you're involved. I go back, you know, that.
Big wins, man. Big wins. But again, let me know how y'all feel about everything, man. Just 6 months in, you know, let me know how y'all feel. You know, and again, I've seen comments. And I've seen people say this and that. If this happened to them, they didn't like this. And I tell you guys, please email me. Let me know your full story. You know, I've talked to a lot of you guys on the channel about all kind of things. You know, send me an email. Follow me on X. You know, I love following you guys back. You know, I'm just as real as it gets. You know, I'm no better than anybody. You know, we're all human at the end of the day. And you know, we've seen scandal, you know, the biggest corruption. We've had a terrible 4 years. I didn't know who was running the country. And all we needed was a new president. And here we are. And big wins are happening, you know. But I love you guys. Y'all have an amazing rest of your weekend. Take care of yourself. We're getting ready for a brand new week, and some big things are going to be taking place this week, and we're going to see what plays out. I love y'all. Catch y'all on the next one. Thank you so much.
Forbes, one of the largest banking CEOs, and Grant Gerlingers all have one thing in common, and that is the fact that they predicted exit will range from between 10,000 to 60 $100,000 per XRP, with one of them, Ripple's own CEO, Bud Cunningham's, predicting XRP would be worth over $120,000, surpassing the price of Bitcoin. And that even goes without mentioning that Ripple's own CTO, David Schwartz, believes XRP could emerge as the world's reserve currency, and literally stated in a post on Reddit back in 2018 that it's more practical for XRP to be priced at $1 million than it would be at $1. He also says that the most logical solution is for XRP to be priced between the $100,000 to $1 million price point. Now, while it may seem crazy, there's one thing that really stands out, and that will make this possible. And while it's set to begin on July 21st in literally the next 24 hours. And this is the introduction of a $650 trillion real estate market unlock that is going to inject the entire $650 trillion into the XRP ledger. This is what is possible, and this is what is likely going to be announced in the next 12 hours. And we are going to go through exactly how that's going to happen and how XRP's price will occur, because in the next 24 hours, RealFi, which is going to unlock the $654 trillion global market, the XRP ledger, has announced that it will make that announcement in the next 24 hours and that it will all end up flowing into the XRP ledger. But before we get into this, guys, we are going to announce to you guys that we have partnered with Apple to give every single person watching today's video free money. We're talking about free XRP, yes, up to $100 to spend to buy even more XRP. And all you have to do is like the video, subscribe to the channel with your notifications, share this video, and then, of course, sign up on Uphold using my link in the description and do a transaction. Now, this isn't any requirement for how much. It can literally be a 1 penny transaction, a $1 transaction, $10, but the whole concept here is as long as you do a transaction, you sign up using my link in the description, you're going to get yourself your juicy bonus and literally get free money, which you can buy XRP with and potentially reach tens of thousands, hundreds or even millions of dollars. A major development will unfold in the next 12 to 24 hours. I mean, this is huge, and already we're beginning to see the impact of it, with XRP up 18% in the last 24 hours, 1% in the last 12 hours, and 80% in the last 24 hours. The volume has spiked up about 28.55%, and, well, this is only the start. When you take a look at what's about to unfold here, we have massive institutions officially declaring that trillions will be moved onto the XRP ledger, and the XRP ledger will literally tokenize everything. Followed by another massive announcement, which is XRP to be the next Bitcoin and even surpass Bitcoin's price. I mean, the crazy part about all this is that the person it's coming from is the founder of XRP, is the CEO, the current Ripple CEO. These guys are telling you XRP will surpass Bitcoin. So if these guys are telling you XRP is going to replace Bitcoin, it's going to surpass it, is the next Bitcoin. Just imagine what the price of XRP is going to be. I mean, like, you had Arthur Bridget back on June 3rd, 2023, literally go, this is Ripple co-founder Arthur Bridget, an XRP founder, state that XRP is designed for $10,000 of global scalability, highlighted that XRP is designed for $10,000 and must be scalable to accommodate the 7.5 billion people. But the big picture here, guys, is the money is flowing when you have these founders that literally created it, coming up publicly and saying that XRP will be the next Bitcoin. Just imagine the price, because it was designed to be that way.
Two reasons to not have seen XRP as or have XRP as a more stable digital asset. One is, I think we're really solving a real world use case. It's not just about speculators. It's not just about Ethereum is kind of run up on something called ICOs, or initial coin offerings, that there's some regulatory concerns about that. And I think the second thing that's driven it is, I think there really has been a lot of drama about some of the other digital assets. Bitcoin has kind of had a civil war within the Bitcoin community about what the future of the technology looks like. Even within the Ethereum community, you're talking about an asset, or the technology only allows about 16 transactions per second. When we think about what we're doing at Ripple around payments, we're thinking about thousands and thousands of transactions per second.
So you guys see clips, and I mean, it emphasizes one thing quite clear, and that is XRP will be between $10,000 and $60,000. I mean, on very least, it's not even $120,000 like Bitcoin is currently today, and like stated, which is XRP will surpass Bitcoin's price. And Again, this is ignoring the fact that just said XRP is more practical and realistic than $1 million, and it is at $1. But take a look at what we are talking about here. We are talking about the injection of $654 trillion, which is the global real estate market, that will commence in 12 hours that will trigger this entire system. It's pivotal, but you gotta understand here that all of this money is going to flow into the XRP ledger through Real Token. Real Token is built natively on the XRP ledger and will facilitate all that payment. But the Real Token, take a look at this, guys. It's currently priced up 8%. It's currently at 3.603, almost 4 cents. But it's got some very, very strong support level. And take a look at this very strong support. There was no resistance. I mean, this thing could easily skyrocket into the thousands of dollars. And let me tell you guys this, guys. I'm not a financial advisor. It's not financial advice. It's your research. But it's not me saying that this price is going to skyrocket to tens of thousands, even 64,500 instantaneously in mere days. So a lot of the experts and analysts, take a look at this one analyst that says Flores is stated at $60,000 per XRP. This is very possible with the confirmed 650 trillion market entering the XRP ledger on July 21st through Real Token. Get it if you still can. Grab a bag of Real Tokens. Do not miss out on this chance to be a part of the Real Token going from 0.029 to over $190 in days and they have the link. The concept here is we are talking about the price of Real Token skyrocketing, but really it's going to be in the hundreds. But that's not all because we have thousands of dollars per Real Token. Take a look at this one, for example. Global set of payments is 300 trillion to move through cross-border flows. If XRP were to facilitate this entire volume, XRP would soar to $5,172. Well, guess what? RealFi is doing exactly that. They're enabling the $654 trillion global real estate market onto the XRP ledger using their native token, the Real Token, and with that may trigger supply shock for the Real Token. But we'll take a look at this at the bottom. With the current Real Token price at 2 cents, some are speculating potential long-term valuations exceeding $64,500 amid rising demand. $64,000. Do you guys don't understand how massive this is? This is huge. But again, you gotta imagine the money that's going to be made through this. I mean, for every 1,000, you're talking about $6.4 million or something. It's insane. The money is insane. It is mind-blowing. But this is the concept that we're talking about: generational wealth being created instantaneously. Why? Well, because of the introduction of a $650 trillion real estate market, which again, we've talked about how this is very easily possible, and RealFi is doing it. And again, when you look at the big picture, which is what I always like to focus on, this is RealFi. This is the Real Token. I keep RealFi. This is the Real Token. This is the 100% Spanx score. Top to the rules. I mean, there's not a lot of people that are actually own the majority of this token. At the end of the day, it's actually not it's an advantage. We want this to be run by a massive institution like RealFi, which is again literally unlocking a multi-trillion-dollar market. Take a look at this total wallet. Yesterday, I think it was 1,800, now they're 2,100. So obviously, it's expanding like never seen before. KYC scores 100%. This is the project that you want to get into, right? I'm not financial advisor, I'm financial advisor doing research. But you want an institutional backed project like Real Token, for example, is backed by RealFi, a real estate payment solution that uses blockchain, is unified by blockchain. They are also leading the path in tokenizing a multi-trillion-dollar industry and the real estate. So it makes a lot of sense. Now, I'll be leaving all links down below in the description, payrify.com. I recommend you check them out. And if you click on the Real Token right here, it's going to bring you to their page, which is where you exactly can buy Real Token, all the exchanges that they're listed on. They even have a wiki here that allows you to buy Real Token with card. I mean, it's extremely important to notice. You can literally get in on Real Token as quickly as you can because supply shock is imminent. And I do believe there will be a massive breakout and the supply shock will be restricted. There'll be no more supply for retail and it won't be used for institutions. Now, guys, with all of that being said, I'm going to come to the video here because enjoy. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, share this video. And obviously, I'll be doing all links down below in the description. So, all links for buying RealFi, for checking out, doing your research. Again, the whole concept is I want you to do your research. Right? I'm not a financial advisor. It's not financial advisor. Please do your research. Do your research because you don't want to miss out on a golden opportunity because you just were lazy. But yeah, this is your chance to get money. You can also definitely recommend that you sign up on all you do my link in the description to do a transaction because it's literally free money and the entire process takes probably less than 5 minutes. So again, we are talking about XRP. XRP is bullish. I mean, I'm bullish on XRP. I'm bullish on the XRP ledger as a whole. And I think the whole thing is going to make generational wealth for everybody. So guys, with all of that being said, I'm going to conclude the video here. Make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, with notifications. You share this video. And with that being said, I will see you guys in the next one.
Dabrand, craziest crime and more. By Bill Fiji. Hey, y'all already know that it's free Bill Fiji, bro. I hate that he even going through the situation he's going through. I don't really know that based on the situation, but I hope he's doing good though, and I hope he get out soon. But y'all already know that it's free Bill Fiji. We say it all the time. Let do it. Free Bill to be C Bill. Ooh. Free Bill. So look, C Bill, right? C Bill. That's niggas call him. Free Bill till we see Bill. That's all. Free that nigga, man. Free Bill till we see Bill. For real. That's all.
Craziest crime. Well, one of the craziest crimes that I probably heard of being locked up. And then in the middle of the recording, she texted me and was like, "You still want to come see him? You can come see him." Y'all hit that like button for me real quick. If you ain't hit that like button real quick. Just take 2 seconds, tap that like button for your boy. It helps, it just helps push the video out, the algorithm and all that. So my son texted me and was like, "I had already told you to come." So I'm in the middle of recording the video. I stopped the video right there and called her just to make sure we're on the same page. And I hit the road, bro. So I'm in Mississippi right now. No, it's more people that like it's 88 people, 46. I hit that like one thing, what? Dang. Listen, I'm standing outside my car. When she called me, it was like we pulling in, so they was on the wrong side. So I was like on the left side. So she pulled in, I didn't know the her now, because I'm asking her what color car you in. But she ain't gonna say like this. So I see some people in our car, but I don't just walk up in no car. And bro, all I heard was, "Dad!" And then I looked over. He was standing there just to make sure he got there. And when I looked over, I was like, "What's up, bro?" And he took off running towards me. Bro. When I said my eyes do water up.
Yeah. I'm already know. I'm already know.
It feels so good, but I can't say nothing but damn.
I'm already know. That's what's up.
I'm sitting here talking to him, kicking it. His mom had to still on me. She don't really rock with me, but hey, so we cool with it. He trying to wrestle with me. We out there wrestling, all kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Bro, it feels so good, bro. Damn. The little kid I had ass boy look just like me. Yeah, it felt good, bro. It felt good, I can't lie. I'm super excited about that. So I'm saying tonight and tomorrow night. So tomorrow we supposed to go somewhere, try to go out and let us know. I can really spend a little more time with it, and then I'm headed back to Georgia first time Monday morning. I did take pictures.
Everybody, some people cannot go to sleep. As of right now, with all the evidence we have on markets, and I'm going to tell you everything, it's not happening. What do you mean, Oscar? It's not happening. Take a look at this. I want to buy $2 XRP again. I want to buy the dip. I want to buy the crash. I want to buy the correction. We really didn't have a big correction, guys, in the last couple of days. What everyone in the live and expectations of a deeper, over 10% correction, it's not happening right now. Ethereum, XRP, Bitcoin dominance is going down, guys. You check Bitcoin dominance at 60 from 66 or so, and you see altcoin index going up. What does that mean? Altcoin season, the big, sexy, and much awaited altcoin season. And just look at the chart that I'm showing you on the screen. So it's really good news for people who wanted to see the price of XRP go much higher. And everybody's saying we're gonna see 4,000 Ethereum. I'm gonna show you this, which Pengu is another one that is crushing it. Going all in before it's too late. I posted this a couple minutes ago. 3,800 Ethereum, 119 Bitcoin. Finally, Bitcoin moving, but just check. Less than 1%, 144, 1.84. And the top, Pengu 22, Jasmine 14. You see that? See that? Pump.com getting collapsed, getting clapped. Look at the trending coins, Solana and more. So it's so good, guys. It's so good to see XRP in the leaders on the leaderboard, and that just it's a great refreshing, mentality of if you bought XRP at 50 cents a dollar, right now you're crushing it because the price people are buying, more news are coming in, and let's discuss, guys. Don't forget to smash the like button and consider subscribing to the channel. Turn on those notification bells because in the last 10 minutes that I was here ready to make this video, we went from 3.56 to 3.60. So people are buying, and if I show you the 1 hour, look at this. We're about to break the 3.65 XRP as I'm speaking right now to you. Crazy, guys. This is really sending. If you are looking to buy XRP before we break 3.65, which is gonna be could be in just a matter of a few minutes, join me in the first link down below. I want to show I'm gonna keep this view so you see it, because maybe we're gonna have another retracement and we're gonna go back to 350 or so. Who knows? Because that's crypto. But join me. First link down below. Get your 10% bonus first time deposit. Sign up. You click here. There's a bunch of videos that will help you. 10% bonus on first time deposit. 40% lower trading fees. They've been in business for 14 years and have a bunch of leverage if you want. So if you're looking for a place that you can trust, BTCC is not perfect like any other exchange, right? But it's a good one that I like. There's also PingX, there's also Crypto.com, they have BidUnex and Weeks. Links down below, guys, where you can get a bunch of welcome bonuses and opportunities, all right? Just wanted to tell you because right now, man, the whole world is watching XRP. Let's see this. Look at this. Passing Nike in market capitalization. People are already seeing a $4 XRP. Obviously, some people are calling it a 10,000 price, which is insanity, right? But you never know. But what I'm saying, guys, look, my good friend Levi, he's been posting this a lot. $100 XRP, $100 XRP. I mean, that will make, how many people will make, this is like billionaires and millionaires, multimillionaires, right? That $100 XRP, and you believe it, bro. Like, oh, that'll be so good, right? Just with 50 cents, 25 cents pump, so many people are making tremendous money. And now imagine $100. Now, if you go to Ethereum market cap, that is $7 or $8 right now. So let me show you. You go to Coin Perspective, because we're getting closer and closer and closer. Now it's 779, but because Ethereum has also been going up, Ethereum, I mean, it's going higher price. If Ethereum stays the same and XRP goes up, it stays at 7 or 6 even if Ethereum goes lower. So right now, I think a lot of people are very happy and excited that a mega dip, like I said at the very beginning, is not happening. A mega delicious pumpity dip that, look, this was last week on the 17th, right? Guys, barely 8%. You kidding me? Are you joking? Only 8%? Only 8%? Wow, bro. Like, you think about it. Let me delete this. If we go back to other different pumps from here all the way here, check this out. This is 11, 10%. And from here to here, that is an 8%. So we've been doing 8%ers, 8%ers, 8%ers. This was another one in June, but this was Midnight Hammer. So it was not XRP related. So that's why the whole market came down. But so right now, you're seeing it, baby. Yeah, you're seeing it from here out at $3. This is a $3 mark. We just went ballistic mid-July, 21%. And we just retraced 11% from the $3 mark. 11%. So now, another pump, and we wonder where the next view is going to be. So, FYI. Now, I have some updates for you. Binance removed C-Tag from Pepe, Pengu, and Bonk as they're now more established and less risky. I went all in on this Penguin, and I'm going to be making a dedicated video on Pengu, FYI. And Pengu, they welcome me with open arms. So happy. I mean, they're a they're not following me. I think things are doing well with this community. And I'm not lying to you. I mean, I just wanted to show you. Let me show you here. So Ponchavel, even then welcomed me. It was really nice, really cute, because that's what you will do. You have like a meme coin, right? Now listen to this. This is Paul Atkins, the stamp of approval, which is super bullish.
The one great thing about this is that for the first time now, the United States government has put its stamp of approval on a very key and important, potentially very important digital asset that will, I think, help to lower costs, lower risks in the market, because we can now move towards an instantaneous, almost settlement of payment versus delivery for securities, thanks to on-chain stablecoins, and that will help, I think, innovation and to really get our markets, and to be the best in the world. The one
that is the SEC chair used to be Gary Gensler. You remember what Trump said at the Genius Act, day? Everybody hates Gary Gensler, so. Man, it's just fun, when you start seeing the whole community and the whole industry come together. That's the way it's supposed to be. Gotta come together. Let's go to watch Guru, see the latest there. I always like to see Treasury Secretary Vessant calls for a review of the entire Federal Reserve. So, as you know, yesterday I told you how this guy is saying nobody's gonna get me out of my office. So, I mean, he's intended to continue all the way till 2026. And Trump is obviously with his Treasury Secretary. He's like, hey, is there a way that we can get him out? Trump says that he's highly unlikely to fire Powell, but you never know. Michael Saylor buys more. Michael Saylor keeps adding and adding and adding and buying more Bitcoin. That is one of the things that people were telling me and asking me during the live yesterday for Sunday Night Live. It was like, should I buy XRP right now? And I'm like, it's a great price at 344, 330, 350, 360, because XRP is like Bitcoin or Ethereum. It's an asset that you want to hold for long, not worried to sell because you want to make profits quickly. You can have a trading position on BTCC or XRP, and that one you can sell. But if you're looking to accumulate and accumulate and accumulate for long-term gains, just buy and hold. That's it. It's really, really that simple, right? Solana, 100 billion market cap. So Solana is back at 100. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 assets at above 100 billion and only one at above 1 trillion. One is getting closer to half a trillion. One is getting closer to $250 billion. So we're doing very, very well right now. And it's the time to be in crypto. It's time to be in meme coins. It's time to be bullish. And today, it's going to be the end of my $750 giveaway. So later today, I'm going to close it. So if you still have time, and check it out, follow the instructions. And I want to thank you guys for stopping by. It's not happening. It looks like a nice retracement. So act carefully, be bullish, and I'll see you on the other side. Peace.
Well, the House finally cleared the way for debate on 3 key crypto bills after hardline Republicans were convinced by President Trump and Speaker Johnson. The Genius Act expected to be the first on the president's desk for signage after it passes the House and, of course, passes the Senate already. Joining me now in a first on Fox Business interview is the chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Paul Atkins. Mr. Chairman, great to see you this morning. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you, Maria. It's great to be here with you.
So let's talk about the framework for digital assets. It was real debate within the House this week because many of the Republicans want to ensure that there is not a central bank digital currency. How do you see things?
Well, I'm glad that they are addressing the issues and are moving forward. So I look forward to having them sign the Genius Act. I think that will be an important step forward for the markets and for innovators and for
conducting payments in the financial system.
Right. I mean, the Senate's stablecoin bill did not include the ban on the Federal Reserve issuing a central bank cryptocurrency, while the House, of course, did, and that was the pushback. Can you talk to us a little about why that would be important to ensure that there's not a central bank cryptocurrency?
Well, I think it's best for that sort of thing to be left to the private sector. The government can mine the legal tender and the dollar itself, but the means of transfer and that sort of thing, I think it's best left to innovators. And we don't want to become like China, where you have the threat of a government that can run roughshod over people's bank accounts directly. So I think it's best to leave that to banks and financial institutions and whatever may develop in the next few decades as far as where people put their money and how they transfer it.
Yeah, I mean, some conservatives wanted to ensure that the stablecoin legislation be married to the Clarity Act, and the Clarity Act provides this framework for the digital asset market structure, including what the requirements are for the Securities and Exchange Commission versus the CFTC in terms of oversight. I want to get your take on this, and I spoke with the president of Circle, the stablecoin issuer, about this yesterday. Watch this, because I asked him about the potential for consolidation between the SEC and the CFTC. Watch. I wonder if you would support a merger of the SEC and the CFTC. Should the SEC acquire the CFTC?
Or perhaps the other way around. Many market participants would say that. Look, I think there are more important things to do than to worry about the government. Possibly down the road, but I think at this point in time, getting the law right for the industry, getting the law right for the American people is more important than sort of Washington housekeeping.
Mr. Chairman, is that something that you would support, a consolidation of the agencies?
Well, Maria, that's great to see Heath on the tape there, Heath Trumpert. So I for years I've supported consolidation of the two. I think it makes a lot of sense, especially with the potentially overlapping jurisdictions of it. But I agree that that's not the primary job that we have before us. What we have to do, and I look forward to doing this when the new chairman of the CFTC is confirmed and takes his oath of office, is to work hand in glove with the CFTC to make sure that the two agencies are completely in sync. Because for too many decades, the lack of collaboration between the two at all levels, and especially at the staff level, has led to uncertainty in the marketplace, the lack of ability of people to move forward on various products. And so we've got to put that at an end, and the two agencies have got to work together. And I think, there's every reason to do it, and there's no reason to think that we won't. So I intend to commit myself to that.
Mr. Chairman, how do you want to see the regulatory backdrop changing? I mean, I want to get your take on the landscape, whether it be crypto or the overall business environment. The last time we spoke, you told me that you want to see the market open up to further IPOs, that companies do not go to places like Dubai to take their companies public. The regulatory environment was constricting a lot of activity. How have things changed, and what do you want to see further change?
Well, as we talked the last time, and thank you for bringing it up again, we've got to pay attention to our capital markets. America has the best and deepest and most liquid capital markets in the world. But we've seen a drop-off in IPOs and new companies going public because there's a lot of reasons to remain private. There's a lot of capital out there. But I think that's a loss for investors as a whole in the United States to not have a robust new product, new capital markets for companies coming in. There are a lot of things that we can do. There are a lot of reasons for that, among which is just the rules that are so expensive for people to comply with in going public, litigation, the threat of litigation, and that sort of thing. So we can clean a lot of that up, and I intend to do that here in the next couple of years. It's been a long time in having all this regulation being built up over the last number of decades. But there's no reason for the Wilshire 5000 to now only have 3,500 or whatever companies in it, and for our having about half the number of public companies as we did, 3 decades or so ago.
That's a great point. The Wilshire 5000 is the Wilshire 3500. Speaking of privates, everybody wants to get their hands on some of these growth stories in the private market. And President Trump is expected to sign an executive order opening up 401ks to the private markets. Chairman, what do you want to see there in terms of private businesses? And what should we be thinking about in terms of the metrics, the important metrics to know that what we're buying is safe, even though these private companies are not going to be regulated the same way as public companies under SEC and accounting rules?
Well, that's a great question, Maria. So I welcome the president's guidance on that if he chooses to issue an order. But beyond that, I think we have that ahead of us as regulators to try to focus on those markets, because the private markets are mainly institutions and well-heeled investors who invest in it, and they either are able to navigate the various intricacies of those marketplaces or hire people who can help them. As far as normal investors, there's a big demand out there for those folks to be able to invest from the investor side, and then also obviously from people who are looking for that sort of capital investment in their companies. So we need to make sure that if those sorts of people are able to put this in their retirement accounts, that we have parameters around it, that we have it buttoned down so that they know the risks, that they know the potential lack of liquidity in those investments, and so they're really for long-term types of investments, and they need to be have parameters around them as far as those investments go.
Well, speaking of the parameters and the rules, we spoke about this briefly the last time. We talk every day about China, Mr. Chairman, and the way that the Communist Party has undermined America. We know that Congressman John Molinar from the China Select Committee, along with Senator Rick Scott, are asking you for answers on China's access to U.S. markets. They wrote you a letter saying, quote, "We request an urgent briefing to better understand the current agreement with Chinese securities regulators, as well as the implications for U.S. investor protections." I spoke with Congressman Molinar this week about so many Chinese companies that are traded on U.S. exchanges, basically enabling ordinary investors to fund the expansion of our number one enemy. Watch this. I know you sent a letter to our new SEC commissioner, our new SEC chairman, Paul Atkins, about all those Chinese companies trading on our exchanges. Do you expect the SEC is going to do anything about it? Because I asked Paul Atkins exactly about this based on your letter.
First of all, let me say Chairman Atkins is doing a great job. We need to start asking the CEOs, the business leaders, the question is, how much are they willing to invest in China's military industrial complex that is on a wartime footing and use American investor dollars to build that capacity? And right now you have JP Morgan Chase, you have Bank of America partnering with Cattle, helping Cattle, the automotive battery manufacturer that partners with the military, uses supply chain labor from Xinjiang. And we need to start asking the questions of those CEOs and hold them accountable to use American priorities, not just simply looking at the bottom line.
And I know, Mr. Chairman, there are a lot of nuances here. I mean, what Molinar is saying is right. These Wall Street firms are making big money on Chinese IPOs. Cattle went public, this battery company. It was a huge boom for the Wall Street firms. But, when it comes to those companies trading on our exchanges, some of those Chinese stocks have already been sanctioned. Some of them are on lists, and yet they still are on exchanges, enabling ordinary investors to fund the expansion of our number one adversary. And many of these companies still do not follow the accounting rules that every other public company follows. So what can you do about it?
Well, a number of things, Maria, and thanks Congressman and Senator Scott for asking their advice and raising this issue. So we've already started to take steps. So here, I'm now in my third month, and so we've come out with a concept release, we call it, regarding foreign private issuers. A lot of Chinese companies and others that use the United States and get kind of special treatment vis-a-vis American companies for listing here, even though they're not operating here and they're not incorporated here. And that's all of their special dispensations predicated upon the assumption that they have good, robust regulation in their own country. Well, that's not the case, especially with a number of the Chinese companies who are here. They operate back there, but they really just trade here. So we're going to look at that. We have limited ability to remove companies from trading here. We have there's a statute that was passed a few years ago aimed at Chinese companies in particular, but that has various constraints around it, and so we're looking to toughen up our abilities to look at any sorts of scams that may be going on and to take strong action in that area.
I mean, at a minimum, can't we force them to follow the same standard accounting rules that every other public company follows?
Well, that's what we're working on, and that's what that whole release was about, in order to undergird the current rules and to cut through some of the ways that people have been able to skirt the rules and the standards that we have here. And then with the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, they have arrangements with China, and so I want to look into that and see just how effectively that's been going.
And real quick, Mr. Chairman, before you go, these proxy firms, you mentioned this the last time we spoke about the influence that some of these outside proxy firms, have on shareholders. I mean, if they say, look, we're against this merger, we're against this, I mean, shareholders follow suit. Is there anything you've done already? I know it's month 3, or are planning to do with regard to those outside proxy firms?
Well, we will be looking very intently at that area. I think that some of this is what's the root cause versus what's the symptom. I intend to get down to the root causes of that and make sure that everybody stays in the proper lane and is following what the fiduciary duty is with respect to investors and how they comport themselves in the marketplace.
Mr. Chairman, it's great to talk with you, particularly at this moment in time where we've got these vibrant markets, knowing that they are safe as well. Thank you so much for being here, Paul.
Thank you, Maria.
All right, Paul Atkins is the chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, and we'll be right back. Futures this morning indicating a rally at the start of trading this morning. Take a look. The Dow Industrials right now up 243. That's 2/3 of 1%. The Nasdaq up 350, 1 2/3%, and the S&P 500 higher by 66, better than 1%. Investors reacting to the news of the morning, a federal trade court's ruling against the president's sweeping tariffs, saying that he overstepped his authority. The White House filed an appeal quickly, arguing that Trump is working to remedy a national emergency by taking in more tariff revenue. The president also responding to criticism surrounding his trade deal process, as Wall Street is accusing him of, quote, chickening out on tariffs by delaying them. He instead called it negotiation. Joining me now in a Fox Business exclusive is the CEO of Citi, Jane Frazier, is with us this morning. Jane, it's great to have you.
Oh, thank you so much for inviting me.
Yeah, we have so much to talk about. You've done such a great job in terms of diversifying and sticking to a core principle at Citi, so we'll get into that. But give us your reaction to the president's agenda and this new information this morning with this pushback on the president's tariffs.
Look, we all knew that this was a process that was going to take time to play out, and it would have twists and turns along the way. When we talked to our clients over in Asia last night, this morning, I think what we're seeing pretty clearly is a recognition that the president is resolute in addressing the different trade and structural imbalances that are there, and that tariffs will be one of his main tools to do so. And I expect they're expecting to see different forms of tariffs being focused on the sectoral tariffs and the like. But we're advising people have a measured response to this.
Yeah, I mean, you've got such a great vantage point, particularly in your treasury and trade solutions business. I want to get your take on what you're hearing from big clients, the large global corporations out there. How are they feeling about the president's agenda?
Well, look, they're looking really at 3 different levels that they're engaging with us. The first, as you can imagine, we're present in 180 different countries. And so we're talking to clients about how do they think about their supply chains? Where is it they're going to be redrawing new lines? Where is it they're going to be focusing on? What are the changes they need to make there? The second level is then their financing and hedging, shifts in foreign exchange, changes in the rate outlook. What does that mean for their financing? What does it mean for their hedging? And then finally, we're talking to them on the strategic agenda. AI is not going away anytime soon. It's going to be transforming different industries. So they're also very mindful about the changes they need to make there as well.
Do you feel that they're in their own so-called 90-day pause, watching to see what happens next, and in doing so, sitting on plans in terms of putting capital to work on IT and on R&D? Are they waiting to put money down for big long-term projects because of a lack of clarity?
Every business leader and every investor prefers clarity. And we all know we've got to wait a little longer for that clarity, the tax bill, from tariffs, from what's going to happen on deregulation. But it's coming soon. Companies are being very actively engaged around what do they do next. They're ready to adapt. Once they have that clarity, they have different scenarios, they've got plans ready, and we've already seen M&A's been pretty active. I think it surprised us all by the fact that that's continued. We've seen some pausing of investment plans. We've seen some pausing of headcount and expansion, but probably not as much as everyone envisaged at the beginning.
Okay, so that's good. Yeah, I want to get your take on the capital markets business for sure. But let me stay with personal banking first, and that is this credit card portfolio that you've got, a great indicator in terms of what people are doing. What can you tell us about defaults and how the credit card business is indicating what's ahead?
The American consumer is being quite discerning in their spend, but they're still spending. That the oil price coming down has certainly helped at the gas pumps, so that's provided a bit of relief. But we've seen essentials, good strong growth there. Travel's been off a bit, but discretionary retail and other spending has been pretty robust all the way through the last couple of months. And the same on the delinquency side. Really no real concerning signs as yet. And we've talked about recessions many times for the past few years, and it's never materialized. I don't think we know yet. Too early to tell.
Isn't that interesting? Because there was so much worry about recession. We had Kevin Hassett on the other day, and he was talking about the second half of the year being quite robust. I want to get your reaction to this. Here's Kevin Hassett, the chairman of the National Economic Council at the White House Watch.
Well, what's going to happen is there's going to be a lot of trade deals, and there's going to be clear clarity on the tax cuts, and then firms are going to lift off. But think about it. Even before that happened, we're getting really strong jobs numbers. First quarter capital equipment investment was north of 20%, one of the best quarters ever, because all of America knows that the golden age is coming and we got to start building stuff before everybody else gets in front of us. And so I think that you're going to look at the second half of the year that's way, way north of 3%, probably north of 4%, to give us one of the better years we've ever had. Because even with the uncertainty that you talk about, that I've written widely about over the last 25 years, even with that uncertainty, we've got strong jobs numbers and strong investment. And so once the uncertainty is lowered, then a lift up from there is really going to be something to see.
Jane, I was taken aback by that 4% growth in the second half. Any indication?
I hope he's right. But it's too early to tell at the moment. We've got to see where things settle down. We've got to understand where the tariffs land. We want to see if it's a 10% tariff, that's a very different impact from a company than a 25% tariff. One they can absorb, the other they probably have to spread around.
Yeah.
So let's just wait and see how it plays out. We'll get a better sense from the hard data during the summer. and then we'll have a better read into the rest of the year. It's just too soon to call this.
Tell me about the global economy, Jane. Another strength of Citi with businesses all across the world. How would you compare the United States to Europe and Asia?
We've got a backdrop of slowing global growth at the moment, in part because of the pauses that you were talking about earlier, Maria. I was just in Europe for the last couple of weeks, and they had a bit of a rebound, but they haven't tackled the structural issues that are holding the European economy back, which are the structural advantages US. We have scale, we have an integrated capital market that's broad and deep, we have labor mobility. Those are all areas of challenge for Europe. So I'm a bit more of a pessimist on the great European recovery. We see other bright spots. Had the great privilege and pleasure to be with the president in Saudi and the Middle East. They've got strong momentum behind them, good long-term vision, as well as short-term momentum is in energy and the data centers and the AI space. So quite a lot of tailwinds behind them. India is another interesting story as well. So Asia, a more positive outlook. Europe, I am a bit more negative around. And at the end of the day, all roads were leading to the US at the beginning of this year for a reason.
Yeah.
And I never think it's a good idea to underestimate the American entrepreneur and the American economy.
For sure. And that was a lot of the talk in the Middle East. I saw you there in Saudi Arabia, and you saw all of that investment come here with the president coming back and touting trillions of dollars in new money. How do you expect that to play out with all that money coming from the Middle East? How will that be allocated? And do you think that's going to put a lift under certain sectors?
Yeah, the focus from the Middle East, UAE, Saudi, Qatar, others, is around the strength that we will have in technology and in AI. And that's both technology transforming industrial companies, healthcare. It's really making enormous difference here, and they want to make a better America. But the big area they're investing in is what I call the picks and shovels phase of AI. It's the data centers, making sure the energy is in the right shape, the grid is working well for us, and putting investments behind some of the green sustainable energy as well as the fossil fuel and the other dimensions.
And you also are instituting AI in your business at Citi. You wrote about it in your annual shareholder letter. You also wrote that you're fundamentally a different bank, simpler, more focused, fully aligned with what our shareholders expect of us. One of those goals has been to divest from unprofitable consumer businesses. You talked about the business of Banamex and eventually trying to IPO that consumer business. Where does that stand? And what can you tell us about these consumer businesses?
Yeah, well, look, let's take a step back. What a privilege to run a bank like this. We have fundamentally changed the bank. We're now focused here at home on our consumer and our business banking. But globally, we are the destination bank for multinational companies and institutional investors. And what we've been seeing with the bank as we've focused on that client base and the businesses to support them was an exit of our consumer franchises. And we've delivered really strong progress in the last 4 quarters. Good top line growth, improving returns, and delivering what our shareholders would expect from us. More work to do, but I am really pleased with the progress that we're making. A great proof point for me was India. We've been in India 124 years. Our retail banking franchise was a third of the franchise. We closed that deal in the sale 18 months ago. We're now bigger in India than we were when we owned that franchise.
Wow.
It's grown that much. So focus, really great team, and we delivered the results.
When would you expect the IPO of the consumer business in Mexico?
Look, we're going to be ready at the end of this year to IPO, but this is really going to be a function of the market conditions and regulatory approvals, different dimensions like that.
Well, you said it's a privilege. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You said it's a privilege to run Citi. It's a privilege for shareholders to have someone with a banking background at the wheel after, the history of Citi is so interesting. And You had a hedge fund manager at one point, so you're bringing the banking bones back to this company. And I want to get your take on wealth management there, because that's been another focus. What are you seeing from investors, and what is your goal for the wealth management business?
I get very excited about the wealth management business because I look at our client base. One of the great things about America is helping people convert savings to investments. We've got a phenomenal team under Andy Sieg. He's brought an incredible group of people from across the industry together, and they're on a mission to build this into one of the big growth engines for our firm, and they're delivering. We had 24% revenue growth last quarter. We've been bringing in a lot of net new investment assets, and many of our great institutional partners want to be on our platform around the world because we can attract a lot of investment from entrepreneurs in Asia, in Europe, in the US, in Latin America. They want to back the city, and we're excited to serve them.
What do you want to say to shareholders who say, look, when you compare the tangible common equity of Citi versus your competitors, JP Morgan and Bank of America? I mean, Jamie Dimon was at his investor day the other day talking about much higher numbers. How do you get there? Are you looking to compete on that level in terms of tangible common equity?
Yeah, we are definitely looking at getting our valuation greatly improved as we go on a very clear strategy and path to drive 5 businesses to higher returns, to improve the performance of the bank overall. And the last year, we've made good, steady progress there. We've set out medium-term targets for next year, but they're a waypoint. They're not the destination. And our destination is to be in line with our peers.
Jane, you've got to believe that the regulatory backdrop is helpful with these new policies coming in. You've got Mickey Bowman now on the Fed as the supervisor of the banks. That's a positive. How does the change in the regulatory backdrop change what you do?
We've been very encouraged by the direction that Secretary Bessent has been laying out, but predominantly in letting banks be banks. And so how is it that we can do our job of supporting Main Street? So what are we doing ensuring access to credit for our consumers, small businesses, and other smaller banks in the banking system? What are we doing about providing investment opportunities and saving opportunities? And I think getting the banks to be more focused on material financial risks is going to be a benefit to all of our customers.
So when you look at the overall banking system deposits, is it about 5% at Citi?
Yes.
Yes. So you have much more room to go when you have an easier regulatory backdrop. Do you need to do an acquisition? Will you be doing acquisitions in terms of getting the
Genius Act passing in the Senate earlier this week, the bill establishing a federal framework for stablecoins, and now going to face a vote in the House.
Stablecoin legislation is expected to clear the Senate this week. Stablecoins underpin most of the $3.3 trillion market for Bitcoin.
The best part is that it's actually going to have real rules and regulations to protect consumers. And because all of this is happening, CEOs of major companies are starting to talk about it.
We've been embracing and building for years, preparing for this moment. The Genius Act has now passed the Senate, as you know, and is expected to pass the House. I think that'll give regulatory clarity to stablecoins. And if stablecoins become a mode of currency that people want to embrace around the world, we will enable that on the Visa system and scale that to those billions of endpoints. That's what you need to do well in payments. That's what Visa does better than anybody in the world.
Now, here are the 4 game changers that I want you to know about happening right now. The Genius Act, the Clarity Act, the Bitcoin Act, and the Federal Reserve's own green light for banks to get involved. Pretty soon, we're going to be able to easily send stablecoins across different networks, making instant, low-fee payments as easy as sending a text message. And what this will do is it's going to build a bridge between the legacy banking system and the $200 billion stablecoin market, and that will have huge consequences on assets like Bitcoin.
JP Morgan announced its own stablecoin-like product called JPND. Payments firm Fiserv announced a stablecoin to pair with the 90 billion transactions that it processes every year. And even Walmart and Amazon are reportedly looking into their own tokens.
There's a lot that's going on, and in today's video, I'm going to explain each of these changes and how banks like the Federal Reserve have quietly rolled back their crypto restrictions and show you exactly what this will mean for your wallet, your investment strategy, and the future of not just US, but global finance. I want you to be ready for the next era of banking. So with that said, let's get into it. Hi, my name is Andre Jick. Hope you're doing well. Come for the finance and stay for the crypto. This video is going to have a lot of complicated acronyms and banking words you might have never heard before, but I'm going to try to explain them as I go. So first, stablecoins. Stablecoins are meant to be digital dollars. In other words, they are cryptocurrencies that try to maintain a 1-to-1 ratio with the US dollar. So one stablecoin is always redeemable for one real dollar. And because they track the dollar, stablecoins don't swing 10 or 20% in value in a single day like something like Bitcoin might. They trade at roughly $1, give or take a couple cents. Now, why does that matter? It matters because stablecoins let you move money instantly, 24/7, anywhere in the world. No bank holidays, no multi-wire delays, and with fees that are a fraction of the cost. You can pay rent, send dollars to family overseas, or move money between exchanges without converting back to dollars every single time. Now, in the world of decentralized finance or DeFi, stablecoins are the on and off ramp for everything. From lending and borrowing, stablecoins give us the stability and familiarity of the dollar, and up until this point, they were not a big part of the US economy. But that's all about to change. Before Congress ever wrote a single line of crypto legislation, regulators flipped the switch on May 7th, 2025. The OCC dropped Interpretive Letter 1184, which officially told nationally chartered banks you may custody and transact crypto under our existing safe and sound rules.
OCC regulated banks that provide custody services, including the safekeeping and secure storage of cryptocurrencies and other digital assets, all on behalf of their customers.
That moment is what gave banks the green light to hold Bitcoin and stablecoins, and it set the stage for all the major bills that came after it, which I'll help explain. So first, let me start by explaining the OCC's Interpretive Letter number 1184. So the OCC, short for Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, basically the OCC is the federal agency that gives out banking licenses, and it makes sure that banks are following all the rules that banks are supposed to follow. Now, when you hear nationally chartered banks, it means institutions licensed directly by the OCC, aka approved. And under this guidance, any bank with an OCC charter, which are most of the major banks we bank with, can custody or allow the deposits of crypto assets under their safe and sound banking standards. It's a long way of saying that the major commercial banks of the US are approved and can now hold Bitcoin and stablecoins and other tokens in secure cold storage vaults. They'll be able to buy and sell orders at your direction the same way they do with stocks when you call your bank. And they can even stake proof of stake tokens to earn some interest as long as they have risk management policies in place. They're following all the laws of anti-money laundering rules. And because of all these changes, major custodians have already filed applications to be able to do this, which tells us bank-backed crypto custody is almost a guarantee at this point. It's not here yet, but it's coming. In a nutshell, what all of this does is it sets the stage for the US economy to integrate digital assets with our dollars and deposits. But this is just the opening move. Next, I want to show you the Genius Act and how it's going to integrate this multi-billion-dollar stablecoin market into the economy. And speaking of integrating crypto into everyday life, did you know that it's possible to earn Bitcoin without ever buying it? That's what I've been doing with the Bitcoin credit card by Gemini, which is today's sponsor and actually a card I've been using for a while now. All opinions are my own and we're not influenced by Gemini. I use the credit card like any other regular credit card for gas and groceries, and I earn Bitcoin every time I use it. It has no annual fees, and you can see the rates and fees in the description for more info, but this credit card gives you up to 4% back in over 50 cryptocurrencies instantly. You can choose which one you want. Personally, I have it set to Bitcoin. That's 4% on gas, transit, rideshare, 3% on dining, 2% on groceries, and 1% for everything else. It's a MasterCard World Elite, so I've used it internationally with no issues. And here's the magic. You're investing as you spend. In fact, according to Gemini, cardholders who earned and held their Bitcoin for 1 year saw an average appreciation of 176%. Those are not your typical credit card points. So if you're interested, click the link in the description or go to gemini.com/Andre and get $200 in Bitcoin when you spend $3,000 in your first 90 days. And that's one way to front run the future of finance while doing literally nothing different. Thank you, Gemini, for sponsoring this segment of the video. And now let's get back to it. So the Genius Act, which stands for Guiding and Establishing National Innovation for U.S. Stablecoins, is not just another crypto bill. It's the first time Congress has created a framework for stablecoins. Senator Cynthia Lummis and Senator Sherrod Brown created the bill, and surprisingly, it has a lot of support from all sides. In the Senate, it passed with a 68-30 vote, which is one of the biggest margins for a textile piece of legislation. And here's exactly what it does. First, it says that only federally insured banks or non-bank firms approved by the OCC, remember the same agency we just talked about, can issue payment stablecoins. So only banks and institutions approved by the OCC can integrate these stablecoins. Number two, full reserve backing. Instead of fractional reserve banking, which is the system we run on today, stablecoins have to be backed one-to-one by high-quality liquid assets like cash or short-term treasury bonds, and they have to be kept in separate reserve accounts at a Federal Reserve Bank or equivalent. The third thing it does is it says issuers will have to publish a third-party audit each month proving their tokens are fully collateralized. Now, collateralized is just a fancy term for backed by something of value. So these tokens can't just be magically printed out of thin air. They have to be backed by real value, and this is good. Now, number four, stablecoin programs have to follow the Bank Secrecy Act, meaning they have to follow what's called KYC and AML, and they have to follow the travel rule standard. By the way, travel rule was created so that bad actors can't send money anonymously, because every link in the transfer will have to know who started it, who's getting it, just like with a traditional wire transfer. You know how you have to put in a lot of that info for a wire transfer? Same idea here. And once the Genius Act becomes law, of which there's a real chance that it could, stablecoins should be just as reliable as your checking account. But that's only half the story, because next up, I want to help explain something called the Clarity Act. Now, the Clarity Act is a bill from the House that finally draws hard lines of what is what and what part of the government manages it. Now, before Clarity, if you remember, crypto projects lived in a weird gray zone. Like some tokens got hit with the SEC, others claimed they were commodities, but nobody knew where the rules started or where they ended. And because of that, it was easy for the previous SEC administration to sue crypto companies because there weren't any clear rules. This bill changes all of that by breaking it down into three clear buckets: securities, digital commodities, and payment stablecoins. Now, the first is securities, which is any token sold as an investment contract. Remember the 2017 ICOs promising they're going to be the next Bitcoin, future profits, right? That falls under the SEC, or Securities and Exchange Commission, and that is their realm to patrol. Now, if a token is classified as a security, then exchanges and brokers that sell them will have to register like they would for the stock market. They have to file regular disclosures and follow anti-fraud rules. This is good. Now, the second bucket is digital commodities, which are native blockchain assets. The biggest one is obviously Bitcoin and most layer one tokens, and that will be managed by the CFTC. Now, platforms that trade digital commodities will have to register as futures or swap dealers, and they have to abide by market regulations and separate customer assets. Now, the third bucket is payment stablecoins, and these get oversight from both agencies, the CFTC and the SEC, and it's tied back to the Genius Act framework we just talked about. So both regulators have to make sure that they stay fully backed and consumer safe. Now, you might also be wondering, well, what if companies try to get around these rules by incorporating overseas? We've seen a lot of that happen in crypto, incorporated in the Cayman Islands, right? They thought of this, and here's how they want to protect against that. Representative French Hill and Representative Maxine Waters built a bipartisan coalition that prevents U.S. projects from going overseas. And the bill also has strong support, and votes are expected really soon, perhaps the next week of July. So once the bill is passed, the government will know exactly which rules apply to your favorite tokens. But what this act ultimately does is it's going to create new exchanges and make our favorite existing ones hopefully safer. And token launches will be much more clear and consumers will have more protection. That's the hope. So that's the second act. And then there's the third act, which is the Bitcoin Act, which is the proposal to make Bitcoin an official U.S. reserve asset. So imagine the U.S. Treasury holding up to 1 million Bitcoin along with gold. So I'll explain exactly how realistic that is, who's backing it, and what it could mean for Bitcoin's price. So the Bitcoin Act was introduced by Senator Cynthia Lummis in March 2025, and it would make the U.S. government a buyer of Bitcoin, essentially creating a strategic Bitcoin reserve along with gold. And here's what you need to know. This act calls for the U.S. Treasury, in combination with the Federal Reserve Bank, to buy up to 1 million Bitcoin, which is roughly about 5% of its total supply. Now, unlike most government spending, though, this would not need new taxpayer dollars or debt. Instead, it would shuffle the Treasury or Fed holdings into Bitcoin. Now, in practice, that means the US Treasury could take parts of its cash holdings, its short-term treasuries, or other liquid assets like some of the overnight reverse repo balances, or excess cash in its general account, and then swap them for Bitcoin on the open market. And because these assets are already on the US balance sheet, no new tax dollars are needed to buy Bitcoin. So when people are like, well, I don't want my taxpayer dollars funding Bitcoin, right? They won't. The bill is not super specific about how they're going to do this, and that is very much on purpose to give them as many options as possible in the future. Now, to protect the assets, though, the bill also talks about a decentralized vault network. So think of federal-grade cold storage with multi-layer security and strict audit requirements and probably physical security protocols, I imagine, all of that stuff. The Bitcoin Act also says that private citizens will always have the rights to buy, hold, and self-custody Bitcoin without government restriction. This is super important because this will help people worry less about the Bitcoin ban. Now, the people who support this bill argue this reserve will actually help the US have more financial strength, it'll help against inflation, and it's a way to diversify our $37 trillion debt. But the real question is, though, how realistic is all of this anyway? And the answer is, I don't know. The bill has strong backing and Congress has held hearings, and at first people were really excited, but I think the full Senate passage isn't necessarily guaranteed at this point. And the White House hasn't really said that they're going to 100% support it yet either. It hasn't passed anywhere, so realistically, maybe a slimmed down version might appear in the future. But even if a fraction of the Bitcoin Act passes, like especially the one about being able to self-custody without government intervention, would be huge. And it would mean Bitcoin is here to stay again and be a part of the US economy. Technically, it already is since the spot ETF approvals, but this is why, despite all the scary headlines that we've been seeing on the geopolitics level, Bitcoin has been really steady, and that is really incredible. There's more and more buyers every single day, like governments and even Bitcoin treasury companies. And also, I'd argue that some of the biggest news is actually happening behind the scenes, and it's something that Jerome Powell recently said about crypto. So in April of this year, the Federal Reserve withdrew its 2022 letter, and that letter is what forced banks to get pre-approval before touching anything to do with crypto. And now all of that is changing. That means banks can now move forward on custody and trading and even stablecoin programs without waiting for a thumbs up from the Federal Reserve. And that's really what has allowed all of these changes to take place that I just explained. It's what gives them a chance at becoming law. And believe it or not, the person who made all of this possible is Jerome Powell, the guy in charge of the Federal Reserve.
And so banks are free to provide banking services to the crypto industry, to crypto companies. And banks are also free to conduct crypto activities as long as they do so in a way that is, protective of safety and soundness.
Jerome Powell went on record and said banks are free to conduct crypto activities, which is good. But I think the one thing that I'll have to say, remember the risk. That freedom will come with a major burden, which for the banks is their reputation. Because banks have spent decades and trillions of customer dollars building trust as these companies that protect and manage our savings. But now by touching crypto and stable coins and a lot of these unknown coins, they're stepping into an unknown world that a lot of people, I think, still associate with hacks and scams and risk. And that's why I think banks can't treat crypto custody like it's just another product. They'll need to be on top of it. Hopefully they're aware of that. But that's why I think this will probably take some time. Once it is here, though, I think what Michael Saylor said about the price of Bitcoin is 100% accurate.
I'll leave it at this thought, which is when your bank tells you they'll buy Bitcoin for you and they'll make it really easy, and you can do it on the phone, it'll cost you $1 million Bitcoin.
By the time your bank is ready to custody Bitcoin and they decide to call you about it, the price will have already gone to the moon. For now, though, the world doesn't know that this is quietly happening behind the scenes. And that's why there's still such a gap between Bitcoin's current price and where a lot of smart money thinks it will be in the near future. That's also why I've been dollar cost averaging into Bitcoin and self-custodying it. And if you want to learn how to do that step by step, you can find it in the link down below. You can use coupon code Andre40 to get an additional 40% off the 4-hour class. But as always, I'd love to get your thoughts on what you think will happen and which bank will be the first to do this. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Smash the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. I'd love to see you back here next week. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. Can you please explain it to me from the beginning? What's Bitcoin?
Sure.
So if you haven't heard of MicroStrategy, you need to hear this story.
MicroStrategy.
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 MicroStrategies. MicroStrategy.
MicroStrategy has outperformed every single stock this year. The year-to-date performance at the time of making this video is over 500%. Remember, a good return for a stock in 1 year is 10 to 15%, and this is 500%. And if you zoom out and you look at the 5-year average, it's now up almost 2,600%, which is comparable to the best performing stock in a long time. Now, full disclosure, I'm making this video because I'm blown away by what's happening, and also because about a month ago, while I was traveling in Japan, I was looking to buy a watch, and unfortunately, by the time I made up my mind, the watch was sold. So I decided to put that money into MicroStrategy. And on October 9th of this year, I put $50,000 into the stock at a price of $195 a share. And so far, it's made a lot of money, at least on paper. But that doesn't change the fact that there's a lot of speculation about this stock on whether it's going to go higher or that it's some kind of Ponzi scheme, allegedly. So today I want to help explain why this company has become so valuable, how I'm personally investing, and how one man has seemingly figured out the infinite money glitch. So let's get into it. Hi, my name is Andre Jick. Hope you're doing well. Come for the finance and stay for MicroStrategy. So at this point, MicroStrategy is floating up and down between the 100 most valuable companies in the world. And here's how it got there. MicroStrategy is the brainchild of Michael Saylor, a man who at first was very much against the idea of Bitcoin. And just like everyone else who takes their time and studies Bitcoin, he became convinced that Bitcoin is the best idea.
Well, Bitcoin's the best crypto asset. Okay, what's the second best? There is no second best. There's no second best crypto asset.
Now, Michael Saylor didn't just start buying Bitcoin himself. He went all in with his company as well, MicroStrategy, which originally was a business intelligence software company. And using the profits from his business, he strapped a rocket ship to it by transforming it into what people call a Bitcoin proxy or Bitcoin treasury company, a company whose value is very closely tied to Bitcoin's performance. So here's what he actually did. His strategy starts with a really simple idea: borrow money to buy Bitcoin. And the way to do that is MicroStrategy issues something called convertible bonds. Think of these bonds as IOUs. So he says, hey investors, we owe you money, but instead of paying you back with interest, we'll give you the option to turn your IOUs into shares of our company if the stock price goes up enough. But the bonds will not pay you any interest. It's 0%. Now the question is, why would anyone want to take that deal? And the reason they would is because they're betting that MicroStrategy's stock, which goes up when Bitcoin does, will be worth more than the bond's face value when it's time to convert. And here's where it gets really complicated. Recently, Michael Saylor wanted to borrow $2.6 billion. And Michael also mentioned something called the green shoe option of $400 million at a 55% conversion premium, which sounds super complicated, but here's what that means. If you buy one of these bonds, you can turn them into MicroStrategy stock, but only if the stock price goes up 55% more than it is right now. So for easy math, let's just say if MicroStrategy stock is at $100 per share, you can convert your bond into shares when it hits $155 a share. Now, if the stock does not reach that price point in 5 years' time, you just get your money back, but with no interest owed to you. And that's a pretty good deal for some investors. So from MicroStrategy's perspective, imagine borrowing money at zero cost to buy an asset that can appreciate significantly in 5 years' time. And with this borrowed money today, MicroStrategy buys Bitcoin. Lots of it. They've now accumulated over 300,000 Bitcoins. And as Bitcoin's price goes up, so does the company's stock price, but not just 1-to-1, but by a much higher percentage. And that's because MicroStrategy amplifies its gains through leverage. And in a bull market, leverage comes at a premium valuation in the stock market. Kind of like how tech stocks trade at a higher multiple price to earnings ratio, more so when everyone is excited about it. So think of it like this. If MicroStrategy's Bitcoin is worth $1 billion, the market might value the company at $3 billion. Investors are betting on Michael Saylor's strategy and the potential for even more growth in the future. That premium is what allows MicroStrategy to issue shares at a higher price than its intrinsic value, raising huge amounts of capital without significantly diluting shareholders. Instead, in fact, it's what's called accretive, which basically increases the Bitcoin yield for existing shareholders. Kind of like how when you buy a dividend stock, over time, the dividend yield on cost goes up, so does Bitcoin on cost per share. That capital is then reinvested back into, you guessed it, more Bitcoin. So the play-by-play is to borrow money by issuing shares, buy Bitcoin, Bitcoin goes up, MicroStrategy goes up, rinse and repeat. And this is the cycle that we're watching play out in front of us. It's a feedback loop that some people have called the infinite money glitch, while other people have called it a potential Ponzi scheme. Now, this strategy is not free from risk, and there are some potential downsides and some real upsides, and here's what they are. So with Mr. Trump winning the election, there's been speculation about policies potentially favorable to Bitcoin, which is one of the many reasons Bitcoin is where it is today. And if you want to track trends like Bitcoin, let me introduce you to today's sponsor, Moomoo, a global trading app packed with powerful tools to help you trade and research smarter. Let's use MicroStrategy as an example to highlight 3 of Moomoo's standout features. First, Moomoo's 16-hour trading window gives you the flexibility to trade before the market opens and after it closes, with real-time updates every few seconds. Timing is everything, and this feature helps you stay ahead. Second, the money flow tracker shows where the big money is going. On the detailed quote page, you'll see if institutional investors are buying or selling a stock, helping you refine your strategy. And third, Moomoo's investment themes feature simplifies the sector tracking. Head to the Markets tab, and with one click, you can find Bitcoin-related stocks and compare their performance and potentially discover opportunities. And here's the exciting part. For my US audience, Moomoo is offering an exclusive promo until November 30th. Using my link down below, you can get an additional 5 free stocks on top of the regular 15 free stocks. Here's how it works. Deposit $100 for 8 free stocks. Deposit $1,000 for 12 more free stocks. But also make sure to maintain your account balance for 60 days to get free stocks. For terms and conditions, check out the link below. Thank you, Moomoo, for sponsoring this segment of the video. And now let's get back to it. So let's start with the criticism that the stock is allegedly Ponzi scheme. Now, a Ponzi scheme promises to make money for investors from the investments of subsequent investors with no real income generating model. And a Ponzi scheme is usually pretty secretive with no real assets backing the promises. And the reason why there's criticism is that the strategy depends on Bitcoin's price going up, which comes from new money. And that can feel like a promise of future returns based on new investments. And using stock issuance and debt to buy Bitcoin can also be seen as financial engineering. But the argument against this is that MicroStrategy is a cash-generating software business that's sort of found a loophole to generate shareholder value by buying a real financial asset, which, yes, is volatile and speculative to some people, but it's a real asset that's now recognized by the biggest asset management company in the world. Also, MicroStrategy does not depend on new investor money to pay profits or dividends to existing shareholders. Shareholders buy into MicroStrategy hoping for Bitcoin's price to go up, not for MicroStrategy to pay them from the pockets of new investor money. So I don't think it follows the same structure of a Ponzi scheme, but it is financial engineering in a way I don't think the world has ever seen before. But there's still some very real risks when buying the stock. And I think the first one is the premium problem. One of the biggest criticisms of the stock is that MicroStrategy is trading at what's called a premium to the net asset value, or NAV. So the stock right now is trading at a higher price than all of its Bitcoin holdings. And right now it's estimated to be anywhere between 2 to 3x its NAV. That means investors are paying $2 to $3 for every $1 worth of Bitcoin that the company owns. So people say, why would I want to buy MicroStrategy and pay triple for their Bitcoin when I can just buy and own Bitcoin at a fair market price? But the reason that someone might want to do that is leverage upside. Bitcoin goes up $1, MicroStrategy goes up $2 to $3. But this premium isn't guaranteed. It's based on market sentiment, aka how people feel. And if Bitcoin's price drops significantly, that could cause some huge problems. And here's an example. If Bitcoin drops 10% in value, which is totally possible, and the premium goes down, MicroStrategy stock could lose over 30% of its value. Because what works on leverage when the price goes up also works the other way around to the downside. And that's what we just saw recently happen when Citron, a research company, said that they were shorting MicroStrategy. It corrected really fast, and that's the double-edged sword. It works when it works, it amplifies gains, but it also magnifies the losses. Risk number 2 is leverage amplifies volatility. If Bitcoin's price drops too far, MicroStrategy could face pressure to sell its Bitcoin to meet its debt obligations. And selling when the market is going down not only locks in the losses, but it could also trigger a downward spiral, because if MicroStrategy needs to sell Bitcoin to pay its debt, Bitcoin's price goes down as well, creating a potentially very vicious cycle. It's kind of like how we got to this price point really quickly, but in reverse. Money made fast is lost even faster. And risk number 3 is that buying MicroStrategy is not the same as owning Bitcoin. When you buy MicroStrategy, you're not just betting on Bitcoin, you're also betting on Michael Saylor's strategy and the premium and the short sellers betting on your stock to go down. So those are the risks, but there's some really interesting upsides to MicroStrategy as well. And I would say the biggest upside is changes to the FASB, the Financial Accounting Standards Board, which happens after December 15th, 2024. Here's how it works. Right now, if a company like MicroStrategy holds Bitcoin, it's considered an intangible asset. And the accounting method that they have to use to value it is called the cost method, meaning when a company buys Bitcoin, they have to write down how much it costs them. And if the value drops, they have to adjust it lower, and that's called impairment. But if Bitcoin's value goes up, they can't change their books to show how much more valuable their company has become until they go to sell the asset. Now, the new accounting standard will change all of that. It's going to allow companies to show the current value of these intangible assets, which will change the way investors value companies that hold digital assets. And this accounting change could also lead to more companies buying Bitcoin because they'll be able to benefit from these new accounting standards. It really is a big deal. Now, another huge upside that people may not be taking into consideration is the ability to make interest on their Bitcoin holdings. Imagine earning some kind of a yield or interest or dividend just by holding a stock or a Bitcoin ETF. That's a really big deal. It's going to happen sometime in the future. The third potential huge upside is MicroStrategy being included in an index. It could be the S&P 500 index or the NASDAQ, but this is where all the 401k money gets dumped automatically every single month. All companies in an index are partially backstopped by a continuous flow of money that comes from just being in an index. That is huge. That's more money that could potentially be used by MicroStrategy to issue bonds to buy more Bitcoin. And as the company moves up the index ladder, more money is allocated to it. It's huge. Fourth upside is competition. Michael says, look, if you think that you are smart enough to beat Apple, Microsoft, Meta, Google, that's cool. Your company will make some money. But even those tech companies are probably having a hard time trying to beat what NVIDIA is doing. But MicroStrategy is beating NVIDIA, and he gave everyone the playbook of how he's doing it. There's nothing on earth that stops another company with some cash to do exactly what MicroStrategy has done. And if other companies start to use his strategy, even if it's on a smaller scale, that would amplify Bitcoin's price and their stock prices as well. So I give you the pros and cons, but here's how I'm personally thinking about all of this and what I've done. I like to self-custody my Bitcoin. In fact, I have an entire 4-hour course that teaches you how to do that. You want to be 100% safe and put it on the blockchain. Link is down below. But when I invested $50,000 into MicroStrategy, I thought about it as just another way to get exposure to Bitcoin while we're in a bull market. And when the stock reached $493 a share, I decided to take my original investment off the table. I sold $50,000 worth, which wasn't quite the peak of the stock, but it was really close. And then when it dipped back to the low 400s, I bought back in. Now, this is a very, very risky strategy, but I also think we're just starting this run. And I do believe if Bitcoin continues to go up, the stock could be worth multiples of what I paid for it. But the journey to getting there is just going to be very, very bumpy. Now, does that mean people should invest in this stock? And the answer is, I don't know. Investing in MicroStrategy is not the same as investing in Bitcoin directly. It's a leveraged bet on Bitcoin with all the risks and potential rewards that come with it. And I tend to think that MicroStrategy could be a way to diversify your holdings, but I still think owning Bitcoin directly or by buying a Bitcoin ETF like BlackRock's IBIT and dollar cost averaging into that might be a less risky option, especially for people that are older that do not need 3 times the volatility of Bitcoin in their life. Like any other investment, it's important to do your homework and understand the risks and make decisions that align with your goals. As for me, I'm watching the stock every single day and I'm just blown away and I'm cautiously optimistic about it. Let me know in the comments below what you think about all of this. And as always, don't forget to smash the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. I'd love to see you back here next week. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. So China just released a new artificial intelligence, and it just had a huge effect on the US stock market and even crypto.
The release of DeepSeek AI from a Chinese company should be a wake-up call for our industries that we need to be laser focused on competing to win.
China's latest AI breakthrough has leapfrogged the world.
I think we should take the development of China very, very seriously.
A game-changing move that does not come from OpenAI, Google, or Meta.
There is a new model that has all of the Valley,
but from a Chinese lab called DeepSeek.
It's opened a lot of eyes of like what's actually happening in AI in China.
What took Google and OpenAI years and hundreds of millions of dollars to build, DeepSeek says took it just 2 months and less than $6 million.
Now, this is not just another tech gadget or a new meme coin. It's something so much more powerful. Mark Andreessen, one of the most respected names in venture capital, said it's one of the most amazing things he's ever seen, and it's now available for everyone to use. So what is it, and what can it do?
A newly unveiled free open source AI model that beats some of the most powerful ones on the market. But it wasn't a new one from OpenAI, a model announcement from Anthropic. This one was built in the East by a Chinese research lab called DeepSeek.
And it turns out its capabilities are pretty mind-blowing. Imagine an AI that can build entire video games from scratch, even if it has to use programming language it wasn't originally trained on. It can do that. Imagine an AI that can extract just the reasoning from complex data sets to solve problems with super sharp precision. It can do that. Imagine an AI that thinks in real time, adapting to new information as it comes in while telling you its logic. It can do that. An AI that can also scrape data from YouTube channels to analyze trends and potentially predict what's going to go viral next. And it can do that too. That's DeepSeek AI. And that's not even the crazy part. The crazy part is that US tech companies like OpenAI spend over many more billions of dollars to develop this technology, and this model from China costs $5.6 million to create. Not billions, a few million. And DeepSeek R1, which is one of its open source language learning models, is 10 times cheaper than OpenAI, while having an almost identical performance, and in some cases, better than GPT-4.
It beat Meta's Llama, OpenAI's GPT-4o, and Anthropic's Claude Sonnet 3.5 on accuracy on wide-ranging tests, a subset of 500 math problems, an AI math evaluation, coding competition, and a test of spotting and fixing bugs in code.
And they gave it away for free. Unlike OpenAI, which is ironically closed source and the code is private, DeepSeek is completely open source and the code is available to the public, which means China was able to recreate and catch up with our AI technology on a very limited budget with very limited access to the hardware that would make this possible. And because of this economic limitation, they figured out workarounds and pretty much ended OpenAI's dominance.
Today, we released Humanity's Last Exam, which is a new evaluation benchmark for AI models that we produced by getting math, physics, biology, chemistry professors to provide the hardest questions they could possibly imagine. DeepSeek, which is the leading Chinese AI lab, their model is actually the top performing, or roughly on par with the best American model.
And that leaves me with a couple of interesting questions, like how does this affect the United States if the US was thought to be years ahead of China in this field? How will this affect the stock market, specifically tech stocks, because they've gone up, specifically because of this story of US superiority that's no longer true? And where did this AI really come from? And how does it actually work? And how can it make me rich? So with that said, let's get into it. Hi, my name is Andre Jick. Hope you're doing well. Come to finance and stay for the AI. So let's start from the beginning. Where did this technology come from?
Despite its breakthrough, very, very little is known about its lab and its founder, Liang Wenfeng. According to Chinese media reports, DeepSeek was born out of a Chinese hedge fund called High Flyer Quants that manages about $8 billion in assets.
But unlike OpenAI or Anthropic, which have super detailed charters and principles, DeepSeek operates with a level of secrecy because we don't know much about its founder or how they were able to put together the team or the hardware to build this technology because of the sanctions placed on China by the US. But what we do know is that they did it in just 2 months and at a fraction of the cost that US companies spent.
How did they actually assemble this talent? How did they assemble all the hardware? How did they assemble the data to do all this? We don't know. And it's never been publicized, and hopefully we can learn that.
So the next question is, how is it any different than OpenAI, and why is it better? And one of DeepSeek's most impressive features is called chain of thought reasoning. This means the model doesn't just spit out answers at you. It shows you its thinking process. For example, if you ask it to solve a math problem, it will first break down the problem into smaller steps explain why it's doing what it's doing, and then it'll give you the final answer. And this makes it not only more transparent, but also more reliable for things that need detailed planning and logical thinking. And why this matters is because chain of thought models like DeepSeek R1 are much better at handling complex, multi-step problems than traditional language learning models. So whether you're solving a tricky math equation or debugging a code or planning a project, DeepSeek's ability to reason while showing you its reason step by step gives it a huge advantage over OpenAI's GPT-4. So the next question is then, what's their secret and how were they able to do this? And the secret is efficiency. Even though the US placed semiconductor restrictions that cut off China from accessing NVIDIA's most powerful chips, DeepSeek found a way to create this technology with a lot less resources than the US. They used NVIDIA's H800 GPUs, which are less powerful than the H100s, but they optimized their training process to squeeze every ounce of power out of them.
China has caught up in the last 6 months in a way that is remarkable. The fact of the matter is, a couple of the Chinese programs, one example is called DeepSeek, looks like they've caught up.
They also use super clever techniques like mixture of experts architecture and 8-bit float point training, which lowered their computational costs while maintaining stability. And the result is a model that's not only cheaper, but also faster and more accurate in a lot of benchmarks.
They can take a really good big model and use a process called distillation. And what distillation is basically you use a very large model to help your small model get smart at the thing that you want it to get smart at.
Now, it's not better in every test they did, but it's better in a lot of them. And now the big philosophical question is, which one is better, open source or closed source?
I don't trust OpenAI. I don't trust them open at it. And I don't think we want to have the most powerful AI in the world controlled by someone who is not trustworthy.
The United States and its companies decided to go closed source. In other words, the technology and its code is not available to the public, which is a big criticism that Elon Musk had against OpenAI. DeepSeek and China decided to go the other way, the open source way, meaning the code is public for everyone to copy and use without paying a huge amount of money. And the cost difference is really big. For example, OpenAI charges $4.40 per million tokens. DeepSeek's API costs just 10 cents per million tokens. And by the way, think of tokens as the building blocks of language. Every word and punctuation mark counts as a token. So if I asked an AI bot, how are you? That would be 4 tokens. How are you plus the question mark. Now, why this matters is because if you're trying to build a company that uses, let's say, an AI chatbot for customer service because you can't afford to hire real people and a team of customer service reps, if you have 10 million tokens per month in inputs and outputs, you'd be paying $44 a month with OpenAI versus just $1 a month with DeepSeek. That's a 97% reduction in cost. And that means American developers are already building on DeepSeek's platform instead of OpenAI's. So ultimately, the question is, why should we care? And we should care because it's not just a story about technology. It's a story about power between 2 countries. Remember all those videos talking about inflation and people asking, what does the US really export? Inflation and US dollar. But really, what the US exports is technology. Because for decades, the United States has been the undisputed leader in technology, AI innovation, thanks to companies like Apple and Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and now OpenAI. And DeepSeek could change all of that.
Those strict restrictions from the US government, they were intended to slow down the race, to keep American tech on American ground, to stay ahead in the race.
What we want to do is we want to keep it in this country. China is a competitor, and others are competitors.
So instead, the restrictions might have been just what China needed.
If China is successful in deploying this technology at scale, it could give them a significant edge in everything from economic growth to even military dominance. And this technology could, in theory, be used to optimize their economy, predict global market trends, and maybe outmaneuver their competitors on the world stage. And it's not really hard to see how this could shift the balance of power. And if investors start to doubt US dominance in AI, we could see an even bigger sell-off in tech than we already have. Companies like NVIDIA, which supply the chips for AI, could be hit especially hard. And for the average American, that could mean a hit to their 401k or retirement savings. We're looking at over $620 billion in market losses in just one day from one news story. There's never been a bigger single-day drop for a US stock ever. But this didn't stop at NVIDIA. Look at all the red in tech. At a time when these tech companies represent a record amount of space in the S&P. And if the infamous NVIDIA bull Nancy Pelosi didn't see this coming, then it shows you how important it is to diversify early. Now, I've talked about diversifying into alternative assets like crypto for years, but unlike crypto, one alternative asset class has actually had a negative correlation to stocks over the last 30 years. I'm talking about blue chip contemporary art, which sounds crazy to even consider for investment until you learn about all the billionaires who sit on 9-figure plus art collections, including the people behind this new tech revolution like VC Mark Andreessen from earlier, or Microsoft co-founder Paul Allen, who had a $1 billion auction. Jeff Bezos even spent $180 million last year on a single painting. But it's not just them. In 2023, Deloitte estimated the overall wealth held in art and collectibles was nearly $2.2 trillion and projected to hit almost $2.9 trillion by 2026. And that's why I built a small portfolio with Masterworks, the sponsor of this portion of the video. Their platform allows everyday investors to get in on multi-million-dollar art investments like Banksy, Basquiat, and Picasso so that investors can participate in this historically uncorrelated asset class. Masterworks is not just an exchange. It's not just an app. They're actively buying and selling iconic works around the world so investors like us can benefit. I've been talking about Masterworks for a while now, and I've invested alongside thousands of you, and personally, I'm holding a stake in this Basquiat offering. In fact, Masterworks' most recent sale was a different Basquiat last year, which sold for $8 million after 1,398 days. And for every $10,000 someone invested in that piece, they took home over $2,600 in profit, even after fees. So if you want to diversify for a small part of your portfolio, you can easily sign up to Masterworks by going to the QR code or by clicking the link in the description down below. Thank you, Masterworks, for sponsoring this segment of the video. And now let's get back to it. But the second reason why you might want to care about this is because of money and the stock market. What does this all mean for the valuation of some of these AI stocks now that this has happened? Because for the last few years, the stock market, which is mostly driven by tech stocks, has gone up thanks to the story that AI is going to revolutionize the world. And the US is going to see most of that benefit since it's the one that's pioneering this space. I mean, think of how much money was spent and invested by venture capital to make ChatGPT. And then Tony Stark all of a sudden shows up and builds the same technology in a cave in just a couple of weeks.
Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave with a bunch of scraps.
Imagine all the people that spent billions of dollars investing only to realize maybe it should only cost a couple $1 million and not take years and years to make.
Astronaut Paul Hapatia puts it, let me say this quiet part out loud. AI model building is a money trap.
That's one of the wake-up calls we just had this week when the stock market corrected. But I do think there is a lesson in all of this. And the lesson is that it's now more important than ever for countries to work together to develop this technology instead of thinking about this as an arms race. But that's probably easier said than done for an entertainer on social media than it is for the leader of a country. But here is where I think we're about to go next in the world of investing. The next story of what's about to drive the market and all the hype and all the money that's going to go into it is less software AI driven and more hardware AI driven. And that's because there's only so much we can train data systems on just by feeding them textual data and information. So the next phase will be feeding these systems with practical physical data. And I'm talking about robots, actual robots doing things and learning how to build and create, which will be the next leg of this race. But I'd love to hear your thoughts. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Smash the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. I'd love to see you back here next week. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. So what if I told you that Japan, a country with just 2% of the world's population, could disrupt the entire world?
Japan's government has released growth data for the first quarter of this year.
And the numbers show the economy has taken a step back.
Japan's three biggest names in the auto industry announced disappointing numbers for the last quarter of the business year, and they're warning of rough waters ahead.
Rice prices in Japan remain stubbornly high. Consumers are struggling to put food on tables, and retailers to put products on shelves at affordable prices.
The government has been trying to fix the problem with limited success.
Now, you probably don't spend a lot of time thinking about Japan's economy, and most people don't. It's on the other side of the world, and it's not in the headlines all the time like the US or China. But the reality is that Japan could increase interest rates in your country, crash stock portfolios all over the world, and potentially even trigger the next global recession. Because Japan is not just another country. It is one of the biggest creditors on earth. It holds over $1 trillion in US government debt. And for decades, it's been the engine that powered some of the world's riskiest financial bets through something called the yen carry trade. And the yen is one of the most important currencies in the world. And it's also getting stronger. Now that sounds like a good thing, but it's actually not. And we found out why it's not last year in 2024. That's when we saw the carry trade unwind, which led to a quick spike in the yen, which led to a flash crash in Japanese stocks and a ripple effect that hit everything from US stocks to Bitcoin and more. Now, at the time, the Bank of JP Morgan was warning that the carry trade unwind was only halfway done. And now in 2025, that unwinding is continuing. The Japanese government bonds are collapsing in value. Long-term interest rates are going up and bond auctions are failing. And because of that, we're seeing this slow motion unwinding of trillions of dollars in global leverage, and investors are starting to feel a little scared. But the thing about this story is that it's not just the story about Japan, it's a story about the end of an era, the era of easy money. And as Lynn Alden puts it, when the global debt is this high and the demographics this broken, there's really only one way out: currency devaluation and the gradual realization that nothing stops this train. Now, once that happens, money starts to look for other places to go, like scarce, decentralized, hard assets that can't be inflated away. So in today's video, I want to explain exactly what's going on behind the scenes, why it all matters, how it's all connected, and how I'm personally investing. So with that said, let's get into it. Hi, my name is Andre Jik. Hope you're doing well. Come for the finance and stay for Japan. Now, before we get into the super interesting details, let me first talk about something that rarely gets talked about, which is demographics. Now, demographics explain the age structure of a country, like who's working for the money, who's spending it, and who's retiring with it, because there has to be a balance. Now, when you get less young people in a country, you get a smaller workforce, slower economic growth, lower tax revenue, and at the same time, the cost of things like healthcare and retirement go up. In other words, if a country has bad demographics, they will probably have a bad or a weak economy. Now, Japan happens to be the oldest country in the world. About 30% of its population is over the age of 65. Its birth rate has been below replacement for decades, and it's been getting smaller since 2008. And by 2050, they're estimating that Japan is going to lose around 20 million people, which is the equivalent of about everyone in Florida. And the aging crisis doesn't just affect retirements and hospitals, it affects the entire economy. And that's because less workers means less growth. More retirees means more government spending. You get the idea. The only way to keep that kind of a system running is to borrow money, which is why Japan now has the highest what's called debt to GDP ratio in the developed world, which is over 260%, and it keeps going up. And for years, Japan has gotten away with that. The government could just borrow trillions without any consequences because Japan also had their interest rates at basically zero, and because the Bank of Japan was willing to buy up half the bond market. But Japanese investors still wanted to make a return on their borrowed money. They wanted to park that money somewhere, so they bought US assets, which is why Japan became the biggest foreign holder of US treasuries. But now, in 2025, the balance is starting to break. The Bank of Japan is walking away, and all of that debt is starting to make a huge difference. So the question is, why does Japan's economy matter if maybe I live in another country? And let me explain why it matters so much to the entire world and why the market around the world was actually benefiting from Japan all along, whether we knew it or not. Because for decades, Japan has been the world's biggest so-called creditor nation. It holds over $3 trillion in net foreign assets, and it's the top holder of U.S. Treasury bonds, with over $1 trillion in U.S. government debt as of 2025. And it's not just bonds. Japanese institutions also own U.S. stocks, corporate debt, and even real estate. All the money that was leaving Japan has actually helped finance deficits, help asset prices, and lower interest rates in the US and all around the world. And the reason Japan could do that, the reason it had so much spare money to send overseas, comes down to one thing. Interest rates were stuck at zero. This created one of the most important financial cheat codes of the last 30 years, called the yen carry trade. Here's how it works. Investors, hedge funds, and big institutions borrow money in Japanese yen at ultra low interest rates. Then they convert that yen into dollars, euros, or other higher yielding currencies, and then they invest that money into assets overseas. And that could be anything from US stocks, emerging markets, bonds, crypto, real estate, you name it. Now, the difference between Japan's almost zero borrowing cost and the higher return almost anywhere else becomes free profit. Multiply that by billions or even trillions, and you start to see why this trade has been called the global money glitch. For example, in 2023, US interest rates were over 5%, while Japan's interest rates were still negative. And that created a huge incentive to borrow cheap yen, buy US assets, and make the spread. At its peak, Bloomberg estimated that carry trades involving the yen had reached hundreds of billions of dollars globally. But here's the catch. This only works as long as Japan's interest rates stay low and the yen stays weak. If the yen gets stronger, or if Japanese interest rates or yields go up, the trade starts to break. Borrowing becomes expensive, and then currency losses start to go up. And all those investors have to sell their US assets to cover the damage. And that's exactly what started to happen in 2024. The Bank of Japan raised interest rates for the first time in decades. The yen went up more than 10% in just a couple of weeks. And what followed was pretty bad. Japan's market lost a ton of money in just 3 days. US stocks sold off, Bitcoin went down, and JP Morgan was warning that the unwind had only just started.
People are like, this carry trade, which seemed like the easy trade, is no longer. So you start exiting fast and it starts to be self-fulfilling, unwinds and unwinds and unwinds.
Now, in 2025, the Bank of Japan is still tightening. Japanese bond yields are going up, and the yen is starting to get stronger, which means trillions of dollars in global leverage are again at risk of unraveling one margin call at a time. And now, for the first time in decades, Japan may not just stop buying US treasuries, they might start selling them. And that brings me to what's happening in Japan's bond market right now, which is not good. In May 2025, the yields or interest rates on their 30-year government bonds hit over 3%. The 40-year bonds are at 3.6%, an all-time high. That might not sound like a lot if you're used to US interest rates, but for Japan, this is historic. These are supposed to be the safest, most stable bonds in the country. And now investors want a huge premium just to hold them. In other words, they want more interest. Why? Because their trust is fading. Japan's debt to GDP, again, is 250%. And for years, the only reason that didn't cause a crisis was because the Bank of Japan could print money to buy up those bonds. That works until it doesn't. And now that the Bank of Japan is backing off, the market is testing what their bonds are really worth organically without that artificial government demand. And what the whole world just saw are failed bond auctions. investors are not bidding what they're worth. So how do you get those people to buy up those bonds? You raise the interest rate. It's the only way. By doing that, though, you break the carry trade. And we're seeing some of those effects kind of spill over into other parts of the market. Enter Metaplanet, for example. Metaplanet is a very popular publicly traded company in Japan. They own thousands of Bitcoin. And over the last few weeks, that stock has exploded, mostly because investors are treating it as kind of a nuclear hedge against Japan's bond market collapse. Why that matters, though, is because as Japanese interest rates go up and their yen gets stronger, there's shorts that are placed on Metaplanet in Bitcoin-related strategies, and those started to see huge losses. So what we saw was kind of a short squeeze. When people lose trust in the government's ability to manage their debt, when they see their long-term bonds, which are supposed to be boring and safe, acting like volatile tech stocks, then people start to question the entire system. And in Japan, some of that money is moving into Bitcoin, not necessarily directly, but through companies like Metaplanet and Michael Saylor's strategy. But what I really think this strategy is about for them is a move away from assets that are controlled by central banks towards assets that are finite, decentralized, and immune to yield curve manipulation. Now, I'm not saying that Bitcoin is going to replace the yen or anything like that. But what I am saying is it shows you just how fast emotions can change when a country's safest asset starts to get a little wobbly. Because if Japan's bonds are not as safe as they used to be, and the central bank is out of ammo, what's Japan supposed to do? And before we keep going, though, let me just zoom out for a second, because everything I talk about on my channel is from interest rates to inflation to investing, but it really comes down to one thing: financial freedom. And a huge part of that is understanding how credit works and how to build it in a smart, sustainable way. That's actually why I wanted to mention Kickoff. It's one of the simplest tools I've seen for helping people build credit over time. It's not a loan, not a credit card, and there's no interest or hidden fees, just a super affordable credit building plan that starts at $5 a month. Kickoff helps by creating a trade line and shows up on your credit profile. And as long as you make on-time monthly payments, they get reported to all 3 major credit bureaus. And that can help improve key credit factors like payment history and utilization. Some Kickoff users who started with a credit under 600 and made on-time payments saw an average increase of about 25 points in their first month and up to 84 points after their first year. Right now, they're offering 80% off your first month, and that's as little as $1 to get started. If you use my link down below, you get kickoff.com/Andre. So if you're serious about building a stronger financial foundation and you want something that's easy to manage and doesn't feel predatory, definitely check it out. Thanks to Kickoff for partnering with this video, and now let's get back to it. So besides the yen carry trade coming to an end potentially, there's a second idea people are really scared of, which is, what if Japan starts selling US treasuries? Remember, Japan is the biggest holder of US government debt with over $1 trillion. And for years, it has actually helped keep US interest rates low and help support our huge government spending. But now, some Japanese institutions have already started pulling back from foreign bonds, which includes buying US treasuries. As Japanese interest rates go up and the yen starts to get stronger, it gets more expensive to borrow. So instead of borrowing money, that money is just going to stay at home. And if that trend continues, the US could actually lose one of its biggest lenders. And that would mean huge borrowing costs here in the US for consumers, and more pressure on the Fed, and even more volatility in the bond market. And you could start to see a world where interest rates in the US actually go up, not because of inflation, but because creditors just don't show up to the auction. Even the Japanese finance minister said recently their US Treasury holdings could be used as leverage in trade talks. Now, he then later was like, just kidding. But it shows you that it's actually a real possibility. For now, the Bank of Japan is under a lot of pressure. They have over 1.3 quadrillion yen, or 260% of GDP. That means even a small increase in interest rates can have a huge consequence. If Japan's interest rate goes up by 1%, for example, that alone would add about 13 trillion yen, or $85 billion in yearly interest payments. That's more than what Japan spends on its entire defense budget for the entire year. So besides selling US treasuries then, Japan has two options, and none of them are good. Option number one, raise interest rates to fight inflation and protect their currency. But that risks blowing up the government's budget. It's like having a giant mortgage at a super low interest rate. And if that rate jumps even just a little, the monthly payment goes up and you just can't afford to pay it anymore. Or option two, keep interest rates low so the government can keep borrowing, but that lets the value of the yen fall. And when the yen gets weaker, the cost of importing stuff gets a lot more expensive. So it's like having a low interest rate on your credit card, but every time you go shopping, everything costs more than it did last week, and the cost of living goes way up. So remember, the Bank of Japan already owns over 50% of the entire bond market, and they've been printing money for years just to keep that system going. But even with all of that control, it's not working as good anymore. Bond auctions are failing, and investors are walking away. They're asking for a higher interest to take on all of this economic risk. So Japan is asking a question that no government wants to ask, which is, how much longer can we pretend that this is sustainable? Because once you build a whole economy around cheap money, the moment you try to raise interest rates, the economy starts to break. And here's where I'm going to tie everything together, because this is where it gets really interesting. Because while all of this is playing out and Japan's bond market is breaking, interest payments are exploding, global debt is rising, inflation is creeping in, Bitcoin quietly reached an all-time high, and no one even noticed. Google searches are still extremely low, all things considering. Now, obviously, it's not just one thing. Bitcoin moves for a lot of different reasons, like ETFs, halving cycles, and businesses and states and countries buying it, but you can't ignore the big picture. The world is waking up to this idea that maybe those crazy Bitcoiners and what they've been saying since the beginning might actually be true, which is that this debt-based system might not be sustainable in the long term. And Japan is just one example. The US is not that far behind. And in both cases, the question becomes, how do you escape a system that only works when interest rates are close to zero? And the answer seems to be, you can't. There is no way out. Deep down, the market is starting to price in this idea that governments are not going to be able to grow their way out of this. They're not going to be able to raise taxes fast enough, and they will not cut spending because politicians just don't want to. None of them have the courage to face the public. But at the same time, we don't want to default. We don't want to not pay. The show must go on. So what's left? Facing the consequences, getting a credit downgrade, and inflating away the debt, devaluing the currency. Extend and pretend that everything is fine. And that's what Lynn Alden meant with nothing stops this train. And if that's the direction we're going, even if it's slow, it makes sense why people are buying things like Bitcoin. Because it's outside the system, it's finite, and it doesn't care about bond auctions, it doesn't care about tariffs, can't be printed into oblivion. And that's why I've been making it such a big part of my personal investment strategy. Again, I've been dollar cost averaging into it for a long time because this story makes a lot of sense to me. And I have no idea what my sell price is. I don't really have one. And the truth is, part of me really wants to take a big part of my stock portfolio and convert it into Bitcoin, but I don't think I'd sleep as comfortably. So I'm holding on to my stocks because even if all of this is wrong, then I can still rely on stocks to get me to retirement because that's what data shows works in the long term. I'm staying invested regardless of what happens though, but I did find this to be a really interesting story. I've got time to see how all of this plays out, but I'd love to hear your thoughts. As always, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Smash the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. I'd love to see you back here next week. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. So I want to show you how one country's currency was able to prop up the entire world using just a spoon. Sounds weird, but if I place the spoon on my hand like this and I start to slowly rub it, it's going to start to look like the spoon is bending. Watch, you see that tail end of it rising? Just by rubbing it, the metal is bending. Just like that, with the power of my mind, it's fully bent. Okay, not really. That was just a magic trick. But within magic, there's this really interesting concept called misdirection. And the way misdirection works is not that different from macroeconomics, because by creating one small hidden action in one place, I can cause a much bigger reaction in another. By lowering my fingers on one end of my hand, I can create the illusion of the metal bending on the other. But where you look is where all the action happens. And that's exactly how a tiny increase of just 0.25% of another country's central bank's interest rate, the Bank of Japan, could cause the world to lose hundreds of billions of dollars. Imagine one small country, one currency did all that. How? And this is where it gets really interesting, because the mechanism that caused this to happen is something called the carry trade. Imagine borrowing $1 million at 0% interest, which right now you can't do because interest rates are just too high. But it's possible to borrow from a country where interest rates are close to zero, like Japan. And then using that loan to invest in anything. Stocks, real estate, treasury bonds, gold, Bitcoin, doesn't matter. As long as the return on investment is higher than the interest rate of your loan and the currency that you borrowed is on the decline, then this could work. Until it doesn't. That's why the Japanese stock market dropped 12.4%, and that was the worst single-day decline since the Black Monday of 1987. And the US, the stock market lost 3%, and the tech-heavy NASDAQ index fell 3.4%. Even the VIX, which is what people like to use to measure people's fear, went up to 65. And that's a level seen only 2 other times before, the 2008 financial crisis and the pandemic. So the markets got really scared and they sold off. And of course, right now they've recovered. But I still have a lot of questions, like, was that the end of it? Did we fully unwind, or is there more left to go? How big are these trades? How did Japan cause US stocks to fall? And are we in a recession already? There's a lot of questions I don't know the answers to, but I want to try to understand. So with that said, let's get into it. Hi, my name is Andre Jick. Hope you're doing well. Come to finance and stay for macroeconomic magic. Let me just show you a visual analogy of what I think is happening all around the world. As I'm building this little card castle, I just want you to imagine that each and every one of these pillars represents what allowed the Japanese carry trade to sort of exist. Like, for example, Japan's low interest rate and the declining yen in the 1990s combined to make this little foundation that everything was built on top of. Because on top of that, we built some interesting things, like we added some investor confidence, and then we added some global financial liquidity. So as you'll see, there we go. And on top of that, we added another foundation, which represented all the countries in the world that wanted to get yields from their cheap loans. So it looks like that. Creates a beautiful little pyramid. But here's where it gets interesting, because as things start to change, like for example, interest rates are no longer zero or negative, we get this very interesting effect to happen. Then we start to remove other things like investor confidence, for example. Kind of interesting. And then, of course, we remove other things like global liquidity. And we get something that makes no sense at all. And that's a visual analogy of the stock market as it is today. The only thing that's holding up this sculpture is the invisible force of central banking. Now, in magic, I like to call this fake it until you make it. But in economics, it's called fake it until you break it. And break it we did because on August 5th, we broke it, because that's when Japan introduced the force of gravity. My first question is, would you please subscribe, because that took me way too long to do? And the second question is, how did we get to a point in time where one country raising its interest rate by a tiny amount could affect someone on the other side of the world to wake up and say, what just happened to my stocks? So let me give you a big picture, historical context of how we actually got here. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor. So in today's digital age, ensuring the safety of my business data is more important than ever, especially since my team relies heavily on sharing and collaborating on content like my YouTube videos for my clients and my sponsors to review before they go live. So how do we ensure that our content stays safe? I've been using Dropbox for 10 years now, and I'm super excited to have them sponsor this part of my video. With Dropbox, you get robust security tools designed to help protect and manage your content from inception to delivery. And besides securely storing my files, here are some other ways Dropbox keeps our content safe. The first is safeguarding sensitive files with passwords and expiration dates. By setting a password on my uploads before they go live, I can ensure sensitive information stays secure, minimizing risks of unauthorized exposure. And if I want an extra layer of security, I can set an expiration date as well. Also, have you ever deleted something super important at the final iteration of your project? I know I have. With Dropbox's file recovery, you can get it back in a snap. Dropbox saves all your lost files for up to 6 months. All you have to do is go to the deleted files page, select the recoverable files or folders you'd like to bring back, then click restore. And just like that, it can pay for itself with this one feature alone. With Dropbox, there are no ads, they don't profit off my data, and my content is secure, unlike other products that are free. Don't just take my word for it. Click the link below to see how Dropbox can empower you to stay proactive and secure. Thanks to Dropbox for sponsoring this segment of the video, and now let's get back to it. It turns out what made all of this possible was Japan trying to save itself. By the height of the 1980s, Japan became one of the most powerful countries in the world. Japan's stock market alone was estimated to be worth 4 times more than the entire value of US real estate. And times were so good, and Japan made so much money, it started buying huge portions of the United States. People in the US thought Japan would become the world's dominant superpower. But then it all reached a peak in 1989, and Japan collapsed. Now that's a completely separate video, not related to the carry trade, but it was Japan's rise and fall that created the opportunity for the carry trade, because Japan started to experience deflation and prices started to fall. So to save itself, Japan slashed its interest rate to nearly zero and then eventually to negative to encourage people to go out, borrow money, and spend it. But the Japanese people just experienced the worst economic crash of their lifetime. They didn't want to borrow. Instead, the borrowers became speculators from other countries. That's what created the carry trade. That turned Japan into the biggest creditor nation in the world, where countries go to borrow cheap money. Let me just show you some examples of how Japan has propped up the entire world for decades now, because countries with a high interest rate have also done this throughout history. Like Australia, for example. In the 1990s, Australia, like the US today, had money pouring into itself from all over the world, which made the Australian dollar extremely strong. And Australia had a high interest rate. So what countries would do is they would borrow Japanese yen, they would park that money into Australian treasury bonds, collect the high interest rate, pay off the loan, and they would pocket the difference. That was the infinite money glitch. It was a way to virtually risk-free make a return on their money. And this has been happening all around the world for decades with other countries and their currencies, including the Mexican peso, which, spoiler alert, didn't have a good ending, the Turkish lira, the Hungarian forint, the South African rand, the Indonesian rupiah, and the Russian ruble. And then 2008 happened, and the carry trade was reset. At least until 2013, and the carry trade was revived under Shinzo Abe's policies, which kept Japanese interest rates low and then eventually negative in 2016, while the United States and the rest of the world started to increase their interest rates. And that once again created this opportunity for the carry trade. And once again, the cycle started to repeat. Money could once again be cheaply borrowed and invested into high yield assets like the US stock market and treasury bond market for a guaranteed return. So it works when things are working, but when things go bad, it can lead to a flash crash. And that's how you can get someone to wake up one week halfway on the other side of the world and wonder why their portfolio is crashing. All right, so if the carry trade has been around since the 1990s, the next question I had is, could something trigger it to happen again, and how bad would it be? It turns out, yes, it can, and here's how. All that happened was the Bank of Japan unexpectedly raised interest rates for the first time in 17 years. And just a small increase of 0.25% of the key interest rate was enough to scare investors and force their liquidations. When interest rates go from negative to positive, really bad things can happen to the market. In fact, the same thing happened to Europe in July of 2022. That's when the European Central Bank, the ECB, started to raise rates for the first time in 11 years. And watch what happens to the Vanguard International Market ETF, ticker symbol EXUS, right around that same time frame. The market corrected 15% between the end of July to mid-October. And some of that can be attributed to the unwinding of their carry trade thanks to Europe ending its negative interest rate policy. So yes, all of this can happen at any time if Japan decides to raise their interest rate. Now, unfortunately, because I'm not a smart economist, I couldn't figure out how bad a crash could get. But the truth is, no one really knows because we don't know the size of these carry trades around the world. But what we do know is they are really, really big. In fact, according to BIS, the Bank of International Settlements, which is sort of like a group of banks that report on information, they say that the loans outstanding from one country to another, denominated in yen, is valued at 41 trillion yen, or a little over $250 billion. But economists also say that's not an accurate measure of how big carry trades actually are. And that's because foreign exchange borrowing is not actually included or counted on a bank's balance sheet. Instead, it's hidden within what's called foreign exchange swaps. And the swap market, including the yen, totals, wait for it, 14.2 trillion US dollars. That money is not counted as debt. It goes completely unrecorded because there is no swap. That's why no one can agree how big this thing really is. It could be in the hundreds of billions or in the trillions of dollars. Analysts at UBS, for example, say that it's 500 billion. So half of it just got unwound. But JP Morgan says it's $4 trillion. So we're nowhere near it being over, but no one knows. All we really know is that we got really lucky this time around because Japan backtracked and was like, we're not going to raise interest rates anymore. Just kidding. But no one really knows the full size of the mother of all carry trades and how bad this could really get. So all of this sort of leads me to ask the ultimate questions. Are we in a recession or are we going to be in one soon? And of course, the answer is no one knows for sure. So I looked at a bunch of different things, and here are some of the trends that I've noticed. I might put you to sleep for the next minute or two, but I promise I'm going to tie it all together and show you what I think and how I'm investing through all of this. But the first thing that I noticed is that rich people are holding a lot of cash right now. Take Warren Buffett, for example. His company Berkshire Hathaway's cash position relative to total assets spiked to 25% in Q2 2024, the highest level in 24 years. He sold off so many stocks that his cash has now doubled in just 2 years. And it's not just investors raising cash. I've also noticed that luxury items are not selling as much and the prices have significantly dropped, especially luxury cars, which I know is anecdotal and it's only a small part of the economy, but hear me out. If you've ever looked at auction sites like Cars and Bids or Bring a Trailer, luxury cars are not meeting their reserves. And in general, the used car market has significantly declined and cars are usually the first to go. There's also rising unemployment. The latest jobs market report showed that unemployment is now at a 3-year high. And this is a classic sign that the economy could be slowing down. It's happened a lot of times before we get a recession. And a part of what leads to higher unemployment are small businesses. And right now, small businesses are going through a recession of their own because it's really hard for them to get a loan from the banks right now. And the harder it is for them to get a loan, the less people they tend to hire and the more they tend to let go, and that affects unemployment. And that's exactly what we're seeing in this chart. Also, economists say that it takes, on average, roughly 10 quarters after the first rate increase to put economies into a recession. And right now, we're on that 10th quarter, which means the likelihood of us being in a recession is statistically higher. That's why when you add everything up together, everyone is sort of waiting to see what the most important bank of all will do. Of course, the Federal Reserve, the central bank, And no one knows what they're going to do until September. But right now, the market is predicting a 74% chance that they're going to lower interest rates by at least a quarter percent in September. Now, this doesn't always happen, but when the Fed starts to pivot and lower interest rates, that usually means the sign of a slowing economy and a potential recession ahead. That's not to say that we are in a recession or we're going to be in one, but those are just some of the things I've noticed. Now, if you made it this far into the video, here's what I'm personally doing. Please understand, this is not supposed to be financial advice, and I don't want anyone to confuse the view counts of my video or the subscriber count of my channel as me having any knowledge about how to actually invest. I share these numbers with you because I think transparency is really cool. That's what got me into saving and investing. And so I try to return the favor, and I hope that inspires you or informs you. But the way that I'm looking at everything is this year we're in an election year. So all the numbers that I'm seeing reported by the government, I tend to think the real numbers are probably not as good as what I'm seeing. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's the way I look at it. Now, when I ask people what they're doing with their finances, they're saving, are you investing, are you just waiting to buy? A lot of times I hear people say, I'm going to wait until interest rates come down, until house prices, car prices all come down, and I can finance and buy when it's cheaper. And that's fine. But I think what most people forget is that when interest rates come down, it's because the economy is slowing down. And when asset prices come down, it's not because interest rates are cheaper. It's because people lose their incomes. Now, I hope that doesn't end up happening, but when it happens, people lose their purchasing power. That's why things go down. That's also why I've been building a cash position just in case life throws a lemon in my face. I think it's really important to save at least 3 to 6 months worth of an emergency fund just in case. When it comes to investing, I'm also dollar cost averaging right now. For example, when the market flash crashed, I was buying a little bit of Bitcoin. Unfortunately, I missed it below 50,000, but that's okay because I'm putting in about $100 a day into Bitcoin, sometimes more, sometimes less, but that's about my pace. Also, when it comes to the stock market, the S&P 500, I'm also dollar cost averaging the exact same rate of $100 a day, and that's into an ETF, ticker symbol BTI, basically the broad stock market that's made up of thousands and thousands of different stocks. Now, I'm also reinvesting all my dividends, and right now I'm buying a dividend ETF, ticker symbol JEPQ or JEPQ, to supercharge my dividends at the rate of $200 a day, and my goal is to get to about $100,000 in that position, which I also realize all these numbers are completely unrelatable to most people. So I don't want anyone to look at all this money that I'm investing and thinking, wow, Andre is really confident and knows what he's doing. That is not the case. And to prove to you that I'm no genius stock picker, I'll show you that so far my year-to-date returns are only 11% compared to VTI's 17%. So if you want to make more money than me, just focus on the broader stock. And then, of course, I'm also reinvesting all of my dividend income back into my portfolio, which right now is generating about $2,000 a month. But I will say, I wish I could just time travel back to my younger self and thank that kid for putting myself on this path today. I wish I could show him my portfolio right now and say, look, you're still no genius, but even though you made only 11% this year, that's more than 6 figures. It's more than what you're making now. It's more than what most people are making from their day job. And here you are doing nothing. And these stocks and all the people on Wall Street are making you wealthier every single year, just because you had the foresight to know that someday you will be at this point in your life. And all it took was just being consistent and not particularly smart, which I think is pretty cool. I'll leave a link down to the course below. Just kidding. I don't have any courses, but someday in the future, if there's any interest, I will definitely make one. And if you'd like me to do a more detailed breakdown of my portfolio, just let me know down in the comments below and I'll see what I can do. But in the meantime, I'd love to hear your thoughts about where you think the world is going and what you're doing about it. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Smash the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. Don't forget to grab your free stocks. Links are down below. Track them automatically with the spreadsheet link down below on my Patreon. I'd love to see you back here next week. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. The United States claims to have over 8,000 tons of gold. But what if I told you no one's actually seen that gold in decades? Now, supposedly these bars are stored in heavily guarded vaults. the most famous of which is the Fort Knox Bullion Depository in Kentucky, which alone holds about 4,580 tons, almost half of the country's gold. The rest is split between the U.S. Mint and the Federal Reserve Bank of New York's vault. In total, though, the U.S. reserves stayed at about 8,100 tons for decades, with only small changes. And the value of all this gold, or something called the book value, is set at a very specific price, $42.22 per ounce, totaling about $11 billion. But there's a problem. That price is way below today's market value. At recent market prices, this gold would be worth hundreds of billions of dollars. The US gold reserve is a hugely valuable asset, even if its official accounting value hasn't been updated since the 1970s. But why? Surely the gold reserves are reviewed every year, right? Supposedly it should be. It isn't. And just recently, US banks have been flying in thousands and thousands of gold bars from London to New York, sparking a lot of theories as to what is actually happening. So the question is, if we looked in there today, what would we find? Why doesn't the government just do an audit and tell us? And if it's missing, how would that affect ordinary people? It's one of the most interesting stories you're going to hear about, and that's what I want to share with you. So with that said, let's get into it. Hi, my name is Andre Dick. Hope you're doing well. Hope for the finance and save for the gold. Now, gold is part of America's mythical lore, and throughout history, there have been rumors that the United States doesn't actually have the gold it says it does. But first, I got to ask, how did the U.S. even end up with over 8,000 tons of gold? In 1933, during the Great Depression, President Franklin Roosevelt ended the gold standard for U.S. citizens and ordered the confiscation of most privately held gold through Executive Order 6102. Americans were required to turn in all their gold coins and all their bullion to the government in exchange for paper dollars. Now, this was super controversial at the time, and it resulted in a huge inflow of gold to the U.S. Treasury. Now, to store it, Fort Knox Depository was built in 1936, and by 1937, there were trainloads of seized and stolen gold that were moved into these new vaults. Now, as global tensions rose before World War II, the U.S. got even more gold from other countries to help them protect it. And by 1941, U.S. gold reserves peaked. By the end of 1941, Fort Knox alone held over 20,000 metric tons. Now, at that time, the U.S. controlled about 2/3 of the world's official gold, a concentration of wealth unlike any time in human history. And all of this happened because decades of trade surpluses and the influx of gold from Europe, which it gave to the US for safekeeping during World War II. And gold was seen as this huge part of the monetary system. And under the 1944 Bretton Woods Agreement, the US dollar was directly attached to gold at $35 per ounce, and other countries linked their money to the dollar. America's huge pile of gold gave other countries confidence in the dollar's value. Then in the 1950s to the 1960s and the post-war decades, everything started to reverse. The US gold reserves started to go down, and America started to run what are called trade deficits, and it spent a lot of money on overseas commitments. The US was sending money to countries left and right, and before long, countries started asking for their gold back in exchange for the dollars they had held, which was allowed at the time under the Bretton Woods Agreement. And systematically, gold flowed out of US vaults to pay other countries. And US holdings fell from the World War II peak, and by 1971, US gold reserves were down to about the same level they are today. So what did the US do? It was kind of a rug pull. President Richard Nixon closed the gold window on August 15, 1971, ending the convertibility of the dollar into gold. This action broke the Bretton Woods Agreement, and it put the world on a pure fiat or paper currency standard. At that point, the United States decided to keep what was left of the gold rather than continue allowing people to redeem it. So the next question is, If the US dollar is not backed by gold anymore, why does the Federal Reserve supposedly have so much gold still? And the truth is, it doesn't. In reality, the Federal Reserve does not directly own any of the country's gold since 1934, because all the federal gold was turned over to the Treasury. But the Fed does have a claim on it in the form of a gold certificate issued by the Treasury. This gold certificate is recorded on the Fed's balance sheet, which is sort of like its portfolio of assets, which totals gold at about $11 billion. That represents the nation's entire official gold stock. So the Federal Reserve holds the certificate, and the physical gold stays in the Treasury's vaults. Now, even though the US dollar is no longer backed by gold reserves, there's still an important part of what gives the dollar its perceived value. Because ever since 1973, the gold has been fixed at this $42 per ounce rate, which totals $11 billion on paper. But in reality, the market's value is way higher. However, the Treasury does not do what's called mark to market the asset. And that's why any increase in gold's market price today is not reflected in their official accounts. So the question is, why hold all of that gold? And why the US has so much gold is because it's seen as a hedge against currency risk. Senator Rand Paul once said, gold still gives value to the dollar. That's why we don't get rid of it.
Also, it brings attention to the fact that gold still has value, and implicitly, not explicitly, but implicitly, gold still gives value to the dollar. That's why we don't get rid of it.
So it's a symbol of stability carried over from the old era of monetary history. But here's what's interesting. If gold was marked to market and the price was raised from the $42 an ounce to the current market value, in theory, the Treasury could issue more gold certificates to the Fed in exchange for more dollars. And that's why people have pointed out that we should look at revaluing the US gold reserves to market prices so we could add hundreds of billions of dollars to the Treasury's assets. Because if the Treasury has more assets, it can use them to reduce the national debt and stabilize the economy. So then the question is, why don't we do that? And here's where we get into some really interesting theories. Even though the US government tells us that the gold is still there and it's still very safe, a lot of people don't believe the government. First of all, there's a lot of secrecy around all of this. You can't just visit Fort Knox and the other vaults to look at the gold. And that has fueled a lot of speculation that not everything is what it seems. Now, in the 1960s and 1970s, for example, several people claimed that most of Fort Knox's gold was secretly removed, with rumors even suggesting that President Lyndon B. Johnson shipped tons of US gold to London during the late 1960s. Now, according to this theory, the US gold stash might have been used or lent out without the public's knowledge, and Fort Knox became a giant empty shell guarded for show. Now, these claims actually captured the public's imagination, especially as the US gold supply was really shrinking in the 1960s. Now, other people say that, no, actually, the US has all the gold, but the gold in Fort Knox doesn't actually belong to the United States. Historically, Fort Knox safeguards the gold of other countries during World War II and the Cold War. Gold from European countries, for example, was stored in the US to protect it from Nazi and Soviet threats. So maybe the US does have the gold. It's just not ours. But according to official accounts of the government, almost all foreign-owned gold has long been moved out to the owning countries, and Fort Knox today is supposed to be what's left of US-owned deep storage gold. Other people believe US gold has been swapped or loaned out secretly. But US officials denied these claims, saying that none of the Treasury's gold is encumbered with any loans or swaps. And some people believe that some of the gold bars in official reserves are maybe even counterfeit gold-plated bars of tungsten or other metals. Tungsten almost has an identical density to gold, making it possible to create a bar that passes a weight test but isn't pure gold. This theory actually gained traction from an unverified 2009 report claiming China received a batch of gold bars that turned out to be fakes. Now, that report was never confirmed. It sparked speculation that if counterfeit bars do exist in the market, maybe even Fort Knox has them. This was such a big theory that Congressman Ron Paul publicly questioned whether Fort Knox gold bars are authentic or if some of them might be these gold-plated tungsten bricks. And during the 2008 financial crisis, people believed the U.S. might have quietly sold or leased out some of its gold to suppress prices or raise cash. But okay, hold on. If some people believe this stuff and it's supposedly not true, why doesn't the government just do an audit and tell us what's really going on? And the answer is complicated. Officials claim the gold is audited, but there has never been a comprehensive, up-to-date audit that has ever been publicly released. But here's what we do know. When President Dwight Eisenhower took office in 1953, rumors were circulating that some Fort Knox gold has been used to pay wartime bills. And in response, a group of auditors conducted a limited inspection of the gold. And this is cited as the last full audit of the U.S. gold, which happened over 70 years ago. Although it also wasn't super detailed by modern standards either. Reports say that it was essentially a spot check of about 5 to 7% of the gold bars. And the auditors didn't actually count or test every bar, but they sampled enough to say that at that time, the gold appeared to be in order. People in the 1950s were like, okay, cool. Then, in the 1970s, the U.S. economy started to struggle. High inflation, the oil shock, the country had come off the gold standard. The question about gold started to be asked again. Where is the gold? In 1974, a Washington attorney published a book claiming $20 billion worth of gold was missing from Fort Knox, and that story became really popular. So to silence the doubters, the Treasury decided to put on a show to prove everybody wrong. On September 23rd, 1974, the Fort Knox vault was opened to 100 congressmen and news media. It was the first look inside for outsiders in a long, long time. Now, the visitors were shown stacks of gold bars, and they were even allowed to hold some of these bars for photos. One radio reporter said, "All I can say is that I saw gold in there." Now, this event is sometimes mistakenly referred to as an audit, but in reality, no thorough audit was done during that visit because the tour lasted only a couple of hours, only one vault room was open for viewing, no bars were tested or weighed, and serial numbers were not checked against the records. It was basically a PR move by the government. Then, in 1974, the U.S. Treasury and the General Accounting Office made a more systematic audit program. And from 1975 to 1981, there was a series of yearly audits on portions of the gold with oversight by the General Accounting Office and the U.S. Mint. Now, those audits involved opening the vault, counting bars, and testing random samples for purity. By 1981, they reported that there were no discrepancies that were found between the recorded and the actual numbers of gold in storage. But this, too, was not a 100% audit. The last report noted that about 212.7 million troy ounces had been verified, which represents roughly 80% of the total U.S.-owned gold. And in terms of gold bars, they had checked only 21% of the gold bars by serial number. After 1981, though, the audit stopped. And since the 1980s, according to the U.S. Mint and U.S. Treasury, the gold is inventoried and audited regularly on the basis of trust me, bro. Now, the details of those audits, of course, are not told to the public. That is until 2017. That's when Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin made a publicized trip to Fort Knox, along with Senator Mitch McConnell and a few other officials. And this was the first time that a sitting Treasury had visited Fort Knox since 1948. After the visit, Mnuchin said, "Glad the gold is there." Unfortunately, one visit by government insiders is still not an actual audit. And that brings us to today. One of the biggest reasons why people are talking about gold again is because of the trade war and reports that banks are flying over 8,000 gold bars, about 2% of the total, out of London and into the US. And some people think that this absolutely confirms that the US is out of gold. But the real reason is actually something else. It's a banking strategy called arbitrage, and here's how it works. Right now, JP Morgan and HSBC are literally flying gold bars across the ocean from London to New York. And they're doing that because they're trying to fix their short positions and make some extra cash while they're doing it. That's because right now, gold is more expensive in New York than it is in London by about $20 per ounce. I know that doesn't sound like a lot. When you're dealing with billions of dollars of gold, it adds up really fast. JP Morgan and HSBC are what's called gold market makers, meaning they help move gold around the world and they provide liquidity to buyers and sellers. And part of their business plan is gold leasing, where they lend out physical gold to other banks, investors, and institutions. In return, they earn an interest on these loans. But here's the catch. When they lease the gold out, they hedge their risk by selling gold futures in New York. In simple terms, they're betting on the gold price to stay stable so they don't take on unnecessary risk. But something went wrong. There was geopolitical tension and uncertainty, especially around Trump's new tariffs. So gold prices in New York went up more than they did in London. That means the bank's short positions or their gold futures bets are now losing money. So to stop bleeding cash, they're physically moving gold from London to New York so they can settle their futures contracts and close their short positions without taking on huge losses. This is called arbitrage. By shipping physical gold to New York, they can sell it at a higher price. Then they can use that money to cover their short positions and maybe pocket some of the difference. JP Morgan alone is reportedly moving over $4 billion worth of gold across the Atlantic this month. That's what it's really doing. It's not necessarily some giant cover-up for Fort Knox. Even that explanation by itself is just not good enough. Even Elon thinks we should audit Fort Knox. He's openly suggested live streaming the vaults because, let's be honest, who wouldn't want to see what's inside of there? So why won't the government just do it? Is it really about security, or are they trying to hide something? What's most interesting to me is that there's always been this duality of what we're told. Economists like Barry Eichengreen and central bankers say that the Fed and Treasury have no incentive to lie to us about the gold. Doing so would be a huge scandal with very little benefit. Personally, I kind of disagree with that. I think there's a lot of incentive to not be truthful. On one hand, you have officials telling us that everything is going well, the audits have checked out. And on the other hand, you have Elon tweeting, and it's gone. So people don't really know what to believe. So it makes sense why so many people are skeptical. We're supposed to believe that some huge amount of treasure that is never seen, never audited in full public view, is not somehow tampered with and is still there. The funny thing is, the government could answer 99% of these suspicions by conducting a public bar-by-bar audit with independent observers. So far, it's chosen not to do that. Instead, it's chosen to invite government insiders to verify their claims. And maybe they feel that it's due to cost or security, or they feel it's unnecessary. Whatever the reason is, the truth is, we don't actually know if the gold is still there or not. The fact that we don't know is a problem in itself. If it turned out the US gold was missing, it could trigger a huge global panic. The dollar's credibility would collapse, inflation could spiral, and countries might start demanding gold-backed currencies again. It could be one of the biggest financial crises in history, which is why I think we should demand an answer. The gold is either there or it isn't, and it's time we find out. For now, there's no concrete evidence that any US gold is missing. All signs point to it still being there safe and sound, and maybe Elon Musk will someday live stream and show us all of that, but would we really know what we're looking at if he did? I know I would. And now we're back to the beginning. It's not a full audit, right? I didn't get to lick the gold bars myself, but you know what actually fixes this? So I guess we'll see what happens. As always, I'd love to hear your theories on what you think is going on. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Smash the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. I'd love to see you back here next week. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. All right, so Open Research just published the results to one of the most important monetary experiments in human history: free money from the government. Because what happens to society when our jobs were taken over by AI and robots? What would we do for work? How would we make money? And I know this sounds like science fiction, but research shows we're just a couple years away from that reality because 40 to 50% of all jobs will soon be automated.
This wave of automation is coming, and it hasn't crashed over society yet, but it's going to.
And that's bad, unless, of course, you're the one building all the robots. But one of the solutions economists have come up with is, what if we gave everyone free money from the government? Boom. Every single year, it's yours, no questions asked. It's a concept called universal basic income. The idea that the government pays everyone a base income that is above the poverty line. Right now, the poverty line, as defined by the Census Bureau, is almost at $15,000 a year, or a little over $1,200 a month. Now, this is an extremely controversial idea, and everyone has an opinion about it because we've been arguing about this for 500 years now. Literally, since the year 1516. That's when Sir Thomas More introduced the idea in his book called Utopia. That's where he imagined a society that provided a basic income to all its citizens as long as they showed a willingness to work. And as we go forward through history, you're going to see variants of this idea over and over again. In 1797, for example, there was Thomas Paine, one of the founding fathers of the United States, and he came up with an idea for basic income in a pamphlet he called Agrarian Justice. He wanted to pay every citizen some amount of money to compensate for what's called the loss of their natural inheritance. And the natural inheritance is an idea that every person born on Earth should be entitled to some part of its natural resources. Because think about it, people born way into the future will have less stuff to pick from as more and more of Earth's resources are used up and privatized. So to compensate, Thomas Paine wanted to pay them some amount of money. And in the 20th century, there was another variation proposed by economist Milton Friedman in the form of a negative income tax. Friedman's idea was to provide cash payments to anyone whose income fell below a certain level. Milton Friedman, by the way, was an OG loved by everyone. He was a Nobel Prize winning economist that, fun fact, predicted Bitcoin's existence way before it happened in 1999. Look it up, but not before you watch this video, please. Now, in 1967, in a book called Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community? Martin Luther King Jr. had his own idea when he said, the solution to poverty is to abolish it directly by a now widely discussed measure, the guaranteed income. And one of the more recent examples is a political candidate, Andrew Yang, with his freedom dividend, when he proposed giving anyone over the age of 18 $1,000 a month.
My flagship proposal is a freedom dividend of $1,000 a month for every American adult starting at age 18.
And most recently, you probably had a taste of UBI when the government started to give everyone a stimulus check of $1,200. All of these are variations of the universal basic income idea. And it's only going to get more important to figure out as society evolves thanks to technology. But here's where it gets super interesting. We've been running this money experiment all around the world in different countries. And just a couple weeks ago, we got the results to the United States in what's considered to be the most comprehensive randomized study of UBI ever conducted. And in today's video, I want to show you the history of UBI, the arguments for it, some of the arguments that are against it, and what the test results showed. I think this is going to be a huge part of our conversation really soon, and I want you to know about it. So let's get into it. Hi, my name is Henri Jick. Hope you're doing well. Come for the finance and stay for universal basic income. One of my favorite videos on YouTube was a video by Casey Neistat, where he talked about money and how it solves all the problems.
Money won't solve your problems. What a crock of shit. And I think I do have like a unique perspective on this because, you know, I spent a good part of my life being very, very poor. I qualify very poor as like zero in my bank account, zero savings, zero safety net, no one I could turn to for money. And, you know, there was definitely a time in my life when my son Owen was very small, where if I didn't get free diapers and milk and money from the government, I'm not sure I could have made ends meet as a parent or as an individual.
Fast forward a bit though, and Casey goes on to have one of the most successful careers on social media. He makes millions of dollars, goes on to become famous, and then he says,
money will solve your problems. This idea that money won't solve problems is bullshit. When I was dirt poor, money would have solved every one of my problems.
So if money does solve all the problems, then why doesn't the government just pay everyone some amount of basic income? What if the government was able to solve the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, physiology? The idea that everyone could be able to afford the basics like food, shelter, and clothing. Would the world become a better place if people had more time to do what they love and become creative? Or would the absence of financial struggle make everybody lazy? Artificial intelligence and automation is getting us there faster every single day, and I think we could be on the edge of this future really soon. And if robots will soon be able to do our jobs faster and better than we can, will jobs still be a core part of our identity, or will we have to find new purpose in life? In his video, Casey says that after a certain point, money doesn't really solve the problems that all of us will face throughout our lives. So all of these questions are very philosophical, and we're finally starting to get some of the answers. And the more I looked into them, the more I regretted making this video because it's extremely complicated. So here's what I learned. So here are the arguments in support of UBI. Economists say that some kind of a basic income can help us solve one of the hardest challenges that humanity is facing: poverty. Right now, there's over 38 million Americans alone that are living in poverty. They make less than $12,000 a year, and that leaves them very little for anything beyond the basics. And a study by the Roosevelt Institute found that a UBI of just $1,000 a month could help a lot of those people out of poverty by allowing them to focus on their skills and their career rather than just worrying about how they're going to eat. And according to the World Bank, over 700 million people live in extreme poverty worldwide. So this is a huge problem on a global scale. But in theory, UBI could act like an economic stimulus to boost consumer spending, because when people have more money, they tend to spend it on things like food and rent, which helps with economic growth. But I also learned that some of the most successful and richest people in the world who are working to solve poverty say that UBI could be one of the better ways to fix it.
What to do about mass unemployment?
Every single field is going to be touched by automation.
This is going to be a massive social challenge. And I think ultimately we will have to have some kind of universal basic income.
And UBI, to me, represented the floor that people could stand on.
So it means that unemployed people be paid across the globe.
Yeah.
And really have the knowledge and peace of mind, ultimately, that they could survive and eat and feed their children while they are learning how to transition into this new world.
I don't think we're going to have a choice.
So the main benefit of UBI is the fight against poverty and automation, which is going to become very real this decade. But the downside is, who's going to pay for it? Because it's extremely expensive. If we were to give every citizen just $1,000 a month, it would cost the US economy about $4 trillion a year. Now, for context, in 2024, the entire United States federal budget was $6.5 trillion. And that includes spending on Social Security, the entire military, Medicare, Medicaid, and other essential services. So UBI at just $1,000 a month costs more than half of what the country spends in a single year, which means funding it would be really, really hard. So let's assume we cut out a bunch of bloated government programs, we got rid of tax loopholes, we taxed the rich even more, and we found a way to make this work. The next question is, does it actually work? And it turns out we've been running these tests all over the world to see how people would react when they're given money for free. And here's what we found. In the 1970s, for example, Canada was running the income test, where they gave the whole town of Dauphin, Manitoba, a basic income. And what they found was an improvement to healthcare and higher graduation rates. Unfortunately, the program was canceled after 4 years because of politics. But in 2017, Ontario tried again with another program to help 4,000 low-income residents. But again, the experiment was ended early because of a new government, so the results were inconclusive. But Brazil has been running an experiment of their own for decades called the Bolsa Familia, or PBF, which helped around 20 million people out of poverty. From 2002 to 2012, the percentage of Brazilians living on very little money dropped from 8.8 to 3.6%. and income inequality was lowered as well. In 2017, Finland, which is considered to be one of the most advanced welfare states in the world, tried their own experiment for a whole 2 years. They gave 2,000 unemployed citizens a monthly income. And what Finland discovered was that their program didn't really have much of an effect on people's desire to work less or work more, but it did increase their happiness and it lowered their stress levels. Now, Germany also tried their own experiment in 2014, where they gave people $1,100 a month for one whole year. And the result was 80% of recipients said the income made them less anxious. More than half said it allowed them to continue their education, and 35% said they now felt more motivated at work. In 2017, Spain also tried this for Barcelona's poorest households, and they gave people almost $2,000 a month. And the results again showed not much of an effect on people's willingness to work, but people did report feeling an improvement to their mental health. Now in Japan, there was a billionaire who ran his own private experiment. He gave out $9 million spread out amongst 1,000 people. The results? A decrease in divorce rates and more than 70% of recipients saying they experienced a significant increase in happiness. Now, as I looked across the world at more and more countries running their own experiments, I found that their results were more or less the same. So the last place that I looked at was the United States. Because just a couple weeks ago, we got the results of one of the bigger tests called the Unconditional Income Study, run by Sam Altman and Open Research. And here's what happened. The study ran from November 2020 to October 2023, and it split people into two different groups. The first group was given $1,000 every single month, and the other group, known as the control group, was given $50 a month. Now, the average household income of people that got any money was about $30,000 a year. And after 3 years of running this experiment, the results are in, and here's what people did with their money. On average, people spent $310 more per month, mostly on food, rent, and car expenses. But surprisingly, the average income went down by $125 a month. The average work week also went down by 1.3 hours, which adds up to about 8 days per year. So yes, studies showed that anyone who received an income on average did decide to work a little less. But it wasn't to the point where they all got lazy and they all became aspiring Yu-Gi-Oh players or worse, magicians. And the effects of free money on people's health was also not that noticeable. After doing blood tests, the study concluded that we find essentially no evidence of improvements in physical health. Any benefits in nutrition and blood samples that they measured were so small that they had to rule them out because they were also temporary. For example, stress went away in the first year of receiving money, but in the second year, it came back. The only real measurable health benefit that the paper reported was that recipients went to hospitals, doctors, and dentists more often, and they spent about $20 more a month on medical care. At the end, the study concluded saying that the biggest benefit of a basic income is that it allowed people to prioritize how they spent their money instead of always having to prioritize something like food. Now, right now, we are still running these free money experiments in over 24 states and dozens of cities, but as of now, we don't have a national UBI program. But at one point in history, we got really close to it in 1969. That's when President Nixon was on the edge of accepting a basic income bill that would have given a family of four about $1,200 a month in today's money. It got so close to becoming law that it was passed by the Senate, but it was then rejected by the House. Now, throughout the video, I've given you a lot of data and a lot to think about, but if you made it this far, here's my personal opinion. Have you ever found the answer to something that you were really disappointed in? If I showed you one of my magic tricks and how it was done, you'd probably be pretty upset by the time you see how it actually works. Like if I took this two of clubs and I magically changed it into another card, looks cool until I showed you how it's done. Well, that's not magic, is it? And that's how I feel about UBI. I was rooting for it to work. I wanted to make this video and tell you that the studies show that if you pay these people this amount of money, it solves everything. And on paper, it really does. It's amazing. But the only measurable benefit where we see real good things happening is for those at the very bottom. Anything above that line of poverty becomes a temporary benefit. And there are theories that predicted this exactly, like the Easterlin paradox, which showed that worldwide, among all people of all countries, happiness does go up with money, but it only goes up to a certain point. And subsequent studies showed that the bigger indicator of happiness is not absolute income, it's relative income and income growth. I have this weird, crazy theory that happiness can be found between reality and expectation. We can find happiness on the journey between two spaces of where we are today and where we want to be. So if you gave someone $12,000 who wasn't making anything, you would make their life. If you gave that same 12,000 to someone making 50K a year, you'd make them happier as well, but not as happy as the person who wasn't making anything. And if you gave that same 12,000 to a person making $1 million a year, you'd have no effect on their happiness at all. And that's because as we make more money, our reality improves, and that closes the gap between itself and expectation. That's why I think a lot of rich, successful people can be so miserable. It's because their lives are so far ahead and so utopian that there's no reasonable, reachable expectation that can be achievable. Because if your life is already perfect, where can you go from there? That gap is closed. And so what you're left with is just comparison to others, feeling like you're behind, or setting unattainable, unreachable goals. I was watching this guy who was on a yacht. He rented the yacht, but he was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And he was complaining that he couldn't afford the yacht yet. And I thought, how are you not happy with where you are? You're worth hundreds of millions of dollars. You think that yacht's going to do it for you? Find something else to close the gap with. Don't make it money. And if it's money, make it something attainable or make it something else. Happiness is that journey between where we are and where we want to be. That's why it's not absolute income that measures happiness. It's the growth of income that's longer lasting and actually measurable. But I'm not giving up on the idea just yet, because maybe the experiment itself was wrong. Maybe instead of giving $12,000 a year to people that are making $30,000 wasn't the right answer. Maybe it was supposed to go to the people that weren't making any income, or people that are homeless. Or maybe it wasn't supposed to come in the form of money at all. Maybe it should have been basic needs like affordable housing, shelter, healthcare, food, and education. A circumstance, a reality that set people up on a good path to chase that gap between their reality and their future expectation and their goals. Whatever the answer is, I hope you didn't think you were going to find it on a YouTube video, so I don't know why you're still watching, but I'm just glad there's welfare programs that exist that gave people like Casey Neistat the security to pursue their dreams and make the videos that I've enjoyed. That's why I'm not giving up on the idea yet. But I'd love to hear your thoughts. Do you support universal basic income? And if you do, how do you think we should go about it, and how should we fund it? I think it's a really interesting conversation that we're about to have a lot more of in the future. But in the meantime, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Smash the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. Don't forget to grab your free stocks. The links are down below. We'll track them automatically with the spreadsheet link down below on my Patreon. Thank you so much for watching this video. I'd love to see you back here next week. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Live, we're going to talk about Trump's $9 trillion crypto pump, plus all of the XRP news. I believe one of the XRP futures ETFs goes.
It's not. Holy smokes, it ain't no jokes. XRP 211 billion. Hello, beautiful people. Shalom, money makers. We're going to talk about the current market status, what's happening. We'll talk about Michael Saylor adding to his bag, Trump adding as well. What are they adding? What are they doing? We'll talk about a very specific XRP resistance that is about to get smashed after 8 years. Lots and lots of things to talk about. Big day tomorrow. We'll talk about that as well. And an interesting bet on Ethereum that's happening right now. All I ask from you is that you give me a beautiful smile to send out those good vibes. Smishity smash that like button. I set it up now that only beautiful people can smash the like button. So check it out. If it works for you, it means you are a beautiful person. inside and out. All right, let's get into it. So currently, XRP is sitting at $3.60, up 4.39% on the day. XRP almost got back to the previous high that we had a few days ago, but saw some resistance. It wasn't just XRP that was pulling back in that time frame. You can see also Bitcoin took a little bit of a dip here over the past few hours and brought the rest of the market with it. You can see the total market over the past 3 hours has pulled back a little bit. The market is very dynamic right now. And outside of Bitcoin, that's been pretty, I wouldn't call it boring, but it's kind of stuck. And there's all kinds of reasons why, even though we'll get into just a second, that people are adding Bitcoin, I think it's kind of lost its pizzazz a little bit. And then on the flip side, you have Solana suddenly that's jumping 8%, and Ethereum that jumped over the past few days, and others that are suddenly pumping up, and so Bitcoin, its dominance continues to leak to the downside, as you can see over the past few days since July 14th, right? Look at just how this is the 1 hour chart, 6% in the last 7 days for the dominance, for Bitcoin dominance. That's a lot, right? And you can see how much it's dipped. This here we were like, oh, okay, maybe the altcoin season is starting. That was a fake out. Now it feels a little bit more concrete. If you see the pullback that we saw here back in November, we're seeing something similar to that. And yet it doesn't feel like the fun times start yet. But there can always, again, be a pullback. So we have to be ready for that and take that into consideration as well. Again, that's why I'll never tell you to buy, to sell, or to hold, because I don't know what XRP, I don't know what the market is going to do. I don't know what Trump is going to say. I don't know what the Fed is going to say tomorrow. There's a lot of factors. Maybe WW3 starts. Who knows, right? We don't know what's going to happen. And that's why, of course, not financial advice. Always do your own due diligence before you decide to invest. Very, very important. It's your hard-earned money, and you have to decide what is good for you. What is good for me might not be very good for you. I have been super duper duper aggressive the past few weeks, and it's been very good. Just I want to share with you. I hit a goal of mine. I'm just gonna leave it there. Right. you decide what that means. A trading goal. Anywho, so we'll see how it plays out. Also, that got me all messed up. Also, remember that I will never contact you on social media asking you to sign up to anything or to send me any money. Those are scammers. Please, please, please be very careful out there. I only have this YouTube channel and a Twitter account that's linked here on the page. I'm not going to contact you, ask you to sign up to anything, nothing. I don't have a group. I don't have anything. Okay. So just be very careful out there. There's a lot of scammers out there right now, and we don't want to be prey for them. Okay. So if we're looking at XRP, very interestingly, most of the time people will look XRP versus USDT, like I was just looking right now, XRP to Tether, right? But a very interesting graph is XRP to BTC, to Bitcoin. And this, Bitcoin has dominated almost every single graph over the past few years. And XRP to Bitcoin is about to smash through an 8-year resistance level. This is not just a random breakout, but a general wealth opportunity potential here. And guess what? XRP ETFs aren't approved yet, which makes this breakout potentially just the beginning. Double-digit XRP is not a meme anymore. It's a reality in 2025. This is Gordon saying this, not me. This is Gordon saying it. I don't know what's going to happen. Do we see double digits? Do we not? I don't know. I can hope for it. I can, pray for it, but that doesn't mean for sure that is going to happen. Okay. This is a very, very important thing to happen because, again, most of altcoins have been smashed significantly versus Bitcoin. And now we're seeing many assets come back with vengeance. And XRP, it's making new highs where other assets, like Ethereum even, and Solana, they're still away from their all-time highs, right? So Solana still has some movement to go, and it's just right under XRP, 50% to get to its all-time high, and it's just under XRP. So XRP is doing very, very nicely right now. Okay, and so we'll see what happens. Now, XRP just crossed $211 billion. It's actually more right now. It's 213, but it crossed $211 billion, overtaking Shell, overtaking Siemens, overtaking Intuit to be the 78th most valuable asset in the world. And so this is huge. XRP continues to rise. You can see price over the last 30 days continues to rise. And this is a massive, massive current situation for XRP. We'll see how high can XRP get on this list, right? But, it's still lagging behind Ethereum, which is already at 455, and of course, Bitcoin at 2.34 trillion. It's one of the biggest assets in the world after gold, and NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple, and those guys. But it will be very interesting, again, to see where does XRP fall in 10 years, 15 years. So that's going to be something that I'm going to continue to track.
Want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened. Want to really see something that said,
no sugarcoated, keeping people accountable. We're praying for President Trump, this administration. We're rooting for this administration, and a better way of life for everybody. The common sense, America First agenda. The people spoke loud and clear, and here we are.
ICE is here! ICE is here!
ICE agents on the ground in West Norriton this morning taking more than 12 individuals into custody as outraged community members looked on and some tried intervening.
This is illegal. I can't stand this. We got to stop it somehow. I don't know what to do.
ICE tells NBC 10 federal agents from Homeland Security Investigations and the IRS were at the Super Gigante Farmers Market conducting a federal court-authorized search.
I just saw all this commotion, people here, and all this stuff going on. And I asked somebody what's going on. And they're telling me that ICE people are coming and taking people. And I can't take it. I don't know what is anybody doing about this.
In a statement, an ICE spokesperson says during the execution of the search warrant, 14 individuals were encountered who did not have legal status to be in the United States. These 14 individuals were taken into ICE custody pending removal proceedings.
How many people did you see being put into the back of cars?
6.
Activist Stephanie Vincent recorded this video showing agents taking those individuals she saw into custody.
The Latino community is terrified. Not only are people afraid to go out, but people feel like they're hated, that they're not.
No, they won't feel that way if they know they did things the right way. If they know they're doing things the right way. A new sheriff's in town. Daddy's home. He done pulled out that belt. Yeah, we got to do things the right way now. If nobody is breaking the law and people are abiding by what's, you won't have to be scared of anything. You won't have to be terrified or be hiding. None of that. If you did things the right way, ma'am.
Wanted. There's children crying at night or worried about their parents being taken from them.
Don't worry, if they didn't do it right, they'll be sent with them. If they can all cry together. This right here is crazy. It says Hispanic males let off shots and struck an ICE officer in the face or chest. I don't know which. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. They need to be deported, man.
So I'm here in front of Harlem Hospital in New York City. Where a Border Patrol agent was shot in the face by 2 male Hispanics on a scooter. One of the male Hispanics walked into the 44th precinct with multiple gunshot wounds to his chest. He was transported to Lebanon Hospital. This is breaking news. We don't know at the moment how this started or what happened. Some people are saying the Border Patrol agent was off duty, which for me right now, it doesn't make sense because why would it be underneath the bridge if it was off duty? I'm listening to the police scanners, whatever channels are left. Look, I'm hearing robbery after robbery after robbery after gunshot, and it's all linking back to Hispanic males. Very possible migrant gang related. Look, this migrant gang crisis is not over. It's very well alive. And look, people are paying for this. People are paying for these mistakes that were made at the border. And hopefully we can get this fixed. Again, a Border Patrol agent was shot in the face. Description was 2 male Hispanics. One of the male Hispanics was shot in the chest multiple times. Other one is on a run. They're on scooters. And again, the city is on fire tonight. I do hear robbery after robbery, and it's linking back to male Hispanics on scooters. So to me, that means very possible migrant gang related. Be safe and God bless you.
Nah, this right here is crazy. This, what the?
Migrant from California is charged with staging a fake kidnapping
and blaming federal agents or people working with them. We're talking about reporting live on this from LA. I'm Matt.
Hi, Martha. This woman is here illegally, a Mexican national. She goes by Julie Calderon, and the feds say she's being charged with lying to police and conspiracy for this elaborate hoax that they believe was meant to incite even more tension and also possibly make some money. Federal investigators say a key piece of evidence, photos. Calderon and her co-conspirators had pictures ready, staged to make it look like she was in custody with a dirty face, even removing her shoelaces. But the feds say there's at least one glaring error, because she would have been asked to take off the necklace in an official federal photo. The U.S. government says surveillance video helped them crack the case. The feds say this woman lied about being kidnapped by federal agents at a Jack in the Box here.
You see, I told y'all, and then, you know, don't let this be the other way around. And the fake news, CNN, MSNBC got a hold of it, and how much fear mongering and how they would have twisted this and shamed President Trump and ICE. I tell you, you can't make this up, man. And I'm glad they got a bit disgusting sloppy butt. Make it like that helpful. And deport.
LA, using the San Ysidro to the south, and asked to self-deport, but she refused, so she was held in a warehouse. But the feds say they caught her roaming free in the Bakersfield area, hundreds of miles north. This scheme went to extremes. A filed police report, a GoFundMe, even a press conference.
They did all this.
Announcing her disappearance.
So in this very parking lot a week ago, ununiformed men in unmarked cars kidnapped Julian.
You see, and then they run with this soundbite. They runs with this soundbite here, y'all. You just can't make this up. You know?
And with her courage and her strength, even though we don't know where Julie
and it's for somebody that don't know what's going on, they don't know if they just be scrolling on their phone or TikTok. They see just a soundbite of this and go, oh, Trump is terrible. Oh, shame on those, on what people vote, a majority of America voted for. Shame on everybody. Shame on MAGA. They're destroying the country. They're actually, ICE is actually kidnapping and doing that. Oh, I tell you, you just can't make it up.
is, and we don't know when we will find her. Julie has managed to make 2 phone calls to the family since she's been kidnapped.
Y'all get out of that crowd.
The Department of Justice says Calderon was indeed using her iPhone during her alleged disappearance, which helped them locate her. She faces a maximum of 10 years if convicted. She
in the back of y'all basement eating tamales and spraying down olive oil. No, in the back of the basement. And then she come back in the house. Y'all just, before they recorded that, they was in there giving her a hug. She in the back of the basement eating tamales. Nobody, come on, y'all have to be real here. People sick of this crap, and y'all do things and think we're not gonna catch you. Y'all do things and get caught literally in minutes. Y'all got to do better, man. Y'all really got to do better. Y'all want to make Trump and ICE look so bad. Y'all have to do better.
U.S. attorney here now.
Because I promise you, these people are doing their job. And this is what majority of America voted for.
Says, quote, dangerous rhetoric that ICE agents are kidnapping illegal migrants is being recklessly peddled by politicians and echoed in the media to inflame the public and discredit our courageous federal agents. We do have calls into that attorney who you saw in that video who is representing this woman. And also there are also co-conspirators listed throughout this federal complaint. So we expect there may be more people charged here.
God bless this woman. She interrupted the anti-ICE protesters. This pro-Trump activist. Check it out.
We want ICE on our streets. We want ICE on our streets.
We want ICE on our streets. Hey, God bless this woman right here. God doggone right.
ICE on our streets. We want ICE on our streets. I want ICE on our streets. I want ICE on our streets. I want ICE on our streets. Support them all. Support everybody.
We love Ripple tears. We love Ripple's crying, trying to get their point out. Y'all are, and a lot of y'all out there wasting y'all time. They out storming the ICE facilities, just wasting their time.
Don't block me. I'm telling you, control. Don't give the phone. Don't give the phone. Don't give the phone.
But the ICE agents not playing. They on top of the roof. They on top of the roof, family. Them hanging playing around. Yeah. On top of the roof at the food market. Yeah. New sheriff's in town. That is old. I can't even go with it. I don't even know how to these scum Democrats. We just seen them attack ICE agents. We just seen we just got reports on ICE agents being shot in the face. We seen Antifa, I say a terrorist organization. They storming the facility, assaulting the officers. I tell you, this is Democrats' response. Look,
You condemn the attacks on ICE agents?
What attacks on ICE agents?
Do you condemn the attacks on ICE agents?
What attacks on ICE agents?
We need term limits and cuffs. He probably don't even know what the hell going on. You know, a lot of Democrats don't know what the hell going on. They either drunk, you know, they got to be rolled around in wheelchairs, falling down the stairs. You know, I tell you, people have strokes live on camera. It's crazy, man. Falling down, don't know where they at. Got to be rushed to the hospital. We need term limits and handcuffs, buddy. Insurance in town, yo. I think this is. Then these on there, they paying dirt cheap. Yeah, they walk into the workplace. Yeah. They want to pay dirt cheap wages. He in there hiding behind the trash can. Check out.
Okay. Sí, en 2 años.
Yeah, buddy. A new sheriff's in town. All we did was a new president. Goddamn right. Good. Hey, my heart in your bag. Yeah, buddy. Next time y'all put your hands behind y'all back, I noticed they got some protocols that we can do fun. They get a little zip tie handcuffs, zip ties, because we don't need to go for that many handcuffs. You know, real steel, that real metal. You know, we can just do the zip ties and have them in the front. You know, but You know, I prefer the hands behind the back. That's how I prefer. Y'all know how. Hey, y'all get something to drink? I'll get y'all something to drink. Hey. And to give y'all a chance to do things right and still deport in here, give you $1,000 and y'all can just start on the process to do things the right way. Man, sounds like a deal to me.
He's gonna have.
They must have did something terrible. Yeah, that rap sheet must have been pretty big. That's check down. Is this the check down? Is that a check down, family? Some more news on that story that I showed you guys in yesterday's show when we reported on what's going on and bringing an update on what's going on with ICE and these deportations. But you know, this story really broke my heart. You know, because this is literally in the county I used to live in. We just moved and bought a home in a different county, a different part of Texas. You know, but it's still not too far from me. Harris County is where this takes place, and you know, Harris County over there, close to in Missouri City, Sugar Land, is Richmond, Sienna, over there close to Sienna, Fresno, Pearland. You know, over here, Harris County, everybody know Harris County. So this happened over there, close. You know, and my historians, my Houston folks, Texas folks, hit me up yesterday and today about this case and situation. It's heartbreaking, man. You know, and I'm glad his butt got caught. I'm glad he got busted. I'm glad he got made an example out of him. I think he deserved the death penalty. I do, man. And this happened in broad daylight. Broad daylight. This man picked up an elderly woman and all-ordered her, put her in a closet for 5 days. This is crazy. But we've heard even crazier stories with these illegal criminal aliens in our communities, man. We've heard even crazier stories.
That's video from outside this home in Northeast Harris County, a Chinese immigrant being carried away by a Honduran national, and investigators believe it's all part of a larger human smuggling and sex trafficking ring. This is 22-year-old Jose Carcamo. He's accused of kidnapping and could face more charges. He also has an ICE detainer because he's here illegally, and that woman said she was locked inside a closet for at least 5 days, sexually assaulted and not fed. The woman told investigators she came from New York to Houston hoping for a better job with better pay in the massage industry, but
trying to get a better job, better pay, coming from the massage industry. Wow. She came from New York City to Houston.
When she got here, someone stole her Chinese passport and she ended up inside of this trailer.
We believe there are more people involved than just him.
Wow.
He obviously is not the one that drove her from New York. This is a very traumatic event. She has no friends, no family, nobody is here for her. So we've got to do everything we can to ensure that she can trust us, do our jobs, and find the rest of the people that are involved in this.
HCSO is looking for any victims or suspects connected to Carcamo. And investigators say it's true when you hear Houston is one of the worst cities when it comes to human trafficking.
But things are getting crazy, you guys, with these protests, this terrorist organization, these anti-protests, people losing their mind, burning the American flag, and then waving their flag. I mean, just go back. You love your flag so much, go back. You know. But we send our prayers to our law enforcement, our first responders, our ICE agents, you know, prayers. But this was my favorite clip this week so far, as they trolled the protesters and played Trump on the microphone. Check this out.
This is the Federal Protective Service. The facility is closed and not open to the public. Stay out of the area of the driveway to allow for vehicular traffic. Remain on the sidewalk or across the street. Everyone must leave this restricted area and may be subject to detention or arrest for failing to depart the restricted area.
And use Upside. I mean, do you see how happening in here? Just look at this. There are over 85,000 gas stations, grocery stores, restaurants on the Upside app, ensuring that cash back is always just around the corner. And yes, this is actual real cash back. No confusing rewards or points or credits, just actual money you can transfer straight to your bank account. So once you have the app, claim it off for whatever you're buying on Upside. You pay as usual using a debit or credit card and follow the steps on the app and get paid. To find out how much you can earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and use our promo code BODYCAM and get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BODYCAM for an extra 25 cents back on your first gallon of gas.
I need the whole squad to take me to the car. I need everybody. Everybody has to take to the car. Yes, sir, man. What am I getting? Come here, Jay! No, God, come here, Jay! Get your boy, man. Welcome to the league! Come here, Jay! Let's go, man. Let's go. Let's go. We got other shit to do, bro. We're wasting our time. Let's go. Hey, I've been good to me. I've been. Stop. I need help get my bag. Give it to security. You sure my green Louis bag? It's a green Louis bag still on the boat right now. It's not. Check my car. What? Call the owner. See how you can get it back. I need you to come with me, though, bro. They gonna call you. Call the owner and see how you can get it back. Hold on. I'm on it. I ain't got nothing on me. Come on, brother. Call the owner and see how you can get it back. I'm on the phone with the lady that booked the we get the order. I need you to help me, though. Just you're not going to get back on that boat. So I have 911. You're not going to get back on the boat. I don't need to get back on the boat. All I need to do is walk back to me and let them know that I left the green bag on me. Then send it back. I know. You're not going to go back on. I don't want to go back on. Stay back in the boat. Can I just go? No, I already told you. No, you're not going back on the boat. I don't want to go back on the boat. That's what I'm telling you. Wait over here. It's so much room over here. Okay, there's a lot of room over here too. Wait right there. I'm not being aggressive. I'm just asking you to wait right there. I got a phone on the boat, bro. Hey, that's fine. But I'm gonna ask you to wait right there, and then I'll go check for your bag. No, you can't go back. You can't go back open. I have a camel bag on the boat. Okay, we're gonna go back in there and ask them. Okay. As much as God. Can I? Okay. My vehicle's right here. I'm taking my vehicle. There's some kids that are this belongs to somebody else. Some females tonight? Huh? Were you with some females? No, man. There's some guys saying that I was by myself. No, man. I got a lot of feet that ain't got no weapon on me. I ain't as much help to secure my property so I can leave.
So every I ain't got no reason. Y'all got cameras in y'all chest. It's wasting my time. I just my bag on the road. Y'all scare me. Y'all scare me. Y'all told me to leave now. Y'all put me close. You told me to leave now. You just made up. If anything left on the boat, it's 50 cops around me, bro. It's 10 of y'all. It's 10. I told you to leave, and now you're back. Because you told me to leave, and now I'm back. Why are you coming back? Because I hope something. Because it's you. Because it's 50 cops, bro. It's 13 of y'all. Because it's 13. I didn't know if I had to give it no chance. I tried to turn around and check. You told me you're not going there. Oh, you're going to lock me up. You said if I stop walking, you was going to lock me up. Did you not? You said if I could stop walking, I'll stop walking.
I got this, man. Come on.
Okay, I'm ready. All right. I need my bag. I gave you the It's nobody for you. The cops. Or the judge. I'm not getting a room. I'm not. You're fine. You're fine.
I'm all right. 32 at the marina. Sure want to go through.
Even if I got some on that boat that I truck is 30,000, you go lock for that? Yeah, right. And I asked about it. You know, like you play?
I'm gonna ask you a question just because of who you are, man. Would you rather stay in my car until we do this whole transition, or would you rather me put you in the jail with other people?
I won't say it's me.
Okay, I got you.
It don't matter to me, but I rather stay in me. It's way more cozy. I just don't get found back here.
It's a misdemeanor charge, man. Trespassing property after one. You'll be out in the morning.
I trespass after one?
After a warning.
After a warning?
Yeah.
But even if I left my bag into a boat that I rented with my
thing is, officers gave me the opportunity to gather all your stuff. You said you didn't have it.
Y'all didn't give me an opportunity. Y'all said I couldn't go back on the boat.
I wasn't there for that portion, man.
But the dude that authorized y'all to lock me up told me I couldn't go back on the boat. He told me to keep walking or he was gonna lock me up. That's what he told me. He said if I stopped, he was gonna lock me up. That's on his camera. Just like this camera that's on my face right now. Yeah. It's on his camera. So you can check that.
I know, man.
And I will check that. I'm letting you know right now, bro. So I need you to really understand what y'all doing right now, bro. As you got this camera in my back face right now, bro. That's what he told me. He said if I stopped, he was gonna lock me up. He threatened me with cuffs. He almost pulled him out of his back pants. So how could I turn around and check if I had something on the boat that I spent $30,000 on? And to be honest, man, I don't even be on boats like that. It's crazy. This shit is like a big ass waste of time. Because two of the charges you saying, I don't know, man. Yeah, how would you feel if you rented a boat for $40,000? Somebody keep the door open. before you even happened.
They kept, so what was the whole issue in the beginning, man?
There was really no issue. It was just a captain.
They called us and said that there was a black male and a white male fighting. That's what they said.
And y'all came and attacked the black man.
I like that, man.
But that's what happened. Y'all didn't even ask him like no questions. Because the person that called y'all wasn't even the person that was in the altercation.
Who was it that called?
Huh?
Who was it that called?
They called no one.
I'm saying, who was it?
You said, who was it that called?
Yes, sir.
It was the wife of the owner who wasn't even there.
The vessel?
Of the vessel.
So
who just showed up and seen a black person talking to a white person who said that I've been on his boat 40 times and I've never been on his boat until today. He was a fan at first. The owner was a fan at first. His captain was a fan at first. And then once his captain realized that his owner wasn't even fucking with him because he was a fan, it got sticky. And I only came back because I left something and y'all locked me up. This whole shit is goofy. Like for real. If you knew that security guard my dad, why didn't the cops just tell me that, man? How was that? What was that?
Can you send me a picture of an armband? I mean, I just got here and I'm just starting this, so I would say maybe an hour. Alright. Yeah, must have stayed in the car. I'm not gonna bring him over there by this. Okay. Thank you. The air good back there? You want AC or anything? You good?
Thank you so much. What's that?
Manny Jazz.
Come on, man. Well, y'all tell me I gotta spend the night here?
Not here, man. At the county jail. But I'm sure they'll make. Yeah, I'm assuming they make phone calls. They make it.
How am I supposed to make? I ain't calling nobody.
No, when you get to the county jail, they let you make a phone call.
Bro, I gotta go to county jail for what? You said I gave a fake name. You know what's my real name.
Yeah, I'm not gonna use that choice now. But there was gonna be 3 charges, not just gonna be 2.
So what's the 2 charges?
Disorderly intoxication and trespassing property.
Do I need to breathalyze me to be intoxicated?
You don't have to breathalyze you, man.
How you know I'm intoxicated?
Because we smell it.
You can't be drunk in Miami.
You can, but you can't act a fool while you're drunk, man.
How am I acting a fool?
No, man, the whole time we were there, you were acting.
How? What did I do?
There was a disruptance on the vessel. There was, the whole backwards thing, and just, there was a lot. There was a lot going on.
You know it wasn't a lot going on. You've seen a lot going on, and you know that wasn't a lot. I walked off calmly. There's gotta be some testosterone. You couldn't even let me go, even if you wanted to. You couldn't even let me go. You didn't even want to see mine.
My sergeant's the one that made the call. I gotta put, his name on here and everything. Obviously, he's my supervisor, so he's not gonna be the one to do it.
I get it. So, this bro, he do. His pride is so deep in it. He didn't even understand that his own, went to go check if my bag was on the boat. He didn't understand that I was just standing there because his own police officer was going to go check to see if my bag was on the boat. And I was walking back to my car and he locked me up. I don't even know what I was supposed to do. Even with you understanding, you telling me that security had my bag, I didn't even have an option. Because he told me if I turned around, I was going to jail. So I came back under the impression that I thought I would have been going. I don't know. Thinking that I could have received my bag either from the security or from the people that was on the boat.
Do you remember that part where you told that security guard to get out your car?
No, I told him to get out my car, but he couldn't left my bag in the car. So y'all should lock him up for stealing my property. Right? I'm wrong.
Do we have his name?
I don't know him. Only know him because the people that work here hired him. And if he got off the boat and had him, or he should have left my property. Why would he leave for my property? And I came back and acknowledged that, bro. I didn't come back and acknowledge that I was coming to start a problem. I came back to acknowledge that I was coming back for my property. I didn't come to the boat. I wasn't on the sidewalk. I was in the parking lot. Y'all had me in the parking lot. It don't make sense, bro. I've seen way worse. I don't know. Officers and the other officers told me that security that I kicked out my car and had my bag. I didn't know that.
Okay.
And so that's it's my phone and my bag.
Yeah, and we also went back to the boat to double check to see what the property was on there. There was something on
Okay. Told me that security left my that's security. I didn't security just leave it out in the car. I just didn't know that. Security wasn't hired me. It was hired me my assistants and everybody else.
So that when you
and I understand that I'm here about myself. I'm not here with nothing, nobody else. It's me and so for those cops that pull up for me and more people was
it wasn't very obvious. You got to understand how we did it to begin with. Other neighbors call.
But you understand the call for the owner that showed up was never there. For the captain, that's why you have to listen to both sides of the story. The rest of me, I'm the one in the backseat.
What took place right now?
I'm not gonna lie. Miami, that's a word. Miami, I got it. Y'all respect the owners of the boats, owners of the water. I get it. If I own the boat, I will be the same respect. I told you. But at the same time, though, that's what I love. But when I came back to realize that my phone, my other person might have been on that boat. And I took out before I got out of the car.
But I'm going to tell you, I mentioned earlier when we were out at the marina, there were 3 females who flagged us down saying they have a bag or 2 that belong to somebody on the boat. They didn't say who the name was that belonged to. So I mentioned to you, and he came back and said, hey, I left my bag, camouflage, whatever bag.
So that's something like 4 people that left the bag on the boat that we all got.
Whoever that person was, we did our due diligence. We went to check the boat. There was nothing there. We checked the whole guy's bag. Those females are no longer there. So
I was by myself. There was no female. They all came.
Just, I don't understand what I'm saying.
I agree.
So at that point, what your request was for us to go double check, we did that. Right, we did that. We did that.
The females that was on the boat that we all came to address me.
This is what I'm saying. What your request was for us to do, we want to check. the bag is not there. Okay, so that's why I come to tell you that because when I came back out, I see that.
No, you already told me.
Okay, good.
Sorry.
Okay.
That's the OG right here.
Okay.
You're security.
So we have a supervisor here. Do you need to speak to the supervisor or no?
Can I please speak to the supervisor?
1 second.
Hey, John, what's up, buddy? What's up, buddy? Look, this shit is all this stuff. Only get back to yeah, look, hey, we gave you a lawful order to leave. You were I made now you're calm. But when we all seen you were very disorderly. Also disorderly because the captain broke the door down and I was in the bedroom. It's a business, man. You gotta take it up. I said that and I walked away. You were yelling, cursing. Before you got out there, owner and owner's wife, you gotta think, bro, it's all on whatever and black, bro. Listen, whatever issue, it's not even, it wasn't even an issue. John, whatever issue you had with the business, take it up with them. But once we get there on scene, I'm trying to keep the peace. I told you, and I was with the peace. That's why I walked away. Oh, you weren't, man. Hey, how many times did I have to tell you that? I walked with you. You told me if I could tell you to leave. And then, so once we told you to leave, why would you even come back, man? Because my bag was home. And then when you come back, you're still yelling at me. You're yelling. There's condos, people live there, man. And you're yelling. Oh, you're yelling. And then I asked you, hey, what have you been drinking all that? I was like, I smell it off of you, man. You man, it's alcohol, it's married, bro. We drink. Maybe you got to tone it down. My thing is like, I could drink and be focused. I'm so focused. Well, look, apparently not, man. Not today. I get it. Right? I respect this whole, but I feel like you need the right people around you, man. Get the right people around you that can tell you that, hey, tone it down, and put you in the car and bring you back. Especially when law enforcement already told you, law enforcement, hey, don't come back, man. Don't come back. You're gonna get arrested. You come back. You're acting disorderly, and then you come back, man. The right people. Who was in the car with you? Nobody that can like talk you down. But my thing is like, why can't I be by myself? My thing is, you're human, right? Hey, because I'm a celebrity, I don't have to feel like I gotta be with a security assistant. I feel like as a celebrity, I should be able to be by myself. I don't like being with security. I don't like being with assistants. It's money. It's just obviously looking out for you. Man. But I get it. Because I even asked you, hey, get your bag, and you were like, hey, no, pick up my bag. No, I give it to security, but I fired security right when we left because he allowed the captain kicked my door. Oh, he's the owner. Oh, and it wasn't even his fault. Your guy's fault. And I get that. And I told the captain before I left, I said, I know it's not your fault. He called his owner. The owner showed up. He told me, you've been on my boat 4 times. I said, I never met you. Yeah, we'll see what do, man. All right. Best of luck, though. He's gonna talk to you in my life, right?
Bro. Hold on. No, okay. You should be loving. You should be softer.
And you shouldn't be drunk.
Yeah. No. I'm ready to leave. I didn't do anything to you, and I don't know why you're doing.
This memorable arrest lands us at Tampa International Airport in Hillsborough County, Florida.
Flight got canceled, so she and her ride here. Still trying to get her out.
Just before 3 p.m. on a sunny December day, airport police get a call about a woman pretty intoxicated, refusing to leave the Gasparilla bar.
Bro. No, hold on. No, bro, it's okay. Wow,
The woman you see here flirting with paramedics, slurring her words, yeah, she's not Britney Spears. Rather, a woman later identified as Melanie Burnett. She tells first responders that she's been at the airport since 7:30 in the morning and was trying to get home to Philadelphia, but her flight got canceled.
At least we'll all like friends together. Yeah, Dustin's waiting for me. He's gonna yell at me. He's my boss.
Officers quickly determine they have to get Burnett out of the terminal bar, look around for a wheelchair as Burnett is steady on her feet. Police tell Burnett they're waiting on a wheelchair. She's not allowed to leave until they get one.
I'm not saying that. You're not? No.
I mean, you were sitting there.
I didn't sit here. So you're all together. I'm not regular. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
Not wanting to wait around any longer, one of the responding officers takes matters into his own hands, grabbing a wheelchair from one of the nearby gates. While he steps away, first responders learn the fun friends Burnett made at the bar called her real friend Dustin. He was at the airport ready to pick her up.
Gotta say,
No one cares.
But Burnett is not fine and nearly face plants trying to sit down. Eventually, she settles in, and the officer is on his way to bring Burnett to her boss, or so he thought.
get a hold of your boyfriend, please. If I have to give you a ride somewhere to the jail, get a hold of your boyfriend. Get a hold of your boyfriend.
Why?
And get a hold of your boyfriend.
I don't have a boyfriend.
Who's here to pick you up?
I don't have anyone.
Boyfriend and boss, the two can get confusing when you're as intoxicated as police officers say Burnett was. Fed up with her drunk doubt about who was picking her up, the officer asks for her ID.
Control 199, copy Jersey DL.
While the officer waits for dispatch to respond, Burnett begins to protest the wheelchair again.
I don't need a wheelchair.
Okay.
I'm fine.
You do need a wheelchair because you are not going to fall on my watch.
Oh.
So I need you to get a hold of somebody. You were visiting somebody here, correct? Get a hold of that person. And I need to talk to you.
Burnett digs through her stuff, looking for her phone so she can call Dustin, who is allegedly her ride home. She clicks her phone screen, licks her lips, then hands the phone to the officer.
And where is he? Hello? Hello, this is Officer Airport. Are you here to pick up Melody?
The officer and Burnett's boyfriend work out the details over the phone about where he was and where he needed to pick up his drunk darling.
He is here waiting for you, so you do have somebody.
I do have.
Okay, you lied to me.
No, I didn't lie to you. I lied and said I didn't have anybody that loved me. No.
Put your hand in my face. Here you go.
I didn't lie to you.
I didn't ask you if you have anybody that loves you. I said, do you have anybody to pick you up? That was the question. That was the question.
You're being mean. You should be loving. You should be softer.
And you shouldn't be drunk. Okay? You're in a public space.
And you should be loving
And you need to know your limit.
and you need
All right?
to understand it.
Enough.
But I'm just saying that if you ask a question and you ask me to do that for you, and they say no, this is there for you, you should believe it.
Always.
Yeah.
The shuttle doors open, and the officer rolls Burnett into the airport tram. The officer knows Burnett's boyfriend will be on the other side of the tram, but what he doesn't know is that Burnett is about to bring him on a wild ride.
Why are you doing this? It's so hard. There are people who are living their life and they don't live their life. You talk like I want my life. But there are people who need you. And there are people who need you.
Right, not busy with you.
And you're
How you doing, sir? You'll be better. I would recommend taking care of it.
Zero. No. There are people who need
Right,
you.
and you're tied up.
They're not, but I'm telling you that there are people who
No. No. Can you take her or she's going to jail? Okay, so what's the problem? I got it.
there are people who need you.
Yeah. Hey, stop. Yes.
No, I'm not chased down.
Get out of my face.
What's going on? Are you talking to me or what's going on? Her boyfriend?
See her flight. Vargas had too much to drink. She's unsteady on her feet. She can't walk, so we put her in a chair.
You realize everything I was supposed to do, I didn't know. Alright, well, let's figure this out.
She's freaking out.
Despite his shirt saying Mission Possible, Burnett's boyfriend is in for what feels like a Mission Impossible. He tries to defuse the situation, pleading for Melanie to relax, collect her things, and leave the airport. But on his first try, he has no luck. The boyfriend pulls Burnett away from officers as they make a startling and frankly unpleasant discovery.
Now we're her pants are wet.
Oh, she must have been a...
You know, I said you keep yourself. I'm done. How bad you play whatever you want.
Are you going to leave?
I'm gonna leave. I didn't do anything to you, and I don't know why you're being so mean to me.
Melanie, are you going to leave with your boyfriend?
Yes. So why are
Right
you?
now, you need to leave.
Let's go.
You need to leave. I'm giving you the courtesy to leave right now.
Tensions wind down, and Burnett's boyfriend leads her slowly and patiently back toward the wheelchair to grab her items so they can finally leave. And just when they all think it's time to say bye-bye to the boozer,
I didn't do anything to you. I didn't. No one said you. You're causing disease, and you're good.
I know you were part of the second you stop bleeding, you're going to jail. Understand? It's time to go back. I know.
Follow your boyfriend.
Yeah.
Go.
Disorderly toxic requires protection and this.
I didn't do it. Melanie.
Can I just drag her off and try to get her stuff? Where's your car? It's right there, short-term parking. Alright, that's it. No,
Burnett is cuffed and arrested. Her boyfriend is left to gather her things and clean up the literal mess she made on the floor and on the wheelchair. The original officer who found her drunk at the bar starts walking her to the airport jail.
Okay, I'm not resisting. I'm asking you to stop because it hurts my shoulder. Please stop. I'm asking to take a second and stop. Okay.
Wait, pause. Did you see that? Let's rewind. While handcuffed, Burnett kicks off her flip-flops. They fly through the air, one after the other, nearly hitting airport travelers. Officers eventually manage to get Melanie through the terminal and to the parking lot elevator. There, she begs officers to take her handcuffs off.
Please take these off. My arms.
You are under arrest.
Yeah, the handcuffs are off. I'm under arrest. Please ask. This is what I want.
You don't get to say what you want anymore.
I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything.
Face the wall.
Please.
Go for 11. That was the first. Probably forward.
I have to pee. I have to pee. In your hands,
Burnett is brought down to the airport jail. She gets walked into the main entrance and through several doors to her new home for a few hours, a holding cell. A loud blush then breaks her silence when an officer asks if she needs to go to the bathroom.
I don't want to go to the bathroom. I already peed myself. I don't care. I didn't do anything. Go wrong. I didn't know.
The original responding officer leaves Burnett with another cop while he searches for the key to her handcuffs. Soon enough, he's back in the holding cell, ready to lock up Melanie for good.
I'm going to take the cuffs off. Okay. Are you going to cooperate?
Yes. I didn't do anything to cooperate. I have to pee.
All right, I'm going to get you some toilet paper. Put this hand on the wall. Give me 1 second. It's coming out. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. As soon as I take this off. Give me 1 second.
The officer walks out while Burnett faces the wall. Another officer alerts him that he left her hat in the holding cell.
Give me just 1 second.
Officers get Burnett toilet paper, and she gets hit with a drunk and disorderly charge. It's unknown if she ever made her rescheduled flight home.
Jesus, see, this is what I get to listen to. Yeah. Okay, show Lisa. Who's that doing this? Oh my God.
Let's pause this body camera video just for a second to thank Morgan and Morgan for sponsoring it. I mean, I think it's pretty clear from the body cameras we cover, it's not always safe out there. And when you're hurt, it can be pretty confusing and even scary if you don't know where to turn. Well, Morgan & Morgan is the largest injury law firm in America. And at a time when you already have a lot to think about, they make it super easy for you. They have completely modernized the process because you submit your claim, sign contracts, upload documents, and talk to your whole legal team all on your phone. That's it. An attorney will review your case in just 8 clicks. Also, they have 4,000 support staff that can help you too, which is amazing to think about. And in terms of price, well, you only pay them if you win. There's no upfront fee. So if you're injured and want to join the over 3 million people that call them every year, you can submit a claim at www.forthepeople.com/LCBody or by dialing #LAW. That's #529 on your phone. Okay, let's get back to that body.
Oh, back up.
Give me a molly. Come on.
Such a threat.
Just before 6:30 at the Tampa airport, when we encounter one man who may have started happy hour a little early.
How's it going? What's going on?
Trying to go down the Tetris right now. I'm trying to go down the Tetris.
You can't go down the Tetris. That's for sure. But what's is he not going to fly?
No, he's not flying.
Are you rebooking him?
We've asked him, does he want to rebook or a refund?
What have I
He
done
keeps
wrong?
saying he's going down.
My dad has bladder cancer, guys. I need to see my dad.
That's you just see.
What am I doing wrong? I'm so confused. What is happening? What is happening?
What's going to happen is you're going to leave the air side.
Sure.
And then you go down there and ticket booth.
Sure.
You want to get rebooked or
No. I need to be on this bird.
Concentrate for a second. You're not going on there. Do you want to be rebooked? Yes or no? Look at me. Yes or no? Do you want to be rebooked?
this thing.
You can't be on.
Why not?
I'm asking you one more time. Do you want to be rebooked or no?
No.
Okay, let's go.
So you want a refund?
Guys, what are we doing? Why are we doing this?
You have to be off this air
Why
side.
are we doing this?
You want a refund?
No, why are we doing this, guys? I'm in ADAT. I just sit there. I swear to God, I'll be as quiet as a mouse.
You're gonna get
My dad has bladder cancer, guys.
The man you see here attempts to talk himself onto the plane, but remains grounded as police escort him out of the boarding area. Let's take a look from a different angle.
My dad has bladder cancer. They will not let me on the plane.
You can't go on the plane.
No, my dad has bladder cancer. He's at jail, and you are not letting him on the plane. It's kind of fucked up, man. I gotta say, they asked you if you wanted to be rebooked. You said no.
Keep moving. No, you gotta keep going. You're gonna leave.
Why are we doing
Because that company's not letting you fly.
No, guys.
And when they tell you to leave,
Guys.
you gotta go. We'll talk, you can talk and walk.
You're not being reasonable right now.
Yep, talk and walk. We're just gonna get you out.
No, but and honestly, my dad has bladder cancer.
No, we understand that, but you can't fly today.
Why can I not fly?
They're not, because that airline said you couldn't.
Oh, what am I doing? I can sauce you. Like
we don't want you to fall.
However you want.
No, get off me, man.
All right, listen.
Yeah. Just relax.
While officers try to reason with our suspect who's slurring his words, the man walks right out of his own shoe.
Listen, keep walking. We're trying not to put you in jail. We're trying to get you out of here. But you gotta go.
Guys,
Do you want
you're drunk and they won't. No. I throw my shit over there. I look at. What's happening?
You gotta leave. It's as simple as that. Listen, don't pull your arm away from me again.
No.
Do not pull your arm away from me again. Let me have your
What
arm.
am I supposed to do?
You want to put your shoe on? I'll let you put your shoe on, but don't pull away.
This is ridiculous, guys.
Listen, you created it. They won't let you fly. Yes, you did. Yeah, you did.
You're probably a reasonable guy when you're not intoxicated.
Right. Right now, you're not
You're
being.
right. This is Nick.
You gotta be a responsible
Yep.
adult, right?
You're sure.
Right now, we're gonna get on the stairs side.
Can I please?
What do you want to do?
Can I please?
So, hold on.
You can stick that back in there.
They can stick it back through. Stick it back through so you get your shoe on.
Guys, I swear on my life, man.
Listen, they're not going to let you fly, so you have to leave. We're trying to get you out of here without going to jail. So try to fix us on this. It doesn't matter. Put your shoe on. Put your shoe on. You're intoxicated. They won't let you fly. Put your shoe on. Put your shoe on.
Nope.
There you go.
There you go.
Grab your stuff. Guys, grab your stuff.
Looks like the shoe fits. Officers direct the suspect to the airport shuttles where he tries a different tactic to try to prove he's sober.
You can't fly.
Listen, they won't let you fly.
You can fly them all.
What have I done?
You're intoxicated.
He's not funny.
It doesn't matter.
Money's been refunded to your credit card that you used to purchase the ticket. You're not flying tomorrow.
You can't fly. You can fly them all.
As that train rolls in, tensions begin to escalate.
Don't start doing that kind of stuff because you'll just end up going to jail.
Why are you guys so mad?
We're not mad at you. We're not mad at you. Listen, I'm taking my coffee here. I'm not mad at you.
Sit down. Fine. Sit down. What do I do? Have a seat. What do I do? Have a seat. Train's gonna move. Sit down.
What do I do?
First of all, you're not even listening to me. I'm asking you to sit down. That's what I'm asking you to do. You're not even listening to that. You've been drinking.
You're frustrated. You're frustrated.
I get my finger that. You smell the alcohol in your breath. Oh, I get it.
you can't be on the other side. So you're gonna make sure you get off at the meantime. If you need help, if you try to go back to the inside, you will get living. If you try to go back to the inside, you will be arrested for trespass at the movie. I need to know. If you try to go back to the inside, you will go be trespass. Simple as that. Listen, it's after very
You want it to fly. So,
all right, here we go.
let's go ahead. Come on. It's a time force. Gotta go. Now what?
You need help to get
We're not we have a lead, man. You understand? We have two options here. We either escort you off or we take you to jail. We don't want to do the other option, but you're not helping. Listen, you're not over as far. You're getting ready to go to jail. So stop being. You're not talking. No, we're going that way.
It's here a suspect that comes up with another brilliant plan to get out of the situation, but that plan quickly backfires.
No, I'm good.
No, you're not. You're going.
No, I'm good.
10-15. Put your hand behind you.
Wait, let's take this. Are you?
No. We've 10 times given you.
Cool.
Yep. You need. You have. Where's your idea?
Probably. Yeah.
You want No. No, we're not getting it all.
Police, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, love it. He's fat. You need to read it? What have I done? What have I done?
Our suspect here is taken to a holding area where he shares thoughts on his journey.
Why fucked up with this? Oh my God, what's with this guy? Hey, why is this guy at my wrist of my ass? Oh, you guys feel pretty tough, huh? No, you guys feel pretty cool. No, you guys feel pretty cool. Especially these mother. Bitches. You let go my wrist right now. You let go my wrist right now. You know what? There's no thing. You go get your car. I got it. We'll put them in the car.
While officers figure out how they're going to transfer him, he has one last parting sentiment to share.
Are you going to jail for trespass after warrant? Oh, yeah. Get to hair up. Hair up. Huh? Yeah. Hair up. You guys have been great. Thanks. Appreciate it.
One request before officers whisk him away to jail.
Yeah, just beat me up. Just beat me up out here. Yeah, just. I give it. No, it's full math, dude. Give me a mollywobber. No, give me a mollywobber. Come on. I'm not even sure what that means. You know that. No, this short mother doesn't know what he's doing. He's trying to break my wrist right now. Like, is that cool? If you're in jail, you're going to go to jail. You'll get a fine. Actually, you'll have to blow for it to make sure you're not. Oh my God, I am the worst. See, I must be worse. Oh my God. You guys, idiots. You guys are. Hey, do something better with your time.
Once inside the patrol car, the suspect shares some more of his colorful vocabulary.
Oh, you're so proud. Come on, buddy. You gotta be proud, right? You're proud. Are you proud, boys? Are you proud? This guy's proud. Hey, this guy's proud. Fat piece of shit. You fat piece of shit. You are a fat piece. You fat mother.
Cool. We're fat and we're losers and we have nothing better to do. Nothing better to do.
Control.
Oh, I cannot wait to sue you, fat piece of shit.
Yeah, I might be pulling over at Western Mall and he's parking lot. This guy.
Yeah, this guy's gonna beat my ass. Hey, he's gonna beat me up.
Yeah,
He's such a tough piece. He's such a tough piece. He's a fat piece of. He can beat me up. No, they already beat me up a little bit. It's okay. My wrists are. No. He's got a good. He's good. No, this fat mother is gonna do well. No, you fat mother. You're a piece of.
Fortunately, I'll be in there. I said. I'm going to be pulling over.
This guy's hey, this guy's a
This guy put his hands out in front. He's I'm the king. He's a
Oh, hey, what's up, girl? Oh, what's up, girl? Oh, hey, how you doing? You fat, piece of
once I pull over,
this guy sucks. Yeah. This guy, he's fat. He is fat. Dude, you are the most fattest person. Look at how you're.
So I'm going to go over and I'll put the handcuffs behind your back again.
Oh, that'll be cool.
If you keep smashing your head on the face, you're going to hurt yourself.
No, that's a great idea. Oh, great idea.
And if you keep kicking, I'm going to have to hobble your legs. You understand that?
The officer pulls over to restrain the suspect when he really kicks it up a notch.
Anything so good? No, it is so good. You just said he's not injured.
Great job. He did such a
But I said, oh, yeah, not to get it.
Yeah, such a great job. No, such a threat, guys.
You want it like you straight on the.
Yeah. I was just trying to get like my letter cancer.
He's a supervisor with Menzies Aviation. His last name is spelled Henry Edward Adams.
And you will regret it ever. You hear me? You hear me? You kick me again, and you will regret it, sir. Do you understand me? Are we clear? You are clear. You kick me again. You will never kick someone again. You understand me? From now on, I tell you what to do, and you do it. You understand?
No.
Okay.
Please don't do this to me again. Don't kick me.
See that? He appears to kick at the officer. Let's rewind and take a look at that from another angle.
Yeah, you want to beat me up? Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Stop kicking. Yeah, your arm off of me. Take your arm off of me. You hear me?
Oh my God, you're out of control, dude.
You kicked that window. Not only did you break the window, but you hurt your face, your feet, and then you try to blame me.
Our suspect secured back in the police car when he tries again to plead with officers.
What have I done wrong? No, you tell me. What have I done wrong? No, good work, boys. And now you get a real fun. What have I done wrong? Oh, please help me, dude. Dude, please, this guy's a f***ing asshole. I'm not following him.
Yeah, I actually want somebody right with him.
Help me! Help! Help! Help me!
Once you ride with him.
Please help me! Please help me! Please help me! Yeah, I'm fine. He kicked me, so he's getting charged.
Yeah, absolutely get the charge.
Now, safely on his way, the suspect makes a bold move by, get this,
dialing 911 from his smartwatch.
Hey, don't leave me with this guy. Please, do not leave me with him. Please don't leave me with him. Please, he's a animal. Please, guys. Hey, please do not leave me with this animal. Don't leave me with this animal. He's a animal.
Let's just chill out. We'll tell him we get there, okay? Yeah.
I can't believe I did it. This is the most thing I've ever seen in my life. What I do? Tell me what I do. Like, you're listening to Joe Biden. What are you doing? What are you doing?
You've been advised of your charges, and now you're getting an additional charge of kicking me. That's an additional charge that you're going to get.
I get additional charge?
Yeah, well, you're kicking police that's against the law. That are in charge of the law. You're the man. No, dude, you did great. You did so good. You did so good. You did such a great job. I'm so proud of you. It cost me too much money. They can't count how much over the coal. Get it down Get it all the coal guaranteed for us. Is there a way to hang up his phone and take his watch off? He just called 911. That's not nice one, dude. That's your watch. I have nothing to do with that. No big deal. Please. I did nothing. I swear on my life, I did nothing, man. I swear on my life, I did nothing, man. I swear I did nothing. I swear I did nothing.
Back on track, watch this. Our suspect enters his broken record era, asking questions.
Hey, what's that boy? Brian, I want you to tell me what I did wrong. Tell me what I did wrong. No, tell me what I did wrong. Listen. Hey, but you promised me that we're going to talk about when we do it. And I promised you that I'm going to do with you. You stay calm, right? That's what you do right now. What did I do? Okay, go well. Okay, tell me what I did wrong. Why you're arrested for trespass up to one? That's the start. Okay? Really? And we'll discuss the rest. Well, that's what I understand. All right? Yeah. You didn't tell me that was how he is. It's one of his face off. Tell me, what did I do wrong? Tell me what I did wrong, guys. Tell me what I did wrong. I already told you. What did I do wrong?
Name calling.
Hey, fat boy. You're buddy. We got a big Republican over there. He's a big guy. He's a big guy. You have to feel like a loser, right? You have to feel like a loser, right? You have to feel like nobody. Like, this is insane what you're doing. This is insane. Oh man, you're doing such, dude, you're doing the Lord's work. Great job, dude. Great job. Great job.
And passed.
No, it's cool, man. No, you're a big man. No, like, you talk to people with their hearts and kind of like, how do you feel about yourself? Did you feel good? Did you feel cool when you cut my hair? When you said, hey, yes or no? Yeah, I'm a big tough guy. I'm a tough guy. You're nobody fat. Like, remember you were beating me up with my hand behind me? Remember how, like, that was such a fair fight? Like, you're so strong. Oh my God, you're so strong. You beat me up with your hands behind my back.
But he doesn't stop there, offering one officer a not so heartfelt apology.
Did you feel good? You mean after you kicked me? Yeah, I kicked you. You want to be him or you want to get honest with it, right? I'm trying to I'm trying to get this.
Whether you're trying to kick the door or not, you kick me. That doesn't go.
Oh, you're a victim now. Oh my God, you're a victim. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. You're such a victim.
I don't accept your apology.
Victim. Oh, I had no idea you were a victim. You fat mother. You're a victim? Really? Are you insane? Like, you fat mother.
All right, guys, just give it a break. We'll be there in 10 minutes.
After an exhaustive drive, the suspect and officers arrive at the jail.
I was doing this. I literally was trying to get on a plane to go to bed. I literally wanted to get on a plane to go to bed, and then you did this. Oh, you're gonna take me out and take me out. You're at the jail, guys.
Airport police want to look in. Thank you.
Suspect gets out of the squad car and is escorted inside.
Just put this. There you go. And then we go in here. Take him out. Right?
The suspect was booked for disorderly intoxication and battery on a law enforcement officer. All charges have since been dropped.
I don't need to drop that. I don't know what I'm saying. What the is going on? What the
Your issue, Harry. Relax.
Relax. What the fuck is your issue? My wrist hurt.
It's a dramatic and drunken arrest that lands us at Tampa International Airport in Florida.
Hey, what's up? What's going on?
The gentleman is the jeans jacket that's talking to the lady in the dream. Okay. She was first harassing my customers. They were in line. Then he fell backwards, literally butt first and all the way back, and just collapsed and fell back on the floor. And I think he may have hit his head. I don't know. But then he got up and 7 people were dealing with confrontations with individuals who wouldn't fight over United. Okay. And in their face, and some woman who was right in her face, and she jumped back. And some guy that is taller than he is and bigger than he is got in his face and told him to stop. And then she walked over to get him.
It's just before 6 on a December holiday night when an airport police officer gets this not so festive call to a terminal bar called Ducky's.
How you doing, sir? My name's Officer Vasquez with the airport police. How you doing? Well, you don't have to get arrested. You're not getting arrested. I'm just talking to you because I heard you're being a little intoxicated, causing problems, and then you fell.
That's my fault. Thank you.
When are you flying out? I'm telling you, if you go to the gate in the state you're in, they're not going to let you fly.
Okay. I won't.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. So do you have some place you can go right now? I do. Okay. Where is that? Do you have your telephone? Can you look it up?
Are you do you know him?
Yeah.
This nice lady you see here in the green takes it upon herself to help the man in blue call for a ride home. When he sees a picture of his daughter on his phone, the man breaks down in tears. After a minute of trying to figure out who to call, the officer begins to take matters into his own hands.
What flight are you flying, sir?
You're the guy.
What?
You're the guy. You're the guy. I can
No, what
JetBlue.
Oh, JetBlue. No, you're not going to
So you're the guy. I'm going to lay down somewhere. You're the guy. I got nobody's car.
I got you. So
This is my concern. I'm going to leave, and then I'm going to get another call, and then I'm going to have to come back here.
You're not going to get another call. I promise you that. I'm going to be somewhere. I've been there.
Another man shows up to the party, telling officers he's been trying to help the man in blue simmer down, working as a mediator between a few people at the bar. He later hints to officials that he thinks this guy has PTSD. When the officer starts asking the ducky drunky more questions, things start to get a little ugly.
Well, obviously, you've had a couple drinks. What I'm saying is, yeah, I can tell. I'm just saying. Don't walk. We're gonna listen. You're going back to the summer. We'll go get JetBlue. Yeah. So listen. There's two ways you're gonna go back there in handcuffs, or you're gonna walk back. Which one are you gonna do?
No, you. Okay.
No. He's doing it. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
Multiple officers are forced to cuff the guy. They collect his things and eventually start walking out of the airport terminal. The officers ask the man if he has an ID, and after not one, but 4 times asking, the main officer in charge gets a hold of his license.
Can you read on a South Carolina driver's license?
The officer learns the man in blue is from South Carolina, and his name is Jerry. Unhappy with his not-so-sober situation, Jerry begins to mouth off. You'll see.
Yeah. Listen, man, we're going to get you some help. You just need to calm down.
I don't need to calm down. I don't know what I'm telling you. What the f is going on?
Okay. That's part of the problem. That you can drink some.
I know that. I'm not drunk.
You want to just go take him down the elevator?
I'm not drunk.
Yeah, we can get to the stairs. We definitely can't get to the stairs.
14 hours.
Oh, excuse me, guys. Excuse me.
Why am I still screaming? 14 hours. What the fuck is your issue?
Harry, relax.
What the fuck is your issue? First hurt. Here. Kill me. Fuck. Fuck. Kill me.
With 2 officers escorting him in and the main arresting officer by his side, Jerry is brought inside an airport elevator. Seems like things are going okay. Well, until...
My man. Put him on the ground.
Go with you.
I'm gonna switch it to 1.
Jerry gets double restrained, and the crew makes it to the bottom floor for transport. Except Jerry doesn't make it easy for officers. He plays dead, or pretends he's asleep. Whatever he's doing, he's playing games with the officers.
Of course. Come on, buddy.
Gary. I'll get his legs.
Making faces and about racking up felony charges, that's Jerry.
He's like 20.
He's breathing deep. It looks like he's protecting non-conscious, but he's breathing over the eyes. Yeah, from out there.
Nice. Not gonna get nobody else.
He's for the drug court. He put a load
Jerry, it's over. Jerry, it's over, brother. You're making it worse. Well, I didn't do anything. You kicked me, Jerry. That wasn't necessary.
Well, that's inside the point. Whether he is or isn't, I kick him.
You need to man up.
We're 10.
Man up.
You're good.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got him.
Go.
Jerry, you stop kicking us around the hill, but you're still. You just kicked me, bro. Come on.
Yeah, we're just. Yeah, right there. Yeah. Jerry, we're not letting you go. You're under arrest.
Medics arrive and indeed confirm Jerry is not dead, no, rather very much alive. His blood pressure and breathing checks out just fine. So it's time to get Jerry off the ground and into a squad car.
You're going to jail, Jerry.
Shut up.
So we decided.
Are you going to walk or are we going to have to drag you out here?
Yeah.
You'll walk?
I gotta get up.
We can do that.
So here, lean over, get on your butt, and then you stand up from there. Lean over on your butt,
Brush your feet.
and then you're going to get up from there. One.
How that hurt?
Well, then you're going to help us stand up then.
That hurt?
Ready? 1, 2, 3. You got to help us.
I'm trying. Jesus.
Thank you.
That didn't help. The short steps. Short steps. Short steps.
Go ahead.
Short steps.
You're fine.
Okay. You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. So short steps. There we go. Animals. No. Shorter steps. Shorter steps. There we go. Thank you. You're welcome.
It seems like Jerry gets back into the swing of things until he sees someone at the end of the hall that stops him in his tracks.
Oh, yeah.
That's a janitor.
No, 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 no.
All right, sit back down. Sit down.
All right. I'll sit down. I'll sit down.
He's not going.
I'm not going anywhere.
Jerry, whatever.
I'm not going anywhere with him.
You're not going with him.
Come on, dude. Let's go.
No,
Go with him.
no.
We're just holding the door. So how do we want? Who wants to transport? I can transport. Just Jerry, I'm sitting down.
I can do the old CRA, right? Thinking it's against me or no?
All right, you
Oh, shit. Do you want to go crazy? Yeah, I'll go with you. I'll keep it.
Let's wait for the
You can't front though. It's against policy.
Okay, well, I'm not going with him.
You're not going with him. You're going with us.
I don't care.
Okay, you're not. But you're not going
So
with him.
you put it front, I'll go with you.
It's against policy. We can't put it in front.
I'll go with you. I'm not going with him.
You're not going with him, Jerry. You're going with us.
I'm putting front, I'll go with you. You shut up. Shut the f up. This is between him and me.
Well, you're going to jail, Jerry.
I won't go to jail. I don't care.
And then let's walk.
I don't care, but I'm not going that way.
But that's where the car is.
I don't care. I'm not going that way.
There's a ramp
I will
on the left.
you.
You're
I
going
will
with me.
go with you.
I'm taking you.
You take me. You are.
We will.
I'm taking you, Jerry.
I will go with you. That way.
There's only one way. There's no way we can go any other way.
No, there's other ways.
There is no other way.
There is other ways.
There is no other way.
Shut up. There's other ways.
After 3 minutes, it feels like a game of cat and mouse. Jerry Sans Tom finally agrees to get up.
Jerry, ready? You help us get shut? Ready? On your butt. 1, 2, 3. There you go. Perfect. We're going to walk down the ramp on your left. You go to the car.
And off Jerry goes, walking in the ring to the squad car, huffing and puffing along the way. Of course, Dabrand he's not making things easy for officers.
Give me a second. No, and I will help you. Give me a second. I will help you. All right. Hold on. Give me a second. I will help you. Let's go. Give me a second.
But eventually, he's strapped in, secured,
Don't you point it. Don't you point it.
and sent off to the local police station to be booked for disorderly conduct.
Just shut the goddamn door.
Are you guys staying on that ride?
No, listen, to my cigarettes, I have short fun. Beneath my dress, first off.
Right.
So there's no easy access that's happening here.
So what's all in the bag?
Jacket,
Anything? Is there anything in there with Bush Gardens on it?
yeah, bro.
Hey, get back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back away from him. You're going to jail. It's over.
I'm not going to jail.
Sit down. You are. It's over.
Take me. I'm scared. Take me.
Amusement parks are designed to elicit a range of emotions for their everyday visitors. Most visitors experience high levels of excitement, happiness, and thrill. But when visitors' emotions run rampant, they sometimes aren't thrilled to face the consequences. We're taking a look at 5 amusement park goers who put up a fight when asked to leave the park, all caught on body cam. Welcome to After Hours, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Sam Goldberg. Hey, we're going to get into After Hours in just a second, I promise. But I want to tell you about the super cool, easy-to-use app. It's called Upside. It's a free app that gets you actual cash back on gas, groceries, daily essentials. Super easy to use. It's real cash back. Shows up in your Upside account, then you just transfer it straight into your bank account. The other day, I was pumping my gas. I used Upside, got almost $8 back. So once you have the app, claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. Pay as usual using your debit or credit card. Follow the steps on the app, and you get paid. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen. Use our promo code AFTERHOURS for an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code AFTERHOURS. We begin today's episode in Sandusky, Ohio, where a group of riders witnessed a couple exchanging in sex acts on the Ferris wheel. Police arrive at Cedar Park Amusement Park to chat with the suspected couple.
Are you guys banging on that ride?
No, honey, listen, to my cigarettes, I have short fun. Beneath my dress, first off.
Right.
So there's no easy access that's happening here. And I have them in my pocket in the shorts. They fell out. I bent over to retrieve them on the ride.
Why was he behind you then?
He was trying to help me because they were clear across the ride.
You want me to answer that?
Well, probably not, I guess, because you're going to answer like,
So I'm gonna go talk to the young girls who saw it and see what they say. And then we'll go from there.
The officer walked over to the witness waiting on a nearby bench.
Hi. So, what did I say? Like, okay. 100%. On her hands and knees. He was on his knees, putting it back and forth. And did he feel like a part of he was there, right over here, you saw her body. Yeah. You see it. Did you fall in her? Oh my, absolutely not. Absolutely. The second time, the second
In Ohio, public indecency is typically a third-degree misdemeanor, but because minors are present, their charges upgrade to second degree and carry a harsher penalty.
So, how long did you guys ride this ride? 4 minutes, maybe. How many times did you guys go around? Yeah. Okay. So, why can those girls, 2 of them are juveniles, describe to me your guys' private Yeah. I'm not sure it's on like I understand. But, so listen, this is what I'm going to do for you, okay? You understand that there's cameras, 9 o'clock, so the cameras can see. So just tell me the truth. Because I know you're lying. So just be honest. Because lying's not going to get you anywhere. No, it's not. You're lying. 100%. I don't. So 4 juvenile girls are just going to make up. 2 of them are 18 and 2 of them are juvenile. So when I watch those cameras, I'm not going to see you guys. You're lying. Who wants to tell the truth? Do you understand that you can be arrested for this? It's an N2. Yeah, a misdemeanor of the second degree. And you guys can go to jail. Because you're not from here. And then you have to post bond. Or I can call the judge and no bond since you guys are lying. And I know you're lying. It's up to you guys. I'll let you guys talk about it.
A few minutes later, 32-year-old David Davis and Heather Johnston seal the deal.
So, you're sticking to your story on the cigarettes? Yeah. Okay, so now the story's changing. Now your story's changing. You guys have kids? Okay. So I want you to picture you have kids, and your 15-year-old here, and she sees 2 grown-ups having sex.
I mean, it's all right.
They saw what they said to me, what they saw. I would be pissed.
Who hasn't seen it? That they're 8.
So you think it's appropriate that they saw? So you think it's appropriate that they saw you? Put it to your wife on the Ferris wheel?
Are you serious?
Yes.
No, did I say that? Did I say that?
You said what? No, you're not going to do that to me. You said they see what they've seen all this stuff.
I was not trying to do nothing to you.
You said, well, they know they see this. Okay. Well, they're calling their what? Okay. Well, like I told you, you're gonna go to so what? Public indecency. You can't have sex on a ride.
Sure.
I gave you the opportunity to tell the truth. You didn't want to. So no, I don't believe anything. So all I have so I don't have to go into you. No, I don't. No, I don't. Don't tell me how to do my job. Don't even. Yeah. Don't. Listen.
Are you telling me to do something I do? And then you're going to take me to jail?
I have 4 witnesses. So you're both going to jail. So you have the opportunity to be honest. I don't know. I think that since you guys don't even have any remorse for what you did to those children and how upset they are, like that's what bothers me. And now you're lying to me. You don't even care what you did to those children. But either way, they're upset, and you guys are trying to deny that you did it. Like, why do a mom and they were upset? Yeah, why wouldn't they be? Why wouldn't they be upset?
After a series of unfortunate choices, the couple has no choice but to face their consequences.
It would probably be a different story if you guys would have been like, yeah, we messed up, you know, because really this is Cedar Point, and it's up to me if charges are done or not, and I work for the city. So have you been like, we didn't mean for people to see us, like we've been drinking, you know, but you sat here and blatantly lied to my face, and I have these juveniles that are traumatized. So
were you able to write us a ticket, like ban us from the park, or okay, so we have friends that are here that came with us. So if we have to stay, am I able to get a hold of these said friends and so they can at least get back to Sawmill?
yeah, bro.
Both of us.
Yep. What I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ask them if they want to pursue charges. And if they say yes, you're gonna go to jail. If they say no, then you're gonna be banned from the party.
The officer returns and explains their options.
Like, do you want them to go to jail, or do you just want them to leave the park? Well, you guys will have to fill out a witness statement. This will probably go to court. They might call you guys to testify on what you guys saw, or we can just kick them out of the park and they go on their way.
Now, real quick, I just got to butt in here. Obviously, we're going to have to re-contact your guys' parents just because obviously you guys are under 18, so we got to make sure of it, okay? So,
what? They might call you. They might call you to testify. Since we didn't see it, and I'm taking your guys' word for it, they could potentially call you to testify on what you guys saw. So I can pursue charges, you know, but I don't want to do that, put you guys through more if it's just something that, like,
what do you think?
Absolutely.
But they ended up doing that.
Yeah, but well, I wasn't going to give them a choice, and I was probably going to contact the judge and have them know about it because they're not very remorseful for their actions, in my opinion. So, well, now they do. Well, I'll be honest, the girl wanted to tell, the boy didn't, but, and he's the one,
Now the couple's in a position they weren't quite expecting. Jail.
Love you. Just gonna set you real quick before I get you in the car. You gonna be cooperative? Yeah. All right, jail first. All right. All right, guys.
Police escort the two out of the park and place them in separate vehicles for their transport to the Erie County Jail. Heather Johnson and David Davis were charged with public indecency. The couple posted their collective $350 bond and were released from jail. Their case was dismissed by the court without prejudice for a $32 fee.
Not anticipating it, but
Next, we're heading to Busch Gardens Theme Park in Tampa, Florida. Security guard is keeping a close eye on a possible suspect outside the Tumba roller coaster.
If you could do me a favor, if you could contact Shukra and see if their ambassador has solid gas still, they can meet me over here also, just to make sure this is
Once the guard gets confirmation that this is the gift shop thief, he moves in.
All right, thanks, sir. All right, so before I confiscate the bag, is there going to be anything in there that's stolen? What's that? So what's all in it? So first, I guess you told him medical?
That's what they said when I got on the ride. I said, okay.
Wait, that's what who said?
The guy that was running Tiger. Like, oh, medical. I'm like, okay.
Okay. So what's all in the bag?
A jacket.
Anything? Let me ask you. Is there anything in there with Busch Gardens on it?
Yeah, bro. We've been here all day.
Okay. So is it stuff that you purchased from Busch Gardens?
Yeah.
You have a receipt to show that you purchased it from Busch
I don't
Gardens?
ever take receipts.
Okay. Is there any way you can prove that you purchased it? How did you pay for it?
I got charged.
You got charges? So are you able to throw those charges? All right. So I'm gonna look, and if you got a phone where you can log in to some charges. All right. Yeah. If you can throw me the charges, it would be good.
I don't know what else.
You don't know what else is in there? It's your bag. How you don't know what else is in there? What's that? All right, so you say that you're able to prove that all these things that still have the tag on them, that they normally cut off, pay for them. What's that? Yes. Okay, so I see Busch Gardens right here for $5.36. What else you have for Busch? Busch Gardens $30.99. Apple Pay. Busch Gardens $33.74. Does it say if you have the date on it at the time when you click on it?
I don't think it had a time.
Yeah, so that says October 28th. Yep. That says October 28th. That also says October 28th. Do you have anything that shows today? Yep, so there's the tip. I see SeaWorld Parks and Entertainment. SeaWorld Parks and Entertainment. That's $17 pending. $17 pending.
Doesn't show cash.
What's that?
I say it doesn't show cash.
So I'm gonna stop you and make sure you understand that when you're talking to me, it's been recorded. Okay? So you told me that you had the charges on your phone that showed that. Now you're telling me it doesn't show cash. So which one is it?
No, I'm saying it doesn't show any cash.
What's that?
It does not show.
So you're telling me that you pay cash for this?
I didn't say that.
What's that? What you said? So what do you mean by it doesn't show cash purchases?
It doesn't show cash purchases. So I went to a vendor and
you went to where?
So if it doesn't show that I went to a vendor and paid cash.
Right. So what you're telling me is you pay cash for this? You said it won't show if you went to a vendor paying cash. But let me ask you how you pay. This stuff. Let's not make it hard. Let's make it hard.
On the way out.
You do what?
On the way out.
You're on your way out the park to pay for it. So you know that's not how it works. You have to pay for it when you get it. All right? So So look, all I wanted to do is just be completely honest with you, because what happens is the duty manager decides if they want to press charges or if they just want you ejected from the park. That's up to the duty manager. Okay. So the easier you make it, sometimes it's the easier it is on you. All right. What do they want?
While they wait for the decision from the supervisor, the silent accomplice speaks up.
You got your ID on? What's that? No, you just. I'm stuck, man. You say you stuck? Yeah, I'm kind of stuck right now. Hey, what's your? Maybe I can help you get unstuck. What's sticky? We hear all the time. Trespass, like large. That's bad. Right. So if you have nothing to do with it, that'll be up to them if they want to trespass you or not. That's totally up to them. That's not up to them. If they say that, hey, he was just with this guy and he wasn't around, that's up to the duty manager, not me. Then it'll just be this gentleman here and not you. All right? I can't make promises. Can you hold me on 27 at Bush Garden, please? Hello? Hey, what's up, kid? I'm all right. No. He said he was going to pay for it on his way out of the park. Yeah, exactly. I know, exactly. So I told him that minimum is trespass, but I have to wait to see what else the duty manager wants to do or what you want to do. Okay, that's all I need to know. All right. There you go. Where's the card?
It's right on my street.
All right, so we're going to go back to security, do some paperwork, and then we're going to get out of here. You have your ID on you? What's that? You say no? Oh, that's even bigger thing, dude. What's that? You got it? Okay. Let's head on back. We're going to head over to security. We're going to walk through the back gate over here. Back over here, sir. Right here. Where? Well, it's just you. They're not even looking for that. You're right with it? Oh, yeah, you come too. Oh, okay, then come on. We'll both go. So, which way are you going, Kat? Is it quicker to go this way? That's the long way. Yeah, it is. This one actually in the security office. We're going to take a park, go over, drive over there, and then just follow her.
Rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up, and we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile, see on my head that smile. I'm on top of the world, top of the town, baby.
I moved up the hood to have the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait too late, cause in a minute I'm escape. Cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep the cop watch.
Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up, and we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile.